Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Thursday, August 15th meeting of the Planning and Development Committee. Looking for a motion to accept the agenda. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we're in business. First up, item B, Development Procedural Bylaw Notification Radius Amendments. Ms. Malden, would you care to enlighten the board?
Thank you, Chair. So this item, the purpose of this report is to provide options to the board in relation to the notification of official community plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, development permit or development variance permit applications and temporary use permits. So the motion on the floor in committee just at the moment is that the development procedure amendment bylaw number 2500.35 be initiated, and staff are here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Malden. Any questions for the staff? Well, seems like we're moving ahead at a great pace here. Anyone care to make the motion?
Sorry, Rick. Can I introduce?
Yep,
Staff has a presentation that I would greatly appreciate to see.
Oh, very well. Thank you.
Okay, so since the last time this came forward to the Planning and Development Committee was back in June, so I figured we'd give a bit of a quick refresher on some of the background regarding DVP notices. So we'll just start off with that. So the Local Government Act requires that a local government which has adopted a zoning bylaw also define procedures for which a property owner can apply for an amendment to a land use bylaw, whether that be rezoning, for example, or an OCP amendment, or the issuance of a permit. The Local Government Act also stipulates that a regional district board must consider every application for an amendment or permit that is submitted to it. Now, additionally, the Local Government Act sets out notification requirements as it relates to both permits and land use bylaw amendments. And this does vary quite a bit based on the type of request that's being asked. So specifically for a development variance permit application, the local government must put out notice which states the following. So the first of which being the general purpose of the variance being requested, the lands that are affected by the application, so the ones that are under application, as well as information on where someone who's interested may be able to view a draft permit, and that's typically in the RDOS office or on the RDOS's webpage. Additionally, the notice must be delivered in a legislated manner, and that is at least 10 days prior to the board's consideration. And this notice must be sent out to both property owners and residents, so tenants that are occupying the residences that are within a specified distance as established by a local government bylaw. So the Local Government Act doesn't have minimum parameters for which a distance must be set for notifications and leaves this entirely to the local government to establish. So in addition to this, although the Local Government Act does require that we do notify of a development variance permit, there's no statutory requirement to solicit, accept, or consider any comments in relation to such an application. That being said, a lot of local governments do have long established practices in terms of providing information on how interested individuals or potentially affected residents may choose to submit comments to that local government, and then considering those comments when the local government board or council does determine a development variance permit. So the regional district has a development procedures bylaw, which does establish a number of application requirements, and this includes for development variance permit applications. As it relates specifically to notification requirements, The development procedures bylaw stipulates that there is a notification radius of 60 meters for development variance permit applications, and also stipulates that all representations which are received in relation to that notification or application be included as part of the administrative report when considered by the board. So the next few slides here just kind of runs through how staff creates a mailing list buffer, essentially applying that notification radius that is established by bylaw. So you have an example property here. The next slide just shows we're able to input a certain distance from that property, and it is measured by from the property boundaries. So under the current bylaw, that's 60 meters. We just input 60 meters and it would calculate and show us a buffer from that subject property, and we'd be able to create a mailing list from that. Now, back in May, as the board may recall, a notice of motion was made to increase the notification radius for development variance permits from 60 meters to 100 meters, and being a minimum of 100 meters, as well as to add an additional requirement to notify the application via voyant alert. Now, back in on June 13th, a motion was carried which indicated that, or which directed staff to increase that notification radius, as mentioned, from 60 meters to 100 meters, and that specifically for voyant alert notifications, that a radius of 150 meters would be applied. So we've been working since that time to come up with this report, as well as the attached amendment bylaw for the development procedures bylaw. So amendment bylaw 2500.35 stipulates that mailing and written, a development variance permit application must be notified via mailing a written notice to property owners as well as tenants of land within a radius of 100 meters of the boundaries of the subject property. Additionally, it does, again, build in that 150-meter radius for the notification via voyant alert. It is further being proposed by staff that enabled as a means of ensuring consistency in the way that we do notify our applications, that we expand those amendments to also encompass not only DVP applications, but also other applications which have followed a similar requirement to be notified. So that would include temporary use permit applications, as well as rezoning and OCP amendment applications. Additionally, we are proposing to remove staff's discretion in expanding that notification radius. And I do believe that Mr. Garish had previously presented some of the reasons for this, but this largely comes from concerns that we've heard from applicants in terms of increasing it's a lot of questions regarding why we've increased a notification radius, as well as from adjacent and nearby property owners and residents, which have asked why they weren't included in the notification radius. Additionally, we have heard concerns from the board with respect to how we're applying our staff discretion when it comes to increasing that radius as well. So from staff's perspective, we are recommending that a written notice be set to a radius of 100 meters, as well as a voyant alert notice being set to a radius of 150 meters, and that we apply this change not only to development variance permits, not only development variance permits, but temporary use permits and rezoning applications as well. Now, despite this, the board does maintain the option or multiple options with respect to how they want to address or how it wants to address notification radiuses. So one of which being to follow essentially the previous notice of motion, which was to restrict notification changes strictly to development variance permits and not change any of the notification requirements to temporary use permits or rezonings. Another option would be to just across the board keep notification radiuses at 100 meters for both mailing or letters being mailed out, as well as voyant alert notices. The board does also have the option of potentially applying a variable notification radius, and this could be based on zone type or parcel size, where larger parcels you might want to have a greater, or areas where there are larger parcels, so this tends to be in rural zones, apply a larger radius to capture more property owners, or have that be smaller in more compact residential zones. Additionally, there is the option to set the notification radius at not less than 100 meters, which is kind of what we see now, which would keep staff's discretion. But in the case that the board does choose to go with that option, we do recommend that there's clear criteria that's set for how staff, or the circumstances wherein staff would be expanding that notification radius as a means of transparency. And that's it for my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Shannon, any questions for Ms. Dong? Director Gettens, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So this was a notice that I brought forward and is gone through quite a few different different interpretations. So when I first brought this forward, is because there was an inconsistency in our development procedures bylaw. And what was in there was that written notice to property owners, it would be provided within 100 meters or within 60 meters. And all I wanted to have done is take the word within and replace it with at minimum. Because when you do it within, then there's no way to expand it depending on how big the properties are around it. So I think that is the purpose of why we're doing this, is to make sure that staff do have some sort of discretion. So when you do look on a map and you see that not everybody's getting the information in a reasonable way, or what would be considered a good enough way of explaining it to the neighbors and giving them notice, then you need to have discretion. And I understand that staff want the discrepancy or some kind of criteria around that discretion, but staff have been operating under that with the current bylaw, having that within in that wording as rather than at a minimum. So I would like to see this initiated, but I don't want it. I don't want it to be a max of 100 meters. I think that staff have the professional discretion to make sure citizens are engaged. So that's my concern. I like the wording at minimum and not within or to a maximum.
Director Gettens, are you suggesting alternative one?
Well, I'm trying to get through all of that. So I guess my question to staff then is that if we go with the administrative recommendation that you amend the bylaw to be initiated, is the wording to be with, like, are you looking for options? Like, what are those options, the options that you just listed on your slide? Are you looking for direction on that? Or are you looking to move? Like, I'm not exactly following what we're doing here, to be honest with you. So the background here, the analysis is to go 100 meters, but you want to max it out. I guess can you just ask Chair Storage to the staff, are you maxing this out at 100 meters? Or are you open to having the discretion remain with staff? Because my preference is to have discretion with staff, because you're the ones that are looking at the map and you're the ones knowing how many properties are going to be sent the notification.
Staff table, please.
Yeah, so the administrative recommendation would be to initiate the development procedures amendment bylaw as presented within the staff report. So that would be to apply it across the board to DVPs, TUPs, and rezonings, and also apply a maximum of not a maximum, but just a 100-meter notification radius for mailers and a 150-meter radius for voyant alert. I think if the board were to want to change kind of the terms of that bylaw, you would be looking at an alternative motion then to initiate the bylaw with amendments.
Okay.
Director Gettens?
Yeah, thanks. So yes to DVPs and TUPs and rezoning. And I think the wording needs to stay at a minimum of 100 meters for letters and at a minimum of 150 meters for voyant alert. And I think that staff are in a position to use some discretion based on what that map looks like and the radius you draw from the applicant's property, sorry. So I will move that. So I'm going to try and say that better. So yes to the TUP, the DVPs, and the rezoning. And the wording is at a minimum, not within 100-meter radius, and at a minimum of 150 meters for voyant alert.
So you're moving alternative one with those changes. Is that correct?
Yep, I don't want staff to come back and say the radius was at 100 meters, so we didn't expand it by 5 meters to get that neighbor that's mostly impacted. So that's where I'm trying to go here.
Fair enough. Ms. Malden, would you care to read back the
That will be Ms. Cram's job today.
My
But just to note, Chair, just to note, there is a motion on the floor which came back to committee, and that was that the DVP or Development Procedure Amendment Bylaw be initiated. And so what the board may want to do, or committee right now, is that it be initiated with the following amendments. And then those things that Director Gettens had mentioned, if that is what the committee would like to do. So again, amending the motion that currently sits on the floor right now.
Okay, any questions from any of the board? Director Fedrigo, please.
Thank you to the chair. I'll second those amendments to the motion on the floor.
Thank you. Director Conants.
Excuse me for being late, so I might have missed some of the input, but my initial reaction is that puts a lot of responsibility on staff and pressure. Yes, they can go 5 meters further, but then there'll be a house 5 meters further than that and 5 meters further than that. And then if there's any complaints, then it'll be rest on staff. So I wonder if it's better to keep the initial proposal and then have the director say, could you please go this much further for particular items?
Staff care to comment?
So I'm not sure when you walked in the presentation, but there was a suggestion towards the end of the presentation that if a minimum notification radius was to be included or to be applied, which effectively gives staff discretion to expand that radius, that potentially the board may wish to consider coming up with a set of criteria wherein staff could actually make that determination on a transparent basis when to apply an expanded notification radius. So
Thank you.
Director Conants, have you got a comment on that?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions
No,
for
I
staff?
don't.
Any other questions for staff? Director Taylor.
Question to staff or some of the municipalities at the table. I'd like to know how other municipalities handle the same issue. Do you have a line in the sand? It's just a flat distance, or is there some discretion, or is there the option that staff have said, if you meet these criteria, then it would be a higher level?
Staff.
unfortunately, Mr. Garish had done a lot of the background research. I do know that across the municipalities, this varies quite a bit. Whether or not discretion is applied, I think would have to come up to the individual municipality, but we do see wide ranges across the valley.
Thank you. I believe we saw that in the previous presentation, that there were considerable differences from one municipality in one area to another. Yes, Director Taylor again.
Yeah, I understand that the distances will change from, rural areas to municipalities. I get that. But do the municipalities have a flat number, or do you provide some room for discretion?
Staff.
So speaking from just my limited experience and working with, let's say like town of Vesuvius, for example, I know the town of Vesuvius applies a flat standard across the board for their notifications. So there is no discretion applied in that regard. And I believe some of the other municipal directors may be able to chime in with respect to that question as well.
Thank you. Directors Coyne Jr., please.
I think we all have like a standard, but it's my staff's discretion if it's something that needs to go farther, then it goes farther. If we're doing a rezoning on something that's contentious and we know it's going to be contentious, we will allow, like, staff will just send it out to 200 meters or 150 meters or whatever it needs to be so that we get the entire neighborhood rather than cut it off in the middle of a neighborhood. But it is a little bit different for us than it is for, like, say, area H. 150 meters might not mean anything if your next neighbor is not for another mile, right? So.
Thank you, Director Gettens, then Director Blumfeld.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think we can trust our staff to make some discretionary decisions. Like, this is about an applicant that's looking for some sort of a variance. The neighbors around there don't know what's happening until we tell them. And I think that communication piece is important. And I think we should, our staff is professional and they can look at that map and they can say, I'm not sure if we're going on enough, like further enough with this. And like check in, like for Area F, check in with me. I can help you make that decision. But I don't think we should retreat from letting neighbors know there's going to be changes in their community. I think just exactly what Director Coyne just said. Use your discretion. Don't cut off a community halfway through if there's going to be a change. If you think it's going to be contentious, let's have the discussion before that building is built. So I say go forward and give this a shot.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Malden, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will just say with discretion, you know, in a regional district, we try to put some parameters around that discretion, and we do it. We've had that conversation with our fees and charges and other issues as well. To leave things to staff's discretion creates potential conflict with homeowners, where staff may determine a radius in one area and not another. And that's not the best position to be putting them in, staff in. So in the interest of consistency and fairness and transparency, I do believe Mr. Garish did put some potential criteria in there, and the board should consider putting criteria in there so that staff can apply that when they are using their discretion. So they've used their discretion based on these considerations. It could be zoning, it could be parcel size, it could be any number of those different things.
Wise words, Ms. Nolan. Director Blumfeld, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, and in Penticton, I think we have set parameters. And we've had this discussion before within the municipality, and I think that when you're in a smaller municipality, then it's easier to make arbitrary decisions because, you know, it's a smaller community and everybody has that local knowledge. When you're dealing in a larger municipality or a larger area like a regional district, you probably need those set parameters, but you need the set parameters for a minimum. And if it's to be expanded above that, it should be the responsibility of the area director, because you could go much larger, but then there's a cost to that. And so quick question is, the cost of that public engagement, is that assigned to each electoral area or does that go into general costs?
That goes into the general service. So if one area determines they want to have a much larger undertaking, it is all attributed to the service that all pay into, the planning service.
So follow-up question, is there a mechanism by which the cost of the public engagement can be attributed to the areas that is being done in, so that if the area director says, you know, I want to canvass everything within 500 meters or 1 kilometer, then, you know, there's obviously a much larger cost to that, but can that be attributed to that electoral area's budget?
Ms. Mullen or Ms. Brown?
At the moment, there is no mechanism to apportion differently within that planning service. However, there is opportunity for an electoral area director to choose an alternate way of funding that.
Thank you. Any other
To the chair, To the chair, can we hear from municipalities of Oliver and Osoyoos, which was back to my question?
Certainly. Director Johansson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Oliver, we stick to I think the 100 meters. I can't remember a time that we've gone outside of that, but that does cover the majority of properties around being, fairly small lots and fairly small neighborhoods. So, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Director McMurdoch, please.
Well, it's King here.
Sorry.
Through the chair, we have a set distance also in the soils.
Thank you. Director Taylor, are you satisfied?
Thank you.
Question from Director Gilbert.
Thank you, through the chair. I know that we're picking and choosing like what the words are, but I do agree that I think that I understand the intent of this. My issue is if you say a minimum, that just gives people an extra inch to be like come to staff. Like why was I not informed about this? Where if you say within, you create that boundary and you say this is within this area. It wasn't a minimum. This is where we're going. And if staff want to go outside of that, that's fine. But if you were to put in our bylaw that it's minimum and not within, then you're going to probably have homeowners that are going to come to staff and say, well, why didn't you include me? This is the minimum. Why didn't I get included? But I'd rather see a hard boundary about this is where we have where the notifications go out. And if staff want to go outside of that, then that's fine. But I create that boundary with homeowners so that everything's very clear in the bylaw.
Thank you, sir. Director Gattens, please.
Thanks, Chair. This will be my last comment because I know I've talked about this a lot because it's impacted West Bench where we didn't get the notification. So you have, these rural areas and some of them have been divided up in different ways and where you have, these panhandles and all the rest of it. And you have like a mix match. It's not a small community or a small town like Oliver where things are pretty standard. And there does have to be some flexibility allowed. So at the end of the day, a neighbor knows when there's a change coming to their community. And I do believe our staff have the capacity to do that. I also want to say that I don't believe that we should be capping communication with our citizens due to cost. This is Voyant Alert. There's no cost to Voyant Alert. We're already paying for it. We can use it as much as we want. So I think this feels a little bit like a bit redundant. Do it for a year. If we can't handle it in a year, then we'll make a change. But it's impacted Area F where the citizens were not getting the information and they should have. And it was a few meters that made that difference. And staff stood there and said it was because within the radius of 60 meters. Well, 60 or 100, well, 60 meters is the existing one for the notification and the other one for giving public note or giving notice is 100 meters, sorry. And then written notice to property owners within 60 meters. Like it wasn't even in the same number or radius within our existing procedures bylaw, but because there was that cap, staff didn't make the decision to make sure that the information went out to the same people about the same thing. So we need flexibility in rural areas where it's not all the same. And I think that staff can handle this. And if not, we'll make some changes later, but we have to do something better.
Thank you, Director Gattens. Director Coyne Sr., did I see your hand up? No? Fair enough. Any other questions? Director Federico.
Thank you, through the chair. In the example that was shown for the radius in your presentation, it kind of showed that the applicant property was at like kind of the bottom of that radius and it actually missed everyone behind it. So when you're drawing this radius that pops up in your program, does it take that applicant property and put it in the middle of the radius or how does it draw it? Because that example didn't really show, it didn't show well kind of middle and it missed a whole bunch of the kind of backside of that. So I appreciate that regardless of how we do this, we're going to miss residents. We could go, unless we're sending it out to everybody in the RDOS, we're going to miss residents. It's just going to happen. But how is that radius drawn to ensure that key neighbors are within that?
Staff, please.
So it's drawn from the parcel boundaries. So effectively the parcel lines that go around it, and it, like if you just take lines coming from any point from that parcel line, it draws out 60 meters currently. I think what might have kind of thrown it off in that picture is that it'll include any property that 60 meter line touches. And where it's highlighted, some of these properties are much larger and only like a small portion of the property is actually touching that line. Some of them are fully captured by it. So that's kind of what it captures in essence. It's just like it sets a 1 or a 60-meter buffer all around that parcel. And any parcel that's caught within that, whether it be partial or whole, is sent to notification.
Thank you. Director Cohen Senior, please.
So this one's got me a little messed in the head here. If we go with 150 or 100-meter boundary and 150 point alert, I'm just going to use an example of Prince and Summerland Road, where we have lots that are all, 5 to 10 acre lots for 28 kilometers. Depending on the lot description, nobody gets notified if you want to do a variance. Or you might have 4 people get notified. If there was a substantial change, would it still leave the discretion of the director to say, no, we want to go, like we did in Oliver with that tower where we want to go 2 kilometers? Would that still be something that we could do as a board, or at the direction or the discretion of the director or the discretion of staff? How would that work?
Thank
And
you.
I don't know who that's directed to.
Direct at the staff, I think. We'll start there.
So yes, if the board were to apply a discretionary option, so if you set a minimum notification radius, there would still be that option in those cases of those larger parcels to expand it out to a much larger notification radius to ensure that you're capturing potentially affected properties. That's also another option that was included as, kind of those set options for rural zones versus parcels that might be of a larger size, kind of just in recognition that particularly in areas like Area H, that there are these larger parcels that a smaller notification radius may not capture non-Crown property owners.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Director Watt, please.
Thank you, the chair. I think I'm not in a position to put staff at the kind of position to make decisions. We're ultimately the ones that are meant to make decisions. I think a maximum radius makes the most sense because we leave them hanging if we don't put that in there. What I am curious about, and I assume Ms. Malden's the best one to answer this, is if we can put in the wording that under unique circumstances of density, the staff could bring back to the board a recommendation to expand the radius.
Ms. Malden.
So that may be one of the criteria that is implemented when there's a requirement for staff to use discretion. It seems like something that would be included in there. And I'll pass it over to staff here who administer that just to make sure that's legitimate.
Staff table, please.
So I do see it as a potential option, but I do want to caution the board that when the province went through the DAPR process, one of the outcomes of that was the delegated development permits. And I don't know if the delegated TUPs came out of that, but regardless, in those application types, really the main thing is that we want to be streamlining these applications. And right now we've been able to bring down processing times for our delegated development variance permit applications under this new process. So through the introduction of having to bring a permit application back to the board, that does introduce a much lengthier application processing timeline. So it's just something to consider.
Thank you. Director Coyne, please.
So on that note, could we do that with the director's approval rather than coming to the board? That'd save a minimum of a month of lag time to get to the board meeting. Is that something that's legal?
Ms. Malden or Ms. Cram or staff?
I do believe that is an option. I think there are potentially some questions around transparency in that process, but it is potentially an option that could be pursued.
Thank you. I did see Director Getton's hand up again. She wasn't lying to us, was she?
I was, which is probably not surprising. Thanks, Chair. Okay, so based on this conversation, I think there's been some good ideas and further discussion. So I'm willing to pull back that administrative or the minimum, the 150 at minimum and 100 at minimum. And if we can get some further criteria from staff that we can take a look at as a board to do that, because we can't leave it as it is. We need to be able to address this. So if we want to do the alternative, where an alternative recommendation where staff bring back some of that criteria to expand above the minimum, then I'm willing to take a look at that too, whether it be through the director or there's something like that that we can say, but it can't just happen and then it comes to the board and then that's when citizens find out they didn't get the letter 3 weeks ago, because that's happened in Area F and that's what I'm trying to avoid happening again.
Thank you, Director Gettens. I believe we have a motion that's been seconded on the floor. Yes, Director Gettens. Okay. I'm going to assume that we will have to vote down this motion for you to bring forward the amendments. Is that correct, Ms. Cram?
Yes, that's correct.
That in mind, any other questions on the motion the way it stands right now? Seeing none, all in favor? All opposed? Pretty much unanimous. Motion fails. Director Gettens, would you care to revamp your motion?
Well, I got to think about how to say that now, unless Ms. Malden can help me out. I want the development procedures bylaw to be initiated, and I want staff to come back with considerations for the board on how to expand the radius when that's warranted. So we can do the 150 minimum and the 100 minimum, but there's got to be a way to expand that radius. I don't know how to say that in a better way.
You're asking to defer this for further staff?
Oh, sorry.
Are you asking to defer so staff can rethink this?
Well, I didn't think it'd be this complicated when I brought it back last May, to be honest with you. I just want to make sure that our citizens are knowing where we're going. So yeah, I guess if staff need to have some time to come back, like they've got in the alternative here, there's some resource areas that we can look at. If they based on zoning, we can look at radiuses based on zoning. And then now we've got ideas from the table here that it goes through the board or through the director to save time if it coming back. So yeah, I guess we need some further direction from staff on how to get an agreement to move this forward, because what's happening right now is not working.
Thank you. Do we need a motion to defer, Director, or Ms. Malden, please? Ms. Malden?
So just for clarity, Chair, the motion may be postponed until the next committee meeting with the direction or the discussion that's happened today. Alternatively, the motion that's currently on the floor, that the development procedure amendment ballot be initiated. Okay, yeah, with the amendment though, could be brought forward to add those additional criteria or directing staff to do criteria. Probably the easiest thing to do is postpone it at this point.
Thank you. Do we need a motion to postpone? Anyone care to make that motion, please? Moved, seconded, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion to postpone carries. Next up, regulating private utilities. Ms. Malden, please.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of the report is to provide an overview of proposed amendments to the Regional District's OCP, zoning and subdivision and development servicing bylaws related to the regulation of private water and sewer utilities. This report is here for information, and staff, do you have a presentation?
Thank you. Staff, please.
Okay, as mentioned, this report and presentation is for information, and it's related to the motion to defer first and second reading at the July 25th board meeting. Just being cognizant of time, I'm going to go over the background on this fairly quickly as it remains relatively unchanged since the last time committee saw this. So just a quick overview on the status of this project. It was initiated by committee back in October of last year. Engagement was undertaken over the winter between December and January. Came back to committee in April where there was direction to circulate amongst all of the electoral area APCs. That was conducted in June, and that led to first and second reading at July 25th board meeting where there was a motion to defer until September 5th so that staff could accommodate a request to exclude electoral area H from the proposed amendment bylaws. Oh, jumping ahead too far here. So just for clarity, that motion was that the matter regarding regulation of creation of new private utilities be postponed until September 5th to allow staff time to review the bylaws. Just some background on this project. There were a few underlying factors that motivated these proposed amendments. So just quickly going through them. The first related to the referendum in Caledon a few years back, related to expansion of a sanitary sewer project. So there was a referendum on that. It was defeated in 2021, and shortly after, there were, in quick succession, a number of subdivision referrals submitted to the regional district from the Ministry of Transportation, all proposing small lot strata subdivisions with privately owned community strata sewer systems. And in response to this proliferation of small lot subdivision proposals with community systems, there was a motion from the APC requesting that the RDOS board direct staff to formally undertake a review of its bare land strata bylaws. So there was a response from staff in May of 2022 indicating that the regional district does not have a bare land strata bylaw per se, but that staff understood that the more appropriate direction would have been to undertake a review of a zone review in Caledon. But recognized at the time that looking into the core issue as staff saw it surrounding regulating private utilities would require more research. So staff did go away and do that, and that is one of the factors that led to these proposed amendments. The other motivating factor related to direction that staff received from Okanagan Basin Water Board relating to its 1 hectare policy, which I'm aware the board is well familiar with, but staff received indication that the regional district is only somewhat compliant with this requirement due to its approach to regulating private utilities. And one of the other factors leading to these proposed amendments was an increase in requests that the regional district had been receiving to assume ownership of failing private utility systems, so notably Heritage Hills, as well as some others indicating by these news clips here. And just for additional background, for those electoral areas that participate in the regional growth strategy, that policy document does include direction indicating that public utilities should be owned and operated by the regional district, that they should be publicly owned and operated. And given that official community plans are required by law to be consistent with an adopted regional growth strategy, those participating electoral areas do have official community plan policies that generally discourage development of new private utility systems. However, this strategic policy direction in those long-range policy documents hasn't been implemented at the regulatory level in any of the regional districts' land use regulatory bylaws. That would be, in this case, the zoning bylaw and the subdivision development servicing bylaw. As you can see here, there's no regulation in the zoning bylaw whatsoever that speaks to this, but in the subdivision development servicing bylaw, the definition of community sewer system, which is how the regional district differentiates between the level of servicing required, is generally either septic system or a or a well, or in the case of community system, it will be a community sewer, community water system. As you can see, the current regulation does allow for that to be either privately owned and operated or publicly owned and operated. Just as further background, the regional district does have an existing water and sewer utility acquisition policy, and just some of the language in that policy document does relate to this project. It indicates that the regional district believes that essential services are best provided by government, where citizens can elect representatives interested in their well-being and to operate the system in the most effective and efficient manner possible. So at the time, we brought a few considerations to the board related to the implementation of this project. We indicated that we saw there to be a strong rationale for the board to regulate in favor of public utility systems, and that if this project were to be initiated, the principal change would be to the definition of a community system, i.e. it would be reduced from an allowance for either public or private ownership to only public ownership. And that would be an effective prohibition on privately owned systems. As a result, if this project were initiated and adopted, staff saw that the Clean Zone Review may no longer be necessary, as this was seen to be the core issue that motivated that project. And just further consideration in response to the direction at the last board meeting, staff do think that the merits of this approach do warrant it being applied regionally and not on an electoral area basis or a sub-regional basis. Staff did raise a few issues just for the board's consideration. As with all land use regulations, the legislation does allow for property owners to submit requests to the regional district requesting an exemption from its land use bylaws, and it does that through the various land use applications that the regional district considers. So in this instance, that would be in the form of a development variance permit. And as the board is well aware, as Shannon indicated in her last presentation, the regional district is obligated to consider every such application. And further to this, if the regional district is considering applications to allow private systems, that this may result in additional pressure on the regional district to assume ownership of new systems in order to facilitate this development. And just a further note on this, as I'm aware, there have been a few questions about this issue. Acquisition of new systems is not contemplated by these proposed amendments. It would be a potential additional next step if the board wished to reconsider any of its acquisition policies. But just for the board's information, there is an existing acquisition policy that would address these circumstances. And I just included these slides as a few examples of existing zoning that the parcels are not currently developed, and development of the parcels in accordance with the zoning would require a community system, which, if the proposed amendments were adopted, would require the submission of a development variance permit in order to develop these parcels in accordance with the zoning. So here are some examples of medium density residential zoning. And here's an example from that is manufactured home park zoning. There are other examples as well, just included those as a few brief examples. So moving on to the proposed amendments, for the official community plans, the primary change is to include policy that specifically does not support the creation of new private utilities. Previously, that language spoke to simply discouraging new private utility systems, so a bit stronger language there. For the zoning bylaws, the principal change just relates to the definition of community water and sewer systems. Again, just restricting that definition from allowing both private and public ownership to only public ownership, so effectively prohibiting privately owned utility systems. The same change would be mirrored in the subdivision development servicing bylaw, again, just adding new definitions for the private community water and sewer systems. And again, just speaking to the legislative requirement for the regional district to receive and consider applications seeking exemptions to its land use bylaws, Some prescriptive language is proposed to be added to the development procedures bylaw in circumstances where property owners are requesting to develop in a manner which would require a privately owned community system. The regional district would ask for a utility condition assessment from a professional engineer. Just so the board is aware, there is an existing requirement in the procedures bylaw for variances to miscellaneous servicing requirements. So this is relatively similar to existing processes that are in place. What is new is a bit more prescriptive requirements for those reports. So that would include drawings of the proposed system, a certification from the professional engineer that the system design is equivalent either to the regional district's bylaws or the current MMCD guidelines, which may be updated on a more frequent basis than the regional district's bylaw. It would further require an engineer's assessment of the current condition of the existing works and certification that the system has capacity to support the intended development. So in light of all of these considerations, staff are recommending that the bylaw amendments be adopted as proposed. However, there are a few alternatives that the board could consider. The first would be to abandon the proposed amendment bylaws. However, staff does have concerns related to consistency of this approach with the strategic direction outlined in the regional growth strategy. And for this reason, should the board elect to abandon the proposed amendment bylaws, staff feel that for those electoral areas that participate in the RGS, that consultation should be initiated with the member municipalities regarding an amendment to the regional growth strategy bylaw in order to revise the policy number 3A-3 that speaks to discouraging private utility systems. It is also anticipated that should this regional growth strategy amendment be initiated, that subsequent amendments would also be required to those participating electoral area official community plans. Alternatively, the board may wish to not proceed with this project and also not initiate amendments to the regional growth strategy, but staff does have concerns that this approach may be a bit inconsistent, where strategic policies are speaking to discouraging private utility systems, but those policies have little effect without supporting regulations in the regional district's land use bylaws to actually implement that policy direction. With that, I'm happy to take any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you, staff. An interesting report. Any questions for staff at this point? Director Roberts, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I, for myself, in regards to Area G, very similar to Area H. I think it's a little bit of an overstep. I look at the possibility and costs in regards to staffing and the expansion, and all of a sudden just saying going forward, we're going to take all these over. I have over 8 water systems and about, I think I got 6 separate sewer systems that there's no issues with at all that are outside of a local government, like an improvement district or an irrigation district. I would much rather, I like the bit in regards to, people make sure that they're sending off the regulations which are in the province already. I also look at, this additional bureaucracy in regards to permitting and the different things, slowing things down, but the same area in Area H, I don't have, as Area H, I don't have a lot of areas that I'm going to have any further. I'm not interested in this for Area G. I'm concerned about us taking and going ahead and all of a sudden just saying we're now in charge of all these utilities as moving forward. And it kind of, I know there was discussions before in regards to, curbside pickup. Nobody wants to, we don't want to be in the business of, well, of course we're in the business of things. I like it as a one-off thing. I think there's a lot of regulations out there that hold owners accountable. And when people buy in a private strata, it's buyer beware. And we do end up with different things, and it ends up costing those people themselves. but to all of a sudden put the burden on everybody and across the board, because I see areas like Area H and Area G and us that are far more flung, a lot of the staffing costs and all that stuff will be quite significant. So for Area G, I'm not interested. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Director Federico, please.
Wonderful. Thank you, the chair. So again, I'm a little frustrated that infrastructure is not sitting at the table and I don't see Lisa in the room. I'm struggling to see why this is an initiative being led by planning. I see the correlation, but I'm struggling a little bit on why, again, infrastructure, who would then be taking this over, is not the ones leading this discussion or here to ask questions to. So I've also been having conversations with the Okanagan Basin Water Board, and I attended on August 8th an information session that they put out about the 1 hectare rule. And from them, as well as the provincial leaders that were at that table, have said that this type of information can be included in our liquid waste management plans and can be clearly outlined in there. So for me in Area E, I don't want to go this route, but I'm happy to look at it and explore how it will fit into the liquid waste management plan and clearly identify and outline that is there. So right now, Area E doesn't have the funding capacity or desire really to have a publicly owned utility system or to make that mandatory for new developments that are coming in. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Federico. Any other questions or comments? Director Monteith, please.
Oh, thank you, through the chair. Area I is all in, so this is important to us. As staff have pointed out, we had a whole series, and there's a lot more coming of these bareland stratas, and the community is concerned just with our topography, all that sort of planning for the long term for the community. And they did turn down the sewer referendum, so they don't want sewer. So this is a way that is a happy medium for people to add that density on lots, but yet protect the community. So I do want to proceed for Area I.
Thank you, Director. Director Gettins, please.
Yeah, thank you for the chair for Area F, because we don't have any development that we can really undertake in Area F. I'm fine to wait on this one too. I don't have the urgency in my area, so I'm just sharing that for information.
Thank you, Director. Any other? Director Coyne, please. Senior.
So I don't know, can I make a motion now?
You can, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we abandon this bylaw amendment for the time being. I can bring it back some future date if necessary.
Is there a seconder? I'll second it. Any discussion? Director Taylor, please.
Yeah, I think I'd speak against this. We seem to wind up acquiring private systems. We're acquiring one in West Bench area. We've just acquired, I think we're in the process of acquiring 3 in our area with a 4th potentially in the near future. And that seems to be the way they go. I am interested, as another director said, in hearing utilities' perspective on this. I'm concerned about the load on staff. I understand that. I'd like to know how we're going to resource this. But I would be speaking against the motion.
You. Director Coyne, please.
So the idea that we end up taking these all over is, I don't want to call it a BS, but there are hundreds and hundreds of these water systems in the regional district. And at present, I believe we're up to 6 that we've taken over. And there may be a few more in the wings, but that's a drop in the bucket compared to what is out there for these systems. Now, I contacted the water branch that licenses all these systems. There are a few thousand in our area of these systems. and many of them are owned and operated by municipalities. But they, as the water branch, don't even know how many. Like, there's on their list. When I talked to Patrick Farmer, he's our water guy out of Merritt. They had no idea of some of them that are out there. They're not up to date, and they're IHA and the water branch don't talk to one another very well. So they're all governed by IHA, does the inspections, and they have to keep up to the standards through IHA. But the water branch is the ones that license them. So how in God's name would we ever even begin to understand the size and scope of this? I know that this isn't going to include the ones at present that are already licensed, but we don't even know how many of them are out there. And that is always an option to come back to. So that's why I don't think we're ready for this type of thing. And like Director Federico had said, where is utilities needs to be as part of this conversation, because I think we're jumping into things that we don't need to be getting into at this time. Maybe at some point in the future, this is something that needs to be considered, but at present, this is being blown way out of proportion for the amount of systems that we've had to take over and the amount that are potentially out there, or new ones that may or may not be coming on board. I just think this is really wrong to proceed with this. Anyways, I'll shut up now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I do see Director Blumfeld's hand, but I also saw the delegation put a hand up briefly. Mr. Kent, would you want to comment before we go to Director Blumfeld?
Yeah, through the chair, just a few points of clarification on these amendment bylaws. The amendment bylaws in front of committee today do not contemplate whatsoever acquisition of private utility systems. That is a separate but related issue. If the board does have concerns or an interest in pursuing revisions to its acquisition policy, that is something that it could undertake separately, but it's not something that's being contemplated at this time. What these amendments relate to is, one, a prohibition of new private utility systems, and two, clarification around the procedures for the board to consider appeals to that prohibition. So the idea was that the board, rather than responding to private utility systems retroactively after they'd previously been developed with no oversight by the regional district, that those could be reviewed and considered at the outset, and only those systems that the board was comfortable with could be approved. And those would still be private systems. They would just require the issuance of a permit prior to construction. That permit would come before the board. As a, I think, separate note as well, I did hear some concern related to irrigation districts. Those are included in the definition as a form of public systems. That is not something that is proposed to be regulated by these amendments.
Thank you. Director Blumfeld, please.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Kemp. You said exactly what I was going to say, but in addition to that, I do think that it's a good idea to have a joint submission to the board by the Planning and Utilities Department and Public Works Department, rather. And moving forward on future applications for private systems, we could talk about the scale of the size of those systems in reference to there being thousands of systems in the regional district, or an unknown amount of systems in the regional district. That includes situations like you've got a shared well, where you've got two or three users sharing a well. That's classified as a water system within the regional district. So, on future applications, maybe there can be a limit on scale and the size of the system being proposed, whether it's supplying 2 properties or 5 properties or 10 properties, etc., as to whether the regional district should be actually managing that system. It does seem ridiculous that the regional district would manage a system with just 2 or 3 users on it. But if it's, if it's 50 or 100 users, then that's a different question. And the issue that we have is that when those large systems go wrong, as we well know, it creates an awful lot of legal costs to the regional district. It creates a lot of staff time to the regional district, which is cost. There's a lot of costs involved in sorting out the mess when these systems go wrong. So I think that's the intent of trying to avoid those future messes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Director Monteith, please, and then Director Gettins.
Through the chair, Director Coyne, I definitely heard what you said, but you actually helped my case. So this bylaw amendment is exactly what we need to protect property owners. So this is an opportunity for property owners to be able to utilize their land, add that density, but protect the community and protect future homeowners. So Area I needs this. And if other areas are not prepared, Area I definitely would take it on and just do it on its own to start and see how it goes. Like, it's important that we do this. We had a whole series of applications. I know that there's probably at least 10 more coming. The community is not prepared for that. The land is not prepared for that. So we need to do this to be able to protect the community, allow the development, and proceed. So Caledon is very different than rural Princeton. So I need to have this bylaw to protect the community, to allow the density, to allow property owners to do what they need to do on their property. And this is a sweet spot in the process. So as for the regional district owning them, if they're built to regional district standards and they're maintained by the regional district from the beginning, it's actually a savings to the taxpayer at the end, because they're doing it from the beginning correctly. So when it's privately built, they don't always build to a local government standard. And then later we try to upgrade it to meet to that government standard, and we can't. It's costly to the taxpayer. So this is important. And if this bylaw fails at this vote, I will be making an alternate recommendation that we just do Area I.
Thank you, Director Monteith. Director Gettins, please.
Thank you to the chair. I don't have too much more to say, except I just want to say, when the RDOS is taking over water systems, we're never asked to take over water systems that are doing well and high functioning. And there are a number of those. Like, we do see that. In the last report around this, we had a letter from one of our local architects showcasing one of his jobs out in Armada, where they do share a sewer system. And that's what allowed these townhomes to be built. So I think we have to be just aware that there are a lot of successful systems out there that are small, that we are not running, and what we see happening, then when they come to us, it's a very different ballgame. So I'm on the fence with this one. And again, like, it just doesn't impact Area F like it does in some other areas. And maybe it is better to go area by area, because what Caledon's facing is a challenge that won't happen in Area F. And I can see why Director Coyne Sr. and Director Roberts needs more flexibility in their areas, because they're bigger, and they just need to have different ways of making this happen for housing. So maybe an area by area approach is better than a region-wide approach.
Thank you, Director Gettins. Any other comments, Mr. Kent, please?
Just another additional consideration for committee, just building on Director Gettins' comments. Recognizing that there are existing systems, existing community systems that are privately owned. As with any land use regulation, those existing developments and systems would be rendered non-conforming with the implementation of this new bylaw. So they would be allowed to persist in their current form. It would only be when there's redevelopment proposed or potential expansion to additional parcels with additional development proposed, where they would then be required to meet the current bylaw standard. But otherwise, those existing systems out there would not be subject to these regulations.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll add mine. I think I'm kind of on grab your chest, people. I'm in agreement with Director Gettins here on this one. And with Director Roberts, we don't see a lot of growth potential in the Area C area that would require mandating this. So I kind of believe that Director Blumfeld may have nailed something where some kind of a size limitation. We do have shared wells here. I'm aware of one that's functioned for the most part well through quite a number of owners. I don't know how many other ones are here, but I have been informed that they do exist. That works better on large tract properties. There's no point in pushing a hole into each, for each home into the same pot. So there may be places where that can be made to work. Anyways, with that being said, no more questions. There's a comment from Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Director Coyne would pause or retract and allow utilities to come back with planning to tell us, A, how this can be resourced, and B, just a little bit more clarity on what it doesn't mean and what it does mean.
I
We just get a bit more info. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to punt everything down the road, but I think we're playing to some extent with half a deck here in terms of not having utilities at the table.
Chair?
Certainly.
I would just like to point out that it's not Director Coyne's decision to make here. There's a motion on the floor. So it's up to the board to decide if they wish to vote to postpone consideration of the motion on the floor.
We'd have to vote down this motion first, though, would we not, Ms. Graham?
No.
No, you can postpone consideration of the motion.
Fair enough. Would someone like to move that? Director Taylor, is there a second? Yep, seconder. All in favor? Or any discussion on postponement, pardon me? Or seeing none? I'll get it sooner or later. Seeing none? Call the question. All in favor of postponement? Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Chair. Why are we postponing it and until when?
Director Taylor, would you like to set a time on it?
The next meeting or the meeting after next, maximum 2, with additional information from utilities and planning on resourcing and clarity as to what it means and doesn't mean.
Thank you. Ms. Cram, does that become a second motion?
No, so the motion is to postpone till the next meeting or the one following to allow both planning and utilities to be in attendance and be able to discuss resourcing and clarity.
Thank you. That motion then is carried, so. Next, we have a few minutes, we have some time yet, so let's see how far we can go here. Bylaw enforcement procedures compliance period. Ms. Malden, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this report is to provide the board with an overview of the practices that are currently being followed during the compliance period for a land use bylaw infraction. This report is for information, and we do have staff present from both planning and bylaw to present.
Thank you. Staff?
Thank you. And again, cognizant of time, I'm hoping to move through this quickly, but this is an item that is in response to the last board meeting wherein the board had considered an item and had raised concerns regarding the inclusion of bylaw enforcement information within planning administrative reports. So just a bit of background, in 2018, the bylaw enforcement procedures policy was adopted, and the purpose of doing so was to provide guidance to staff, elected officials, and members of the public on the receipt of complaints and initiation of investigation and enforcement proceedings as they are related to contravention of designated RDOS regulatory bylaws. So largely a policy that is focused around the idea of transparency. So the policy also sets out the various roles and responsibilities of the board as well as staff, as well as how complaints are submitted and subsequently processed, and more on this later. The means in which an appeal can be made to the board for a staff determination with respect to a complaint, the means in which confidentiality of complainants is managed, and how staff safety is ensured during our investigative processes. So the complaint review process is naturally interdepartmental, with bylaw enforcement being kind of the leading team on this. However, they do work with oftentimes building and planning, depending on the type of infraction. So a potential building bylaw infraction would involve a building official, a potential land use bylaw infraction being an infraction of a zoning bylaw would go to planning staff. And speaking from a planning perspective, staff would be able to provide commentary relating to the applicable bylaw provisions which are alleged to have been contravened, and also provide potential options for which that individual can seek a resolution. So just as a bit of a fun fact, about 50% of all our complaints that are handled by bylaw enforcement do relate to land use bylaws. So whether that be a contravention of the official community plan bylaw or a zoning bylaw. And this does account for about 44.2%, or $182,100 of the 2024 bylaw enforcement budget, and that's paid into through electoral area planning service. With respect to the investigation of complaints, if a violation is determined to have occurred, a written warning letter is sent to the offender and or the property owner, and that would be speaking to the applicable bylaw provision and how the person is alleged to have contravened it. It would typically include options for compliance, as well as a time limit for voluntary compliance to be proceed. It also would include potentially notification of other fines or potential enforcement measures should voluntary compliance not occur. In terms of, so where a violation of a land use bylaw is determined to have occurred, the offender or the property owner is typically provided with the following options, the first of which being simply to cease the use or to modify the structure that is not compliant with respect to the zoning bylaw or building bylaw, or to seek approval from the board to continue or formalize the use or structure. And again, from a planning perspective, this typically involves the issuance of a permit, whether it be a development variance permit for typically building envelope contraventions, or a temporary use permit or rezoning for use and density contraventions. This could also include a rezoning. So where board authorization is being sought as a means of complying with the bylaw, staff will typically cease enforcement until a decision is actually made by the board. The reasons for this really being focused around ensuring that procedural fairness is provided, not wanting to prejudge the outcomes of an application prior to the board's review, as well as just a matter of the availability and staffing and resourcing of bylaw enforcement. So the topic that came to light last board meeting related to administrative reports and how information regarding bylaw enforcement actions are included within our report. So just to clarify, where we do have an application that is made in response to enforcement action, we do include this information within the background section of our administrative reports. And I have included a few different examples of previous reports that have been before the board, which show this type of information. As you can see, this does vary a bit in terms of breadth, and it does depend on the nature of the contravention that has occurred and the reasons why it has ended up at the board table. So written complaints which are deemed to be without merit or are unrelated to the subject application are typically not included. So for example, if you have an applicant who is applying for a development variance permit in order to formalize the construction of a building within a setback area, there would be no need to include a complaint that had been made about dogs at large on the property, because those are largely unrelated and don't speak to the merit of what the application is asking for. So in general, the reasons for excluding these types of certain complaints that aren't with merit or are unrelated is generally based on, again, procedural fairness, where including complaints that aren't merited or are unsubstantiated it's just not relevant to the subject application and can distract the board from considering the actual issue that's under application. Additionally, including complaints that are without merit can prejudice the board's decision-making process. And as well, where complaints have no relevancy to the subject application, again, it could distract the board from considering the primary land use issue, and really only relevant and substantiated information should be included for the board to consider. Lastly, we do want to point out that inclusion of unfounded complaints can effectively incentivize the use of our enforcement processes to seek retribution against neighbors, and that is something that we actively try to avoid, and that's part of why the policy itself was adopted. And that was a quick one, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, we do have Mark Petrie as well from Bylaw Enforcement, should any other questions come up regarding the implementation of that policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dong. Any questions for the delegates? Director Roberts, please.
Thank you through the chair. Just a quick one for Mark. How's it going with this? Like, how does your department find this, and how does it work?
Okay, when a report gets referred to us, we provide the background on that subject, and it's up for the planner to decide what would be included in the report. So we allow them to make the decision, and we deal with the outcome.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Director Taylor, please.
Yeah, to staff, I'm just wondering specifically with short-term rental policy, has that been difficult, easy to enforce the existing TUP or absence of TUP? To prove that somebody is operating an Airbnb and ticket them.
Mr. Petrie, please.
Yeah, okay. Yes, even inherently in the policy that we have, it speaks to that we rely heavily on the neighbors to provide the information when they're there. The amount of evidence we need to issue a ticket and do the enforcement, the bar is pretty high, so we do have to actually catch somebody admitting that they are renting it for a time period. When we do, we will follow the voluntary compliance method within the policy. If they fail to voluntarily comply, then we escalate it to stage 2, which would be issuing tickets. So.
Thank you, sir. Director Federico, did I see your hand up?
Thank you to the chair. Director Taylor kind of asked what I was going to ask. But moving forward, what kind of items will be helpful for bylaw enforcement to be able to enforce either STR policies, or I know business licenses will be helpful, but is there any others items that we can include in this policy that will help make bylaws job easier?
Mr. Petrie, please.
I think the intent of the vacation rental review that Chris Kerr spoke about a lot would have addressed a lot of these concerns previously. Moving forward, the province has given us some additional measures that we can enforce on these. There's a data sharing portal where if we can get an agreement with the province, we can actually prove that they had rented these properties without actually having to catch somebody on site. So we have to look into the legalities of using that towards enforcement. But there are some things coming our way that we can include in a revised policy potentially once we decide which route each area wants to go.
Thank you, sir. Director Coyne Jr., please.
Yeah, I guess a bit of a comment and then a question. And that's, there's a lot of frustration around the TUP enforcement and all that. And I think that really falls back on not just this board, but previous boards, because that's our bylaw that we have. And if we didn't make it strong enough, I think that's where the frustration comes from. With that being said, when you guys come across bylaws that, you find that, they're kind of useless, do you guys bring those forward to us? Like, are you marking those and saying, you know what, we need these changed, we need these strengthened, these are, like, how often do you guys do that? Because I know we do that on a regular basis at the municipality. And, in our first bit, we removed like 40 bylaws that were no longer in use. So how often do we go through that process to make sure that we can actually do our jobs and enforce the bylaws that we have and fix the problems rather than let everybody get frustrated?
Thank you, sir. Director Patrick, or Mr. Petrie, please.
I think, yeah, Julian Cram could answer that.
Chair, I can answer that.
Fair enough.
We, on an ongoing basis, we are looking at bylaws that are brought to our attention by various staff or by the board to see whether or not they perhaps should be amended or that we should present an amendment to the board. When it's a quick and easy one, we're able to bring them forward in fairly short order. And when they need far more research and studying to look at the various implications, it takes a little bit longer. So sometimes bylaws are identified and they're not brought immediately to the board because there's ongoing work happening with them. But you see them on a regular basis. We don't necessarily put a lot of fanfare behind saying that they have been identified as being problematic. They're just brought to you for amendment with some rationale behind why the amendment is coming forward.
Thank you. Director Monteith, I saw your hand up, and then Director Conants.
Thank you through the chair. As a director, how do we get a bylaw brought forward that we see as a challenge? So I specifically have one with a shared service with Area D. So when Area I and D split, bylaw enforcement, we had a $40,000 charge that was split because we're in the same bylaw. So my taxpayers are paying for something that they didn't need. So how do I get those bylaws brought forward that I know are a challenge and I brought them forward at a board level?
Ms. Cram?
Actually, I'll take that. Sorry, Chair, we're just trying to keep you on your toes. So it's helpful when a director can identify an issue with a bylaw, and you have, and those bylaws are currently being prepared to be brought to the board by the end of the year. We did have an order in council, a letters patent from the province when those two areas separated, and that in itself is the authority that we need to operate two separate areas. However, I understand that sometimes it can be confusing. So our goal is to have all of those wrapped up by the end of the year.
Good. Ms. Monteith, does that satisfy your?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Director Federico. Oh, sorry, Director Conants. My apologies.
Thanks. I have a question for staff about these new short-term rental policies that are blanket policy throughout the province. And one of the things when they came forward was that the province insisted that they were going to enforce them. And this would not cost local government any more money, that they were going to enforce. And I have asked, I asked them when we went to our housing policy conference last spring, and then throughout, we've asked this question. No, they are going to be enforcing. How, I know you touched on this a little bit earlier, but how is the province going to enforce this? And if you feel like this may actually end up costing us quite a bit more, having to hire new bylaw officers or to follow through with these new policies?
Mr. Petrie, I assume?
Through the chair.
Yeah. So the one meeting I did have with the province, they were still working out the details. It's probably evolved since then. Far as I'm aware, if we opt in, we have the ability, or we have business licenses, we have the ability to request the province to remove those, let's say, unlawful properties from the platforms. So they have a process for doing that. They would give notice. Let's say they didn't comply with the notice the province gave them. At that point, they have a task force that would go forward. And I don't have the exact details. It'd be better asked to the province.
Thank you.
So that should be, sorry.
Can I add one more thing to that? The regional district would still be able to enforce their own land use bylaws as well.
Director Federico, please.
Thank you to the chair. So Right now, we have residents who have taken the time to scour the internet, take photos, submit evidence that there's non-compliance happening around them. For some areas and understanding we only have 1 or 2 bylaw officers that have to canvass the entire RDOS area, it can be challenging for them to get out to the rural and remote houses to keep an eye on them. And we can't expect a bylaw officer to sit in front of a house 24/7 to monitor what is happening. That's just unrealistic. So we're relying on our residents to help provide this information. But then we come back with, no, we're not finding them in non-compliance. So how can we help mitigate some of this frustration from our very rural or very remote residents that by law and truthfully may or may not get out to them, but they're providing information and they're just hitting this wall of like, no, non-conformant, that these guys are not in non-compliance, but the neighbors are feeling that they are. So how do we help mitigate some of that frustration? And then what can those residents do beyond what they're already doing to kind of help give more information to the bylaw officers?
Mr. Patrick, please.
Yeah, providing us as much information as possible. So we'll try and time a visit to the property. Typically in the morning, let's say they're waking up. So we'll try and time it when they're still there, maybe not out away from the property. Try and catch that. But there is a heavy reliance on the neighbors to provide us the time that they appear to be at the property. And we don't, of course, for the privacy of the homeowners, because you can easily get into neighborly disputes where they're calling on each other. And it can be seen as harassing, right? So we do take that seriously. So we do our best to try and catch them, but also providing them the space. I mean, they're innocent until proven guilty on our point. So.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments for this item? Seeing none, I see the delegation has come in. We do have one more item on the Planning and Development Committee. Should we postpone for today or suspend for today or postpone for another day? Consensus of the board?
I think we'll have to postpone it.
For another day or for later today?
Yes, for another day.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll call Director Weeb. Yes. Move to.
Sorry, it was just a second, but.
Thank you. All in favor? We're moving to close the meeting. Any opposed? Seeing none. Thank you. Chair Pendergraft, your show.
All right, thank you, Director Knodel. That brings us to the Protective Services Committee, and I will go to Director Roberts for this one. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll call the meeting to order on Protective Services at 10:33. Do I have someone to move the agenda? One, seconded. All in favor? All right, thank you. And I'll just pass this over to Ms. Malden. Turn it right over to the delegation. There you go. I can follow orders. Good morning. So the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having myself and the delegate here today to present to you on Q2 stats for the Regional District of the South Okanagan. And I just wanted to thank this morning Corporal Chad Jackson and Corporal Sean Hall, who are representing both Oliver and Summerland. This will be their first time presenting. And so thank you both gentlemen for stepping up to do this presentation. I had provided a copy of our Penticton RCMP strategic plan for 2024-2027 as a hard copy for everybody to have a look at as it impacts the rural areas and also the city of Penticton. So I hope that you've had an opportunity to at least retain that for your review. And should you have any specific questions on our KPIs that we have indicated, I'm happy to have those discussions in person, over the phone. And I know that many of you have had a discussion with Bob Vadamaniuk in regards to the Q2 stats as well. So today will be the new adapted style of our presentation with an opportunity to ask us any questions in relation to the Q2 stats with a strong focus on how we're delivering on our key performance indicators through our annual performance plans and or through, for us here in Penticton and rural, through our strategic plan. So without further ado, I will enter into my presentation this morning. Good morning. Myself and the team appreciate this opportunity to brief you on our current key performance indicators in relation to crime and policing in the Penticton, South Okanagan, and Similkameen regional area. This briefing reviews the data from Q2, which is April 1st to June 30th of 2024 crime statistics, in addition to a brief summary of our work for Q2 under our 2023-2024 annual performance plan. I look forward to sharing with you the final product for the Penticton RCMP 2024-2027 strategic plan, a review of our proposed key performance indicators, and discuss a vision forward as we align our work over the next 3 years with the priorities of each of you in your regional district area. Our teams have noted an increase in calls for service during quarter two. This is not unusual in the South Okanagan and supports the need to adjust the impacts placed on police resources during Q2 and Q3 of any fiscal year. Seasonal policing demands impact our ability, and we must shift and adjust, be fluid and flexible. We continue to work to focus our attention on the need to respond to 911 and priority calls while ensuring we continue to impact crime through a dedicated specialized response. We are making every effort to balance this, but again, our primary focus is on making sure we can answer those key calls for service. I had the opportunity to brief Mayor and Council for the City of Penticton, but I'd like to take the opportunity to brief the regional district area on one of our new programs implemented this summer. I'm happy to report the successful launch of the Penticton RCMP's pilot project for the Inadmissible Patrons Program. We've had the opportunity to read our recent media release on the program or even see the graphics in local establishments and hotels we have partnered with in this initiative, I want to acknowledge the leadership of the Penticton RCMP Crime Reduction Unit, working in partnership with local hotels and licensed establishments to implement the program, providing training to officers and partners. We've already seen the impacts the program has had within our community and regional area, and we are committed to take a stance on organized crime with our focus remaining on the safety of our community and those that visit. I'm happy to showcase the partnership in relation to the work our crime reduction unit did with the Integrated Municipal Provincial Auto Crime Team. Members of our frontline teams partnered with auto theft within the city, within the regional district, and regional detachment areas. This is the first time that this integrated unit from the province traveled to the South Okanagan with a primary focus on repeat auto theft offenders. I know our friends in Okanagan Falls were strongly feeling those impacts and of the increase in auto theft. And the team was able to arrest local repeat auto theft offenders who remain in custody. And in addition, these teams also partnered with the Oliver RCMP and were able to interrupt new arrivals from Alberta who were linked to a series of auto thefts spanning from the North Okanagan to Midway. This particular group had been identified as one of Alberta's top 100 offenders, repeat offenders. And so we have noticed a significant decrease in this next Q3 as it relates to auto theft, specifically in OK Falls. So I'll be looking forward to reporting out on that. And there's continued work as it relates to that particular crime type. One of the things that I heard from everybody in the room was our ability to communicate, not just the day-to-day phone conversations, and not just when we're reporting on crime, but being able to engage with each and every one of you proactively on the work that we're doing, not necessarily responding to crime, but engaging with the community. And so I'm happy to report that we were successful in the launch of our Penticton, South Okanagan, Similkameen Regional RCMP, big mouthful there, Facebook page. It is the approved platform for social media for the RCMP, and I want to thank Jay Beta for his support as one of our regional MROs. And we've been able to do over 55 proactive community safety notifications, showcase some of the work that has been done in each of the detachment and regional areas. And we have to continue work to do in this area, but I know that it's so important to get out that community safety perspective and also just showcase some of the work that is being done in your communities. And we continue to make efforts to engage with our regional detachments to boost that that platform from your communities. And I think that's one opportunity for each of you to lean in with your area and regional NCOs to be able to showcase some of that work a little bit more. But definitely a step in the right direction. Mental health and addictions. I just wanted to report out to everybody, and I know some of this is a repeat for our friends here at the City of Penticton, but I thought it was important to showcase that there has been, during this quarter, a total calls for service of 494 calls as it relates to mental health or people experiencing crisis. And so our team, who does attend the regional areas for calls to support those people who are experiencing mental health crisis or addiction crisis. And we're happy just to update everybody here in the room on the impact this team is having. And so our team has taken on 127 files during this quarter as a primary role responder, and they've provided assistance to over 84 additional files as support, getting our people experiencing this crisis connected with the proper supports. We know that we're 6 months into this program and there's just more work to be done in this area. But I'm happy to report that Interior Health named this team one of their most positive team for the month of May in terms of what they bring to the table, the enthusiasm. And I just want to thank our partners at Interior Health for acknowledging the dynamic that this group of police officers and nurses brings to their portfolio. It's really exciting to see, and it really demonstrates the modernization and commitment the area has to supporting people in mental health crisis and addiction. So happy to report that out. And for the sake of time, I'd like to just quickly bring forward the final version, and I appreciate everybody for their insight on this, showcasing that we are connected for a safer city with the Penticton RCMP 2024 to 2027 strategic plan. And this is it as a glimpse. And to allow my colleagues to have the floor as well, I just want to highlight that we have brought forward the priorities for the RCMP, while making sure that we have a strong focus and strategy to connect vulnerable people with the appropriate supports. This is not only people experiencing mental health crisis or addictions, it's our vulnerable youth, our senior citizen population, as we continue to see fraud stats climb in the area, and what are we doing to support those people that are continuing to be victimized by what we call scams or fraudsters. And this will also be the area where we will be leaning in to start the creation of a youth, restorative justice youth delegate within the city, working with the RCMP to support our most vulnerable youth with our wraparound approach to using restorative justice, connecting them to our partners in the community. And that was something I heard from everybody here at that table, a strong focus on that area. We want to impact crime trends through intelligence-led strategies. And what this means is as we continue to have finite resources with competing demands, when we do proactively deploy our teams, we want to make sure that we're directing them to the areas in our communities where we know crime is happening. So if they're able to do that proactive work, we're going to lead them to where it's happening and where they're going to be able to make an impact in that area. We know our business owners or homeowners are, wanting to see that visible presence. It creates a sense of safety. They want to see us in your communities, and we need to make efforts to do that, but we also need to be available to answer those calls. And so this is a strategy to make sure we're having the best return on our proactive investment in the communities. I know that Riley, I didn't have a chance to speak with you, but I know this is going to be something that's very important. And for me, as this was the first time as the chief of police where I really saw all the teams come together, seeing the fire truck from Caledon coming into West Bench was just such an amazing experience to see all of that connectivity, support, and partnership. And I just want to really commend Mike Larson and BC Forestry for their response, and all of the other agencies that I'm missing to acknowledge our teams of RCMP, BC Ambulance, and really responding to that fire in West Bench area and being able to, and also the support with the incident on the PIB as it relates to that fire. A community coming together to respond. It was just an absolute I think, really comforting feeling for me, as this was the first time as the OIC here. So we'll continue to lean into that, making sure that we're connecting with our partners to make sure we're responding as they expect, making sure that we're developing our teams to be able to support that response. And we have dedicated one of our key performance indicators to that piece in the community. And lastly, driving results together. And that this is an opportunity to have every business line within our RCMP detachment here in Penticton to bring forward ideas on how we reduce crime. And it's not up to just your senior management team in the detachment to come forward. The boots on the ground, seeing what's happening, working together, and that's community engagement, that's youth engagement, that's traffic enforcement, that's innovation to make sure that we're trying to get a modern approach to what we're doing in the community and making sure that we're listening to the community to see what they want and what we can absolutely do about it. So again, this is really a quick glimpse. Again, happy to have those conversations offline with anybody about the nuances, and I hope that when you have an opportunity to read that larger document, we can have those conversations. So any questions?
Anybody around the table? Let me see if any hands. Wow. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
We have Director Bloomfield.
We have to make one comment at least. I note from your presentation and from the stats that we've seen some sharp increases in auto thefts, and you said that that was in relation to a team, I guess, or a group that came in from Alberta. And how often does that happen, and is there any way of tracking the movement of prolific offenders from one area, even one province, to another?
Through the chair. Great question. So I'm going to start with the REVOI and repeat offender program that we have within the Southeast District, which is as far north as Kamloops and as far south as the border. And we are regularly communicating as people that commit this type of crime travel throughout the province, travel throughout the region. And we are constantly using intelligence bulletins, our analysts tracking the movements of these people. And even if we haven't identified them, looking at their MOs and how they're committing these types of crimes, intelligence around the types of vehicles that are being taken and often where they're being recovered. I know Staff Sergeant Pollock, with his experience working in the Whistler area, was actually able to connect some dots with some people that we saw traveling back and forth from that area to the Penticton and South Okanagan areas. So we do make efforts to track these people through intelligence, through looking at the MOs of how they're committing these types of offenses to try and make sure that we're collaborating to put our best foot forward on how we respond. So as it relates to interprovincially, that does happen depending on the nature of the offense and that connectivity between our crime reduction unit and partners that we have in different areas, provinces, and regions. It's a little bit more unique that would happen, but it is something that we definitely have the ability to do more frequently than maybe we had 30 years ago.
Director Spencer.
Just Director Spencer now.
Just going with that.
I like it.
Yes.
Fraud is up like just about across the board everywhere. Is that like internet-based fraud? Is that phone fraud, or is it like in-person type stuff?
Through the chair, there is an array of tactics as it relates to fraud. It is something that we've seen provincially and nationally on the rise, absolutely. I think with the technology, advances in technology, and the, I would say, sophistication of those people committing these types of offenses, it is across the board. Your standard old school fraud, check writing frauds of the day when I was a young constable on the road. It's far different than it is today. You're getting text messages, emails, they're scams, whatever they might be. We saw some reported out on the news even about people committing saying they're going to do work as it relates to construction. So we have our team here, the community policing team for the regional district area, who have been to most of the communities, strongly focusing on those people we see most impacted, which unfortunately is those people that are collecting pension checks and are more vulnerable, and trying to give them that education piece. And we do have partners, and I'm going to forget the title of the people that help us with fraud in the nationally. And so are you.
The Canadian Anti-Fraud Center, or phone busters, some people call them.
Yes, so they are working extensively in that area as well. We are even seeing things like cryptocurrency and those type of advanced types of scams happening. So really challenging, to say the least, but definitely people are leaning in as best we can to educate. When in doubt, don't accept the text, and don't be sending money to anybody. And if it just doesn't feel right, don't do it. Old school bills coming in the mail is, not necessarily a bad thing.
Follow up?
Another question. So you guys are working on that, and what is it? The organized crime part of things. Is this? I want to phrase this right so
Okay.
the public doesn't lose their crap. Is this new, or is this like existing stuff that we just are now gonna kind of get a better handle on, right? I mean, organized crime's always been in the valley. It's nothing new if anybody's lived here long enough, right? But is this just a new tactic and how we're going to deal with it? And then we're going to deal with this across the board. We've had some stuff, right? And we just is that how this is going to happen, or is this new stuff that's popping up?
So through the chair, great question. You're correct. Organized crime has been in the province, been in this area, operating in various criminal activities for a very long time. I think I would like to be honest, it's a bit of a different strategy, as a different OIC has come in with different experiences and different techniques that have worked in other communities, and trying to try something new here as it relates specifically to the inadmissible patrons policy and program. As it relates to enforcement, we partner again with provincial teams like our CFSEU Combined Forces section out of the Southeast District Kelowna, working those larger, what we would call larger target groups. We do work with them when they ask, and we have our Southeast District Major Crimes Unit as well that responds to homicides and suspicious death complaints in the South Okanagan as well. So I think it's just us acknowledging that it still exists, and we're trying to be innovative, modernize and use tactics that we know and have been successful in other areas. The inadmissible patrons policy and program has been implemented in Kamloops, in Kelowna, and I thought it was something we should try here locally, and really says something about the region and the councils and the regional districts of the areas about taking a stance against this type of criminal activity. And I thought it was important to bring that to the area, and we'll continue to lean in and support each other to responding to these type of criminal activities.
Perfect, thank you. Director Taylor.
Yeah, just really like the new format. I've said it before, say it again. This is, for me, more beneficial than listening to the stats. I like getting the stats earlier, and then we have this discussion here, so thank you.
I appreciate the feedback, thank you.
Director Gettens, was that a hand or was that a clap?
It's a bit of both. It was a clap because I like the new format as well, and I like the extra communication. But now that I've got the floor for a minute, I wanted to just quickly go back on that.
Quick turn off.
Yeah, no, I wanted to go back to that fraud. That is something that I think is really targeting, especially our senior population, when you talked about vulnerability and that technology piece and everything. And I would love to see some more communication on that, on tips of just easy things for people to realize, because I think we've all got those kind of fraudulent emails, and it's easy for you to ignore when you're comfortable. But, I've had a conversation with my parents about this, and they've had a call from somebody claiming to be their grandkid, and it's frightening stuff. So I would just love more education for the public on that. And thanks for everything you all do.
Absolutely. Thank you again through the chair for that feedback. And again, partnering through any of your community's social media or communications and co-presenting with RCMP strategies and area strategies as it relates to fraud and education. We're absolutely all over it, and you will continue to see more of it on what we're able to get out to the communities.
Thank you.
Director Van Delphin.
Thank you. Through the chair. I'm a director. I'm from Summerland, but I work in Penticton every Saturday at the farmers market. And it is not unnoticed. Generally, every Saturday, there's members walking through, sometimes with a medical person, an ambulance attendant, if that's the correct terminology, EMT, I don't know. But you know what? It's not unnoticed. It is really welcome to see the members walk through, and all the vendors and people, citizens take, very pleased to see that. It is generally every Saturday. It's nice to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, not seeing any other. I have a couple questions, and again, statements of support. Have feedback from different communities. Very happy with, for instance, we had coffee with the cop in Headley, and they're chomping at the bit to have them back, so they want to return. Heard really good things. They really made a splash, I guess. But yeah. So the other thing is, in other communities, people are making mention that I've heard from, different areas of, how they feel that the RCMP members, whether or not it's pulling up with their cruiser and talking to people or standing out by a park, really appreciating that. And in other areas wanting to see more of that. And my question is whether or not in regards to like the Coffee with the Cop and these other kinds of initiatives in regards to community outreach, regards to rurally, do you have like a strategy in regards to kind of like a timetable to make sure that you hit all these areas, or is it just pretty much kind of like our bylaws, complaint-based, where somebody reaches out and then the rural director organizes it, or do you have like a plan to sequentially go through all the different areas and different little mini communities?
Through the chair, Staff Sergeant Dan Pollock for Penticton, South Okanagan, Smilkameen, that's a long name, regional detachment. What we're doing is we planned another Coffee with the Cop. We were kind of aiming for August, and there's some holidays. It'll probably be late September, early October when we get the next Coffee with the Cop out. Sergeant Potter has been tracking through our shift report when members are doing patrols through Headley and making an effort to stop and talk and see what's wanted, what's desired. As well as through Princeton, just kind of tracking those things to hopefully go to the next Coffee with a Cop and see where we're at and where things are at. I've also been contacted by a member from Headley, a citizen from Headley, who's had some ideas about different events we could attend, and they were going to compile a list of different things like Canada Day, Thanksgiving events, there's a pancake breakfast, and things like that. And we're going to get back to him with which ones we can't attend them all, but which ones we could attend. So I don't know how systematic it is, but we're doing our best to try to be there for events periodically and where we're needed and where we're wanted, and to the best that we can with our resources.
Well, thanks. And I do appreciate that. And I'm quite aware of those things with Headley. I was just thinking kind of like over the whole region, whether or not like there's other little communities, or whether or not it's Coston or, the Caramias rural, or it's in the area C around Oliver, different lakes. Do you, looking at a strategic plan in regards to the whole area, making sure that, you're being seen and reaching out about different community involvements across the rural and remote areas?
Through the chair, what I would like to see ultimately when we're able to regroup for September is our regional area commanders making sure they have an events list for their region and their area. And then we've got something started at Penticton Detachment, and we work with the events for the city, and where we're able to, if it's not something that requires an enforcement action, we decide if we're able to go, and we usually let the organizer know what we're able to do. And so if there's something that's at a pre-existing document that showcases some of the events that are going on, if that was could be sent to all of the area commanders, and then we could have that in advance. And when we know it's happening, whether it's a a bike event at one of the schools, or it is a community event at one of the community halls. It's something that at least we would know about, and if the opportunity presents. I know that I got an invitation for the fire hall event and unfortunately wasn't able to make it myself, but it was really great to be able to get that invite, know what was happening. It usually gets populated into my calendar, and then when we have our SLT meeting, okay, who's going next week, and making sure that we can do it when we can, obviously knowing that sometimes things happen and it's all about communication. So I think it's a great idea, and I know that we'll regroup as we leave here today. We have another team meeting and bring that something to the radar for September. Thank you for the suggestion.
Perfect. Director Coyne.
Thank you. Traffic stuff. And it's been carnage this summer, like absolute carnage. And, you know, we had that motorcycle that ran into the side of that truck. Yeah. School's coming back. People don't seem to want to slow down. People don't seem to want to stay in their lanes. How can we work with like traffic and you, our BC Highway Patrol, I guess now, and our general duty guys to like do something drastic here? Because like, I don't know, it seems like our fire department is, I think all we do now is traffic incidences. So I don't know what the answer is, but you know, Princeton Summerland Road, Tulameen, those aren't BC, those aren't highway patrols. They keep telling me it's not their job. So how do we get enough people to get out and do all that when our detachments are strapped as it is?
I'll just quickly comment. Great point. Having a strategy as the kids go back to school. I know I'm working with the city in Penticton and the school district here for our traffic campaign. And we talked about the regional district area and wanting to make sure that those schools that main highways are operated by MOTI or taken care of by MOTI, and what sort of strategies could be put in place to, whether it's large signage or it's those digital cameras for speed, and what campaigns we can do to get people to slow down and leaning in together to do that. So thank you for segueing into that. I know that there's I had been talking with the CAO for RDOS in regards to grant applications, and I'm just wondering, probably not the best platform, but definitely something to talk about in terms of if there's no police visibility, what can we do with the communities and regional district areas where we see schools to look at signage that can be posted, or looking at those electronic speed watch signs, and looking at the volunteers in terms of speed watch would be great. Where we can't be all the time, coming up with a shared response to that. So really good conversation. We're a few weeks away. I'm not sure what we can pull together for the regional area, but something that we should be talking about as communities probably as soon as the kids get out of school for when they go back.
Through the chair, to follow up on that, I can't speak entirely for BC Highway Patrol, but I believe Princeton saw the most contacts with people in the last quarter. BC Highway Patrol generally focus their enforcement on where collisions have happened and where there's been fatalities. And I believe it was just over 500 contacts they had in the last quarter in the Princeton area. BC Highway Patrol, not including Princeton detachment. And then Sergeant Potter makes use of the shift report to kind of focus. There's like a pass on section there where we can focus our patrols where he wants people to go and do it that way. And in Karamias, the citizens on patrol have kind of stepped back up, and Corporal Parsons is trying to regroup that group, and then we can maybe get some things like speed watch going again and address things that way.
So is there, like, it doesn't, like, I've seen the guys out, like I've talked to them and stuff, and it's great. It's great to see them out. It's just, it doesn't seem to be getting through to people's heads that they need to slow down. I mean, it's horrible, right? I mean, it's amazing more people haven't died this summer. I guess it's just vehicles are built better than they used to be. But I mean, it's getting to the point where I don't want to drive, and I drive a lot, and I don't want to drive on the highways at certain times of days because it's too busy. And I don't, like, we got to find some way. I don't know who we talk to, but we have to find some way to like slow people down, like whether it's like zero tolerance or whatever, but we got to do something because you know, they're going through town and the guys are, you know, they're up at Westridge all the time and they're trying to slow them down coming down the hill. But I mean, you're almost getting run off the road if you're doing the speed limit now. So I'm just, I don't know. Kids are gonna get run over, right? And that's gonna be bad. And I don't know what else to do. And I don't know. I call as many in as I can.
Thank you for that. Now I have Director Taylor, then I have Director Gettens.
Yeah, similar to Director Coyne, don't know if we've quite reached the same level of frustration, but we've actually had community members purchase some of those flashing signs. But now we can't get Modi to approve us positioning them somewhere. So perhaps you can help us open that door.
Great point. I'm happy to work with you and Bob to move that along. It's so great that, yeah, those community people have stepped up to make that purchase.
Director Gettens?
Thanks. Just on the same line, and I know we're at time here, so I'll be really quick. So Area F in Greater Westminster at the school, we did buy one of those flashing signs that show how fast you're going, and it's the RDOS staff that move it around from park to and from the school. It's hugely impactful and welcomed when the school does start going back in. Now it's done at the little park around the corner. We also did get Modi to do some testing to speed, like to track how fast cars were going on some of these roads. And then we put together a report and went to UBCM. And it was a whole lot of work to try and get some sort of mitigation. And then the end result was some new signage reminding people of the same thing. So it is really hard to work with Modi. But I do think that if we work together as a region with the RCMP, I think we'll have a stronger voice if we do this together, because having Modi, they're, you know, we have this whole report and I'll share it with the board, but their whole idea is that they're there to move things and goods and people around BC, regardless of how that road is used by the community. And it's an uphill battle, but I like this idea of doing it together. I think we'll have a stronger voice. Thanks.
All right, not seeing any others. I'll just add 2 questions before we go. I leave myself to last. In regards to the good work that you're doing with the mental health, the program, and with nursing in Penticton, and I'm wondering whether or not there's been any discussions in the future, because I understand costs, personnel, locations, et cetera. Now, working out rurally as a paramedic and dealing with equally with the RCMP on isolated remote areas where we end up with mental health and waiting, I'm wondering whether or not there's any thought in the process of having like a mental health worker on call system for more of the rural areas, because you've got like a you know, individual officer by themselves, you know, attending some of these, you know, in the middle of the night or early morning. So I feel for them, and a lot of times we're kind of there to lean on each other's shoulders when we turn up. So just wondering if there's any thoughts, or if that's come across the table at all.
Through the chair, there are a number of initiatives, and I apologize that I can't recall the actual name of them off the top of my head. But I know for the Southeast District, they had a group coming together to look at other strategies that were going on throughout the country to address exactly responding and supporting people in crisis in rural areas. And so I know there were some models in Alberta where they actually had a crisis nurse in the dispatch, sitting with the dispatchers and being able to, yes, it's over the phone, but to help mitigate, support members responding. And I know that those innovations were being looked at, and I don't have an update, but definitely would be prepared to come back and give an update as to where the district is heading. But I know they were leaning into that piece to really, for those communities that don't have the integrated crisis response or a nurse, to be able to support that piece. So they are working towards that. Doesn't answer your question, but the conversation is happening, and I know that they are looking into it. So I'll get you an update.
Thank you. Okay, last call. Director King.
Thank you. Through the chair, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for what you do in the community. I know it's frustration here around the table. Each town has its own little issue. But on another note, the question is, Do you have any issues with recruiting new members?
So, through the chair, to answer your question, recruiting had dropped down quite a bit over the last number of years, but we've actually seen a huge increase. What we're being told is that our depot or training facility is going to be running full staff, maybe even be at full staff now, or full complement. So we're going to start seeing those changes. We're going to start seeing more people coming, more officers coming to our communities, but it is going to take some time to fill those gaps. But we're heading in a very positive direction, is what we're being told.
We will be having a recruiting initiative taking place here in September. And I know that during the summer, BC Highway Patrol was working diligently in the whole region as well and held a number of recruiting events. So we are seeing people show up, and we're all leaning in to make sure that people are becoming more and more interested in policing.
Well, thank you very much. That's a very a great presentation, and I really appreciate you coming here, all of you. And we do appreciate this new format. Thank you.
Now, I just want to say I did just take over the floor, and I hate doing that to my colleagues. And so I know each of them has, we've gone over our time, but each of them has an update for their communities quickly. So if we still have the time to us to give that presentation.
We do till 11:30, I believe.
Okay, so take it away, Sergeant Beta.
Thanks, Superintendent McAndee, and through the chair. So Superintendent McAndee actually touched on a lot of the points, so I'll be quite quick here. What are we doing to reach our goals in our annual performance plan for Soyuz crime reduction, specifically specifications around that one for this year were theft from vehicles, and then traffic and marine safety, as well as employee wellness. So you've heard me, I've used my platform as a media relations officer. I've preached many times about how to prevent yourself from being a victim of theft from vehicles, locking your stuff and keeping your valuables put away. Both in the city or in the town of Osoyoos as well as a rural area, we've actually seen theft from vehicles going down. Whether that's through the education that we're been providing, I don't know, but it's good to see the trend going down in that side of it. One of the other things we're looking at doing is Staff Sergeant Pollock came across some signs that ICBC has made up, and it's basically a lockout auto crime sign. So signs that you'll see in parking lots where community events are, whether it's at your beaches or things like that. So we're going to look at having all of our communities going to be all of our commanders going to be talking to the community members there and the towns just to see if we can get those signs put up at high risk areas or areas where there's been theft. So so that'll go towards basically crime reduction in all of our areas. When it comes to traffic safety, again, we don't speak on behalf of BC Highway Patrol, but we're fortunate to have them in our areas. In Osoyoos alone, in this quarter, we had, I think it was 270, if I'm not mistaken, contacts with traffic offenders through our, or just regular drivers that maybe just had a positive contact with our BC Highway Patrol. But they're out there. We appreciate their help. I've spoke many times at these meetings about the marine safety and the project we have for a safe boating station. It's been a number of years this project has been coming to fruition. I'm pleased to say that the Rotary has started to actually build the station now at Osoyoos. Hope to have it done within the next few weeks, and look forward to providing you a date for an open house for that, where we'll have Sam's family. Sam is who we're dedicating it to. He's a young man who drowned in 2015 on the lake. His family is actually donated to the station as well, so they'll be coming up. And so I look forward to the opening of that. And that's built, I went down last Wednesday and just amazed at how many people were actually working on it. All volunteers. It's all been done through donations and volunteers. And I met some people who were brand new to our community who had come out to help build the station. So very exciting community effort there, and just really happy that's coming to fruition. The last thing I have is one of the things I've always said to my members, and it's just something that I've noticed throughout my policing careers, police visibility, and we've spoken about it a few times today already. We will never know how many crimes we've prevented just through our police visibility alone. Having our members out there, we call flying the colors of our police car, letting people see us out there. Again, we will never know how many crimes we prevented, but we know it works. And so it's you know, I'm a big proponent of getting our members out on the road and being visible. So, thank you.
Any questions for? Okay. Thank you. Who's next up?
Through the chair, Corporal Hall from the Summerland RCMP. Thank you to Superintendent McCandy and all the delegates here allowing me to speak. As far as our stats go, I spoke to Mayor and Council in Summerland on Tuesday, so I won't reiterate a whole ton of stuff. But we've had a pretty good quarter. We noticed a significant reduction in a number of our statistics. We've had some very good success remanding some prisoners or with suspects with high rates of recidivism and whatnot. But to put that into perspective, in Summerland, that could be 2 people. And if we take those 2 people out of the community, that could reduce 90% of our crime. We also have in Summerland the luxury of a lower call base, which allows my officers a little bit more investigative time and time to be able to put the paperwork forward. So I'll speak now to the detachment performance plan, which I believe that we started in April, has also assisted in reducing those numbers. And as my colleague Sergeant Beta had mentioned, presence, and that's one of our things is, rather than just calling it presence, we really wanted to come into community engagement in with positive interactions with the police and public. For a couple of years now, myself and Constable Wenger have been coaching the high school, Summerland Secondary High School rugby team. We'll be starting, that's specifically a spring sport, we'll be starting up again actually this fall to start a fall league, as well as I'm going to be starting up a weightlifting club with the high school as well. Wanted to get that started last year. Unfortunately, I injured myself in a tournament. One of our other members, Constable Holm, is very active as well. He plays, you'll see him out in the evenings. One of the things about Summerland is we see is sometimes midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, there's kids out playing basketball at the middle school, and Constable Holm will pull over, drop his gear and go play basketball with the kids, which goes a long way. And we're finding that the development with the relationships with the youth and their parents as well tends to go pretty far. We're also engaged with Law 12 lectures, Constable Evans, and detachment tours with the Law 12 class, as well as I think we had some kindergarten classes through and some daycares through and whatnot. And I remember when I was a kid growing up north and having going through the RCMP detachment when I was in Hazelton had a big impact on me quite clearly. And so go from there. I've also started in the last little while downtown foot patrols. Every once in about twice a block I get out myself and go for a walk downtown. I mean, it's not a very long walk, but it's about 10-15 minutes, and being able to say hi to people on the streets and then being able to get engaged with members of the commercial properties and whatnot downtown has helped a fair bit. With respect to frauds, we noticed a significant decrease in frauds. And as Superintendent McCandy had said, we noticed last year a really huge spike in phone, internet frauds and whatnot. We've done a lot of work with that with respect to community talks, going into some of the residences where we have the more vulnerable sector victims living and whatnot, and explaining to them that's exactly it. The grandparent scams and all that kind of stuff, and educating and bringing those forward. So we notice a significant reduction there. Traffic and road safety, again, as has been mentioned, has been a focus. We've changed our focus a little bit from the previous detachment performance plan to now going high visibility, again, as Sergeant Beta had said. high visibility spots with high volume, and we might only have 1 or 2 members on that day, but we'll dedicate them, again, because in Summerland, we have the luxury of a lower call volume. We'll dedicate those members to an hour or hour and a half of doing road checks, and we don't know the black, you know, the dark figures that or stats that we don't know because we don't collect because the crime never happened, and possibly the people coming into town that night planning to do a ring of thefts from auto see us and out while the cops are there, we're going to go somewhere else. And being able to pinch the impaired drivers, or even people that might be heading to a party saying, well, maybe I'm not going to drink tonight because I know they're out doing road checks, and it's having an impact. So as far as it goes, though, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. Question from Director Coyne.
Between you and Neil, do you guys ever coordinate to try just run a car through the Princeton Summerland Road every now and then, just to kind of keep the kids on their ATVs and their parents to get them off their ATVs up there and whatnot? Because I've used that road a number of times this year, and there's been a number of kids ripping around on their side-by-sides and that, and it's concerning. I know when Rob lived up there, he, you know, kind of went out and yelled at them every now and then. So just something, if you guys have ever thought about coordinating. I don't know where your guys' boundary is up there. I think it's pretty high, but if there was a way you could like piggyback on each other.
Thank you for the question and the information. Yes, through the chair, I believe. It's the rural parts are a little bit more obviously difficult. Summerland, our boundary ends at the Summerland border. We do, although it is a regional detachment, we do help each other out. We'll attend to calls, as my partner and I did last week. Assisted at a call at Trout Creek. I guess would be the recreational site there, and to relieve Penticton from having to drive all the way up there and stuff. So we're able to help out. As far as recreational vehicles and whatnot, it can be a hit and miss, especially if it's something. But if it becomes something that is a habitual problem, or if that we get calls for service for that, we'll start to focus on that.
Through the chair, actually that area comes under the Penticton Rural. Yeah, so good information to have, and working in partnership will be key to addressing that issue.
Perfect, thank you.
Neil Potter, Princeton. I'll go over our detachment's priorities, try to leave a little bit of time for my colleague here. If you want any. So for our crime reduction strategies, one of them for this quarter was theft from vehicles. Manning Park was one of the hot spots. So I met with the Manning Park manager early summer, or actually before summer, early June, to discuss some strategies and determine where the hot spots are, because he really knows the area best. We provided prevention signs for visitors to lock up their valuables and whatnot, and also suggested the employees there could brief the visitors upon when they reserve or when they pay for their fees, without scaring them off, but kind of let them know what goes on there. Because most theft from vehicles really, like some break into the vehicles, but most times the vehicles are unlocked and people are out camping and thinking they're all alone in the woods, which they are until they're not, and it makes it a really easy target. We did assign resources on during busy periods on long weekends, especially for some patrols. Really help with police presence, but also some disputes they have there between campers and daily, day use areas, not following any rules in there. And we did get some real positive feedback from staff over there, and that had an impact. For the Princeton area, we definitely have increased patrol in problem areas and certain addresses we know about. We check people visiting these places, and vehicles in the vicinity led to some arrests, some seizures. We had one known offender on an ankle monitor this quarter, which might help with our stats for next quarter. We'll also go through restorative justice on a regular basis. We can't refer all our files there, but we have a regular consultation with the coordinator and any files that would meet that threshold is always considered. Police visibility, police and youth initiative. We were at the Princeton Secondary School ceremony in Red Surge in June, plus the grad march after that to escort the parade there. We did a few detachment tours with kindergarten students and daycare. Some foot patrols, vehicle patrols for Princeton Rodeo in June. We had a victim services community event we attended. Main objective to that was to inform people on services offered by victim services. People got to meet with social workers, EHS, and all that. We had positive feedback from that. Coffee with a Cop in Headley, obviously, I won't go over that again. We'll have another event probably planned for early, I want to say early October, maybe late September, but we'll keep in touch for that. Following Coffee with a Cop, we had focus patrols just coming from the residents there, and we did patrol these areas quite a bit. So hopefully we'll get some positive feedback on that too. Traffic road safety is always an issue. Highway 3 is our main concern. From Manning to Princeton, we try to keep like BCHP does a good job at doing the whole Manning Park area. We try to keep our resources a little bit closer. West Ridge being one of the areas just because it's before that traffic hits town. So east and west. We had focus patrols on Copper Mountain Road. Might be less visible to most of the people driving through town, but we did have some concerns for traffic in and out of the mine. So we did quite a bit of presence there and got some real positive feedback from the mine manager, but also from some residents living on that road there. Princeton Secondary School was also one of our focuses in end of June, just because I guess the kids get a little bit excited at the end of the year and reckless. So we did significant presence there, morning, noon, and afternoon, and the word got around real quick. I think it also helped for these drivers to drive safely and respect the novice driver conditions too, which they were not always doing. That's pretty much for Princeton. Any questions?
Just a real quick one. How did Tulameen days go this year?
Tulameen days, I can't speak to that. It's for next quarter. I was kidding. No. Tulameen days was next week. Yeah. Tulameen days went well. I kind of keyed. This was my first time attending Tulameen days. I kind of based the package based on previous years. There was a lot of people there. I think great success. Many kids partying. We had some challenges, but all in all, no issues. I think it was a great success. We'll still readjust our ops plan and our package for next year based on feedback.
Thank you. I heard good things about that event in regards to people's appreciation of the RCMP being there. So, yeah, it was excellent. For Director Coyne, just so you know, probably some of the 500 contacts is my wife on Sunday Summit around with the 80-kilometer zone. So, but thank you. I really appreciate what you've been doing.
Thank you.
Corporal Chad Jackson with Oliver. It's my first time here. Sergeant Riddlesworth normally comes, but he's off. I'll keep it really quick for you guys. So our three areas for our APP were traffic and specifically impaired driving, police, community relations, and crime prevention, and employee wellness. So for traffic, we're fortunate in Oliver detachment. We're a little bit busier than some of the other smaller detachments. We have members that have a wide variety of interests. So we do have a few members that are quite interested in traffic and do increase our statistics for impaired driving. We have a member that just finished doing some very intensive training for being a drug recognition expert to help detect impaired driving by drugs. So she is quite active on seeking out impaired driving statistics, which helps out our goals in that area. Our other members do also try and get those, but she helps our statistics quite a bit. Under the police community relations, we have a dedicated First Nations member that's very active on the Swiss Indian Band that goes to a lot of events up there, which increases our community relations for that portion of our detachment area. Sergeant Rigglesworth reaches out to a lot of the stakeholders in our community as well, and the rest of our members are pretty engaged as well. For crime prevention, our rural stats took not a very good, didn't go in a very good direction this year. Our theft of vehicles for Q2 were quite high. A lot of that had to do with what Superintendent McCandy mentioned. There was a party up at Mount Baldy that increased our stats quite a bit. We have had a few people arrested for and stolen vehicle investigations that led to charges. Our stats have came down in that area, but they won't be reflected till Q3 or Q4. As far as member visibility, we try and encourage members. We rely a lot on overtime members in Oliver. We try and encourage members to go, especially if they're working in that area for 1 or 2 days, to grab a coffee and drive through Willowbrook or drive up to Mount Baldy and stop and talk to somebody if they can. It helps for people seeing the cars up there, and just sometimes we come across stuff in some of those rural areas. For employee wellness, our detachment, the members seem to be pretty happy. Thank you. The members seem to be pretty happy. We do have member functions, get-togethers. We have a chaplain that's been identified that's been coming out and riding around with our members sporadically. Hasn't so much the last month or so, but he was coming in every couple of weeks for a while there, so which is appreciated. He's got local area knowledge, and he's good to helping out the members. And Sergeant Rigglesworth is always participating with some of the Special Olympics bocce ball and some of the get-togethers as well. So any questions for Oliver area?
Thank you for that report.
I see Rick.
There's Director Knodel.
Chad hasn't had to endure me yet, so this is his chance. So I'll be nice to him. One thing I do want to ask is if we could start recording recovered stolen vehicles and equipment in the area. If they're being recovered in our area, then something's going on, and it might help to have those numbers to know. We do report if they're stolen in the area, but we don't report if they're recovered in the area, and that's a concern to me. Thank you. You're doing good.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Well, thank you very much. I don't see any other hands. We're kind of at our time. Really appreciate, Superintendent, all that you had to say and what you presented, and your report as well that you've sent us all a hard copy of.
Thank you. I don't want to leave Karamias out, and I know there's no rep, but Dan had a few little updates. If you'll give us 3 minutes or less, I know Dan can make it happen. So.
Thank you, Superintendent McCandy. Through the chair, Staff Sergeant Pollock, speaking on behalf of Chad Parsons, who's employee wellness, taking a day off. The stats for Karamias are consistent with the other area regional problems. The auto theft was quite up, along with the mischief, which often goes hand in hand with the auto theft, damage to vehicles and things like that. Like Superintendent McCandy said, we did a bunch of efforts on the auto crime. There was people in from out of town. Some of those vehicles that were actually stolen in Karamias, towards Director Noodle's comments, ended up in Oliver. So it's a regional problem where vehicles are being stolen from one area to another. Those numbers are way down. So in the next quarter, I would expect them to be down for auto theft. Fraud was up. Director Coyne had mentioned asking about what those are like. 2/3 of the ones at Karamias had an online component or phone component. And they might be up because there's more happening. They might be up because they're being reported more. Karamias has done a number of fraud prevention talks, including using the library. So I'm hoping that it's more of a people being more comfortable to report them than happening more. But that's about frauds. Karamias has been active in the community, led the parade for the rodeo, was doing patrols around the rodeo, at grad events, and had a recruiting tent up at a local grocery store. Regarding crime reduction, they've done a robbery presentation to a local business, like I said, fraud presentations. They've been doing restorative justice talks, and they're getting the Citizens on Patrol active again in the community. And regarding employee wellness, like Corporal Parsons is off today, supporting people to get some time off and trying to cover each other off, helping each other out through the summer and the busy season. And that's, to keep it brief, all I really had for Kiramias. Any questions?
Well, thank you. Really do appreciate the openness that we have with Corporal Parsons. He's really reaches out to us all the time, so it's we really appreciate all that's happening. Anyone else? Just last go. All right. Well, again, it was a really great presentation. Really appreciate the new format, and thank you for all that you do.
Absolutely, and I know these gentlemen don't expect it, but I just want to comment, this is my first summer here in the area, and each and every one of them has leaned in so heavily to support their staff, to respond for that increased calls of service, to adjust shifts, to respond to fires and other unplanned emergencies, and I am grateful for the leadership that each and every one of you show each day, and for their dedication to be able to present these stats and information to you all here. I'm very proud of the work that you are all leading, so thanks very much, and I just wanted to do that acknowledgement to this group.
Can I have a what do you mean no? Motion to adjourn? Got it. All in favor? All right. Thank you. I'll pass it over to the chair.
Hey, thank you, Director Roberts. We'll call the Regional District Okanagan-Smilkameen regular board meeting to order. We have before us a proposed agenda. This is an opportunity right at the moment to remove anything from the consent agenda if there's a desire to do so. Looking at Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'd like to remove item, or maybe I'm ahead of myself. I'd like to remove item
A2, is that the one you're after?
A21.
Okay. That's the temporary use permit for Area D. Okay, it'll go into the body of the main agenda and be discussed later. Anybody else have anything to remove from consent agenda? Not seeing anything. Let's have a motion to approve the agenda
Sorry,
as
Chair.
amended. Yeah.
I believe that there's a report that's not on the agenda that is coming forward.
Oh, okay.
And that is going to be,
Just tell me the number and we'll make sure it's added in there.
that's going to be E1.
Okay. So with that
There-
addition?
There's also an extra item for closed session.
Yes. Okay, I think that'll go into the closed portion, but looking for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the consent agenda corporate issues. Looking for a motion to approve that one. Moved. Thank you. Seconded. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. The only item on the development services consent was taken off, so we'll go straight to development services. The Agricultural Land Commission referral in electoral area E, CAO. Ms. Malden.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this report is to allow a 3-bedroom house with a garage for residential use. And the administrative recommendation for this is that the RDOS board authorize the application to allow new house as a non-farm use on the parcel located at Lot A, Plan Cap 39514, District Lot 156, SDYD, to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission. Staff are here. I don't know if you have a presentation, Shannon, or not. No.
Okay, Area E, Director Federico.
I'd like to move the staff administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, so you're moving it, seconded. It's on the floor. Discussion on this? Not seeing any questions. This is a corporate vote, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B2, temporary use permit in electoral area E, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a temporary use permit, electoral area E. This is to enable application for vacation rental at 450 Robinson Avenue. The recommended motion is that the temporary use permit number E 2024.15 TUP to allow a vacation rental at 450 Robinson Avenue be approved. Staff are here to answer any questions.
Okay, again to Director Federico.
Thank you to the chair. I have a question before making, putting a motion on the floor.
Sure, go ahead.
So with us currently being in the process of short-term rental policy review, as well as looking at business licenses, and considering that any TUPs right now cannot operate past October 31st, are we within rules or guidelines to be able to postpone any TUPs coming forward until after those reviews are completed?
Staff?
Thank you. So as the board may be aware, you may have heard of this come up in previous situations before. But the development procedures bylaw does include a section which stipulates that the board by resolution may choose to postpone consideration of bylaw amendment. So that's specifically a rezoning or a OCP amendment, and that does not include permits, subject to the completion of a major ongoing review that would otherwise impact that particular amendment. In previous circumstances, we have recommended, and I believe this does also relate to temporary use permits for vacation rentals in electoral area H that you may have seen in the past, that, the decision be made, at this time, because the board does have an obligation to consider these applications. And at this time, it's not clear to us then on what basis the postponement would really be taking place under. Is it speculative grounds of a new regulatory regime? Because if that is the case, then we would caution the board in that regard. And it would be best to make a decision at this time on those.
Okay. Director Federico, back to you.
Thank you through the chair. I'll make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, so you're moving this one be approved. Is there a seconder for that? It's on the floor. Discussion? Did I see any hands? Direct?
I did, but not to this question, not to the motion.
Not to this, okay.
No, it's just something that was said.
All right, we'll get back to that later. Any discussion on this one? Not seeing any hands. This one is a rural vote. Last look. I'll call the question. All those in favor? All right. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B3, CAO, and this is the one we postponed from last meeting. Go ahead, CAO.
Yes, so this is an application for temporary use permit again for vacation rental at 6851 Indian Rock Road. This was left on the table in a denied status at the last meeting. So the motion was to deny.
Okay, so the motion on the floor at the moment is to deny. And I think the reason for the postponement was for further information. So if there's questions, now would be the time to ask. Director Van Elfen?
Thank you. Through the chair, if I'm not mistaken, if I recollect correctly, were we looking at some bylaw information? There was claims made that there was a whole pile of bylaw infractions, and they were going to try to get bylaw here to update us, if I'm
I
correct.
believe that's the case. And Mr. Petrie is there if there's any questions for him in that regard. So is there any questions? Director Roberts?
Thank you through the chair. Mr. Petrie, could you inform us on the standing of the participant putting in for the TUP in regards to if there are outstanding or whether or not they're in good standing in regards to bylaw infractions? Thank you.
Mr. Petrie?
I'll give a bit of history on the property that might help explain. So the building permit was finalized and occupancy permit was issued January 2nd, 2024. We received the first complaint, I believe it was February 1st, so about a month later. Typically within the policy, we give a 30-day timeline for them to do voluntary compliance. So we did receive a TUP application generally within that timeline. Of course, there were some complaints, concerns received. Some, most, if not all, were unsubstantiated. The exact details of those I'll leave out unless you want to know. And we'll see what we can release. But at this point, enforcement has been paused pending this decision. The owners have been cooperative with us when we worked with them, and that's the best statement I can make. So if there's more information specifically you guys want to know, I try to provide that.
Is there a follow-up on that, Director Roberts, or no? Okay, Director Coyne.
So somebody, in the past, we've seen these come before the board, and so the TUP that is there, is it because there was a complaint made and then they came forward with an application, or did they come forward for an application prior to a complaint being made?
So a complaint was made, sorry, yeah, a complaint was made, it wasn't founded, so we didn't necessarily catch anybody on site, let's say, but we did speak with the owners and said, well, if you do want to look at doing a vacation rental, so usually there's a discussion that occurs, this is the process.
Okay.
So at that point, they agreed to the process and went forward with the application, so.
Okay, any other questions? Director Fedrigo.
Thank you to the chair. Can you speak to how many complaints or information has come forward from those within the community?
Mr. Petrie.
So we receive a variety of emails. Sometimes those get included into the same complaint as concerns. So we wouldn't log each one as individual. They'd be potentially supporting that file that we have. I don't have the exact number of that, but we have different complaints that did come in. Most were, if not all, unsubstantiated. We had a building conversion that was unsubstantiated. So an accusation was made. We went out, verified it was just as per the building permit plan submitted. I believe there is an accusation of additional hydro meters added. We did not find any. Intrusive lighting was one. It was unfounded, so it was to do with the automatic light. Obviously, the vacation rental occurred. The vacation rental complaint occurred that we dealt with. I think we had 3 registered in our system. That doesn't mean that includes all the communication that we had with every single member of the community that did express concerns.
Follow up, go ahead.
Yeah, just an additional question in there then. So of the complaints that came forward in terms of the vacation rental itself, either noise, garbage, number of people, items like that, how long did it take for bylaw enforcement to follow up on those complaints or go out to the house to inspect or follow up on those complaints?
Mr. Petrie.
So we received the first complaint February 1st, and we responded on February 3rd. Site visit was conducted on February 3rd. Call to the owner February 7th. Additional complaints received February 10th. There's an internal discussion the next day, February 13th. So 3 days later, a follow-up site visit was made. Discussions with the owner were had on February 13th. There was a night visit on March 4th to try and investigate the lighting complaint. I could keep going on here. March 11th, we submitted an EAF to planning department concerning another concern with an RV, just to get a legal standing. Non-conforming status ruling on that, which in fact it was legally non-conforming.
Okay. Any other questions? Director Roberts.
Thank you, through the chair. So from what I'm hearing so far and what I've seen in regards to the documentation, that that the people that are putting out for the TUP have continually met whatever was asked of them. They've worked well with bylaw. Bylaw has been supportive of the relationship between the two. And again, staff have recommended that it go forward, which of course we know we've got a year. I just personally believe that it looks like the people have done their due diligence. Part of it is a learning experience, but they've worked well with bylaw. And that's why we have bylaw. And this is why we want people to participate in this type of TUP. And of course, we're looking at, there's different things about short-term rentals and places that aren't in the STD. All right, now I can pull that back. Pull that back. But, there's a lot of things that we're doing, but at the moment, as things stand and as we have our policies around TUP, it seems to me that the bylaw officer was felt satisfied and that the person I believe should be able to move forward for the TUP. I'm against this motion myself, just because looking at all the material and doing some follow-up, it seems like everything was done as well as could be in good faith and supported by staff. So thank you.
Okay. Director Monteith.
Through the chair, unfortunately, last meeting, my connectivity was choppy. So I'm looking for maybe an explanation to the administrative recommendation being to approve and the motion being to deny. So could I get?
I think that would have to be Director Fedrigo, as she made the motion.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. One of the biggest components of the motion that I put forward was the over 40 plus representation that came through from the community, outspoken about this within a very rural nature of where their community lies, and just the volume in which this house would sustain as a vacation rental.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions? Director Fedrigo?
Thank you through the chair. So just being mindful with how this house and the nature of its use will impact this community. So I did some numbers, and so you can operate for a 6-month period on our TUP. So with this 5-bedroom house in which there's 10 to 12 people that are going to be in there within that time period, so you have 26 weekends, and that's just if it was 3 days at a time. That would be 312 different people coming through and staying in this one household. So, and then you look at a smaller one where it's only a 2-bedroom for 26 weeks is around 52 people. And that's only if these people are there on weekends. That doesn't include, or for a full week. This doesn't include people who are going to be there throughout the week, or if you're on a less than week basis. So I'm not sure how many around this board table would appreciate having over 300 people in the house next door to them. And these people are on vacation, and they may not be appreciating that you live there, that's your principal residence, and that you want to enjoy your summer and your outdoor spaces just as much as anyone else. This house is also situated on the lake, which I would equate to being fairly similar to having a swimming pool. So they have their boats, they're loud, they're rowdy, they're hanging out, they're having a great time. So that's wonderful for these paying guests who have that opportunity to enjoy that. Next door is a family that lives there full time with a young child who has expressed their safety concerns, that their child cannot play outside, and that there's concerns about the different cars that are coming and going. There's concerns that these cars are parking on a very narrow street, that if there was an event of an emergency, that emergency vehicles would not be able to get through there. They've also already cited concerns on those that are kind of coming around, either engaging belligerently, garbage, and other such notices. The same family has also put in a request to build an oversized fence, in which part of your TUP application is screening. So, mindfulness on whose responsibility that would be. So, it's just being mindful that when we're looking at these applications, I appreciate that all the other steps have been followed. It's a brand new home, so they had to put in a septic system. That's what they needed to do to get occupancy of the home. Outflow, so goes towards the lake, so it's being mindful of what may happen there. With over 40 representation, that this isn't something that this small, very rural area would appreciate. That's why I've brought forward to deny this application. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Director Gettens.
Yeah, thanks to the chair. You know, it's interesting when things like this come up, because I hear what you're saying, Director Roberts, that the applicant's following the rules and working with bylaw. And then when we have an applicant, whether it's for a TUP or a development variance permit, and they're here, they're generally here because there was a complaint, and that's why they're here. And it's always interesting, you know, in West Bench, we see this all the time with large garages. So people are coming before the board and they're always surprised that their variance is impacting the neighborhood in a negative way. And I find that really interesting because it's not the only people that have the choice in the matter all along the way is actually the applicant. So the applicant chose this property and then chose this really little street with 5 other homes and chose to build this house with 5 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms to max out. And they're allowed to do that. That's what the TUP is. But they're doing that in a way to get the biggest return on their investment, regardless of what it's doing to the other homes and their neighbors along the way. And that's the part, that's the sticky part, right? Like that's the part that rubs the wrong way. If you're building in Naramata or West Bench, you have a lot of choice in this region, more choice than a lot of people have in the South Okanagan and Similkameen. So there's got to be some ownership on that's the choice that was made. And that was to make the biggest return on this investment, not to be part of that community or be part of that neighborhood. It was a financial business decision, and that's hard. And we deal with that in West Bench with industrial garages. It's a financial choice that benefits that one property owner, regardless of the impact on the neighbors. But it's hard when you're allowed to do it. And so I am struggling with this. But I am going to vote in with the director on this one. And I actually drove out to the property last night because I just wanted to reconfirm this for myself. So driving out to Indian Rock, you go down a pretty windy road that's quite narrow. And then you turn off onto this particular road, which is even more narrow. And in the TUP, it says there has to be a minimum of 5 parking spots for the guests. So that's the minimum. It doesn't say anything about the occupancy. And on the plans, we can see that the garage for 2 cars is 20 by 16. So I think anybody who's ever built a double garage would recognize that that's pretty small. It's a 14-foot wide door. And that's what I went to check, because my concern is, how do we regulate the number of vehicles? And when do we find out? And is it when do we find out? Is it when the responder can't get to the neighbor's house for an emergency? And that's my concern. This TUP with the minimum 5 spots doesn't account for a spot for the homeowner to park on. And I don't see how you could possibly park 6 cars on that narrow driveway with 2 in the garage. So I just can't do this TUP for safety. I think it's asking too much of a risk for the neighbors. So I'm going to vote in favor for this with the with the director. It has to get cleaned up in Naramata because these TUPs are complicated. And I get where this is going. Then it's difficult when you're following the rules. But the safety part here, it's too big. It was just too much of a return on that money, and the TUP is just putting too much at risk. So I can't support this TUP. So I'm going to vote with the director on this one.
Okay. Director Gilbert.
Thank you, through the chair. Just for some context, I'm just wondering, how many TUPs of short-term rentals does the RDOS have for Indian Rock, Somerset Lane, and Sunset Drive?
Is there... Ben's coming up to be able to answer that. Go ahead.
I'm not sure that we would have that information readily retrievable. We do have a running list of all active temporary use permit applications that's posted to our website, but it would require manual review to confirm the exact number in various particular locations. Unfortunately, I don't have those figures off the top of my head.
Okay. Follow up on that, Director Gilbert, or does that answer your question?
Thank you, through the chair. Is there at least a couple, or do you know if any are on Indian Rock, Somerset Lane, or Sunset Drive?
There aren't any that come to my mind, no.
Okay. Any further discussion, Director Taylor?
Yeah, I'm just
Really been struggling with TUPs in this area. I don't understand the logic that we're trying to apply. So if I'd love to better understand how we're trying to make these decisions.
Okay. Any other discussion, Director Roberts?
I also think it's important when we start, so through the chair, to be wary that we're not subjective when we're kind of making assumptions on the intent of people, good, bad, or otherwise, until we see something come out concrete or there's something that's been found to be one way, then otherwise it's subjective. I don't know what the intent is in regards to my neighbor, but I'm aware, and again, looking at things done right, we would create the own rules. We can then go back in our OCPs and create different formats in regards to different communities. I'm just finding it very difficult to, when it looks like, when I look through all the documentation, there's been a lot of work with staff. It wasn't just a one-off, and everything is in good standings.
Okay, Director Taylor?
Could I ask Director Getton's question? Yeah.
Can't guarantee she'll be able to answer it, but.
No, but I mean, I really appreciate that you did take a drive out there. Did you feel that there was room for 4 cars?
I think there's room for fewer cars. Oh, sorry,
Go
through the
ahead.
chair. Thanks. I think there is room for fewer cars, for sure, especially that there's an on-site owner's suite that's separate. I just don't see how you're going to do 6 cars on the driveway, or how we're going to, more importantly, ensure that happens. And because it's so narrow, I worry about first responders getting to that street. And that's to me is that this TUP, it says right here, a minimum of 5 on-site vehicle parking spaces shall be provided for paying guests. And I don't know how we get that regulated. And the risk is, how do first responders get there? So yes, I believe, to answer your question, I believe there is room for fewer than 6 cars on that driveway.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I just want to remind the board, every application for Caledon has come in with concerns of parking. Caledon, same thing, narrow, windy roads. I was Indian Rock 2 weeks ago. Like, I absolutely understand what you're saying. But if staff are recommending it, I have a hard time going against it when we don't have a standard. It seems very back and forth, and I want that standard process, but I have to support staff on this because they have done the boxes. They've checked all the boxes. Staff are recommending based on policies that we have today, right? So I have to support staff, and I can't support the motion.
Okay, any other discussion? I'll just make my own comments. I'm kind of feeling the same way as Director Monteith. I'm struggling to support denial on this. And I also believe there was a comment from at least the fire chief in that section about saying that he had no issues with it. So that kind of alleviates some of the issues in terms of the first responders. So I'm struggling to support the area director on this one myself, but any other comments, Director
So can we
Gittens?
just confirm that from the fire chief, that there's no issues?
I can't confirm it from him, but I believe it's in the
Oh, in the.
responses
Okay, thank you.
that are received. There's usually a comment from. Any other discussion before I call the question? Checking with those online. Seeing no hands, just so everybody's clear, this is a rural vote, and the motion is at the moment to deny. So all those in favor? All right, thank you. Director Federico will get the that are opposed. Please raise your hand so we can record it. Director Taylor, Director Pendergraft, Director Roberts, Bush, Monteith, and Knodel. The motion would be defeated. All right, is there someone prepared? If someone wants to go that route, Director Bush, are you? Recommendation to approve, so it's moved. Is there a seconder? Thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion on that? Director Coyne?
I have a question, because it'll be for 1 year. Would it be automatically renewed, or would it have to come back for review by the board?
Through the chair, it would be renewed on application. So the initial 1 year period in instances such as this, where it doesn't perfectly land within that operating season, they would have the benefit of an entire operating season in the following year. So in this instance, the current permit would lapse December 31st, 2025, and they would need to reapply for renewal in the following year.
Follow up to that.
Go ahead.
So if we get our business licenses and all that stuff in order, would this TUP still stand, or would it have to come back for the business licenses and all that as well? So this is where I think, you know, what was said earlier about, you know, we're so close, and then that's why I had a question was, we do have pending changes in bylaws that are coming forward right now that are going to be drastic. You're going to have a business license. You know, there's discussion around the table about, you know, a permit as well as a business license for some of these things. So now what you're telling me is if this goes through, it's for a full year, but if we bring in changes to our bylaws, it would now become non-conforming, or legal non-conforming, based on the fact you're going to give them a TUP for a year? Is that what we're saying?
Ben?
Effectively, it wouldn't be non-conforming due to the fact that the authorization is tied to the permit. So it would be a valid operation for the specified time frame in the permit. Regarding the question of incoming bylaws, the obligation under the Local Government Act is that we receive and consider applications seeking an exemption or authorization from our land use bylaws. So the current application needs to be considered in light of our current bylaws and policies. If there are forthcoming changes that the board is hesitant about, in the past we have advised that the application be denied and a subsequent application or proposal be considered at a future date.
Okay. Understood. Director Federico?
Thank you through the chair. So Ben, can you clarify then, if we are to do away with a temporary use permit and we move to a short-term rental permit, they would be essentially not the same thing. So they would then, your TUP then would not become non-conforming, in which they have, and would have to move to a short-term rental permit. So then it effectively would have to follow those new guidelines.
Go ahead.
Yes, so one of the historic reasons for the regional district using the temporary use permit process is that it doesn't establish non-conforming use rights. The use is a valid use only for the duration of time specified in that permit. So if there are changes to the regional district's land use bylaws and a subsequent application is submitted, then it would be reviewed against those future bylaws, whatever form they take.
Follow up?
Follow up, thank you. So then if to acquire a business license for accommodations requires them to have a short-term rental permit, provided we go that route, then their TUP would become null and void. They'd have to re-go through the process to the short-term rental policy if the business license was to be contingent on having a valid short-term rental permit, not a valid temporary use permit.
Only upon expiry of the permit. So if the current temporary use permit is approved, it would remain valid for the period of time specified in the permit, which would be until December of next year.
And when it's expired, then they'd have to go and under the new rules. Yes.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Business license or short-term license. Any other questions? One, go ahead.
I just want a clarification. But if we bring in a business license, even with a TUP, they're still going to have to come get a business license to operate because we now have a business license bylaw, right?
That's a question maybe better
Would that be
asked.
for Kirsty, maybe? I don't know.
So at this point, there have been no regulations, there have been no business license bylaws established, so we're speculating of what
Yeah.
that could look like down the road. We don't even have a service to enable us to provide authority to do business licensing at this point. We will be bringing that forward in September. It may not make it by November. So all of those are speculation. As Ben noted, what we're dealing with is a current application under the current process.
All right. Motion is on the floor. Again, rural vote, and this is to approve. All those in favor? All right. And opposed? Director Fedrigo and Gettens. The motion carries. Next one, B4, land use bylaw amendments, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So this report is to provide options to the board in relation to proposed land use bylaw amendments, which are required to ensure compliance with recent changes to the Local Government Act. And the administrative recommendation is that the following bylaws be read a third time. The Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 3062, the Okanagan Valley Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 2800.37, and the Electoral Area G Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 2781, and staff are here to present or answer questions.
Okay, and this motion is on the floor at the moment, correct? All right. Discussion, Director, question, that's fine. Director Fedrigo, I'll start with you.
Thank you through the chair. So Area E's expressed not wanting to increase height on housing as well as reducing side and front yard rear variances on there. So is there a way that Area E can be not included on this and stay at status quo?
Ben, or any of staff?
No, due to the stage that these amendment bylaws are at, in order to accommodate further changes, the motion would need to be the alternative, and then a subsequent draft bylaw would be brought forward at a future date.
Okay. Director Roberts.
Thank you through the chair. And of course, I've registered every meeting my dislike of having Bill 44, especially where I'm at in regards to Area G and wanting to build a foundation of zoning, et cetera, and not wanting to put the cart ahead of the horse, and my concerns around our lack of water, et cetera, and wanting to be just the very minimum, whatever I'm forced to do, rather than anything additional. And it seems like there was a good portion of pieces in there that weren't directed by the province, and those were things that I would just do as only what I had to do, and I did make that mention last time as well. So I'm not sure where and how that works in regards to the process and where we're at now.
Okay, Director Coyne.
So Director Roberts just brought up something, and the presentation we had last meeting also brought up the same thing, that this has all the optional stuff as well. And I think we've heard pretty clearly from certain parts of the community that they don't want this. So just so we all understand, if they don't want this, the rural directors are gonna have to vote this down and then bring it back in a different version if we want to move forward today, right?
Correct.
Okay. Director Fedrigo?
Thank you through the chair. So, and with regards to this, by the sounds of it, we're not in contravention of what the province has said, because at the minimum for our areas was we can have secondary suites, which we've had for years. So if we were to rescind this and relook at it, we're not in contravention of anything from the province.
I believe we are with a small percentage, but I'll let Ben answer that.
Yeah, through the chair. So the province has required two components. The first is to increase for any restricted zone the permitted uses and densities to correspond with the new provincial floors. So in the case of Okanagan Falls, that would be increasing residentially zoned lots to a maximum of 3 to 4 residential units, depending on the parcel size. For all of the other rural electoral areas, that provincial floor is 2 units, which in most cases, the regional district has undertaken historic zoning amendments to already achieve that level of permitted use and density. The other elements subject to this draft amendment bylaw, it's not that they're optional per se. The province has required that the municipalities and regional districts consider the policy manual that they prepared. And there's various standards for urban areas as well as rural areas. And the reason for staff bringing forward regulations that align closely with that provincial policy manual is that the intent, as we understand it from the province, is to provide greater flexibility, what they call a favorable regulatory regime to allow for the construction of housing. So the reason for the recommendation is that we understand that significant analysis was provided into that policy manual from the province, and that the standards recommended in this report would allow for that flexibility as directed.
Okay, follow up,
Yes,
Director
thank you.
Fedrigo?
Thank you through the chair. So given that we're in the midst of our regional growth strategy review, if we've met the requirements, then this is not something then that we can discuss further during the regional growth strategy conversation and continuation to see if this is something that fits. Because if we're looking at sort of the non-growth areas and potential reclassifications, but then we're coming back right now and we're voting on, we want this density, right? To me, it just seems like it's kind of a cart before the horse if we haven't actually determined what our regional growth strategy and how we want the region to grow.
Go ahead, staff.
So the elements of the regional growth strategy that could relate to permitted uses and density, insofar as it relates to the small scale multi-unit housing, the province has told us what those uses and densities need to be. The elements in front of you today that I think are subject to discussion is what size, siting, dimension of building standards you want to see in order to achieve that direction that the province is giving municipalities.
Director Monteith.
Thank you. Through the chair. Director Roberts, I agree with you completely. I think that for my area, the concern of going up with the height restrictions, going up to 15 meters from 12, significant, all those little optional things that the province was looking at. So I can't support this just for those reasons. So I agree.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands. Just so everybody's aware, this motion is on the floor right now for third reading, and it is a rural vote. So no more discussion. If you're not happy with this, you kind of know what you got to do. All those in favor? Director Knodel. All right. Those opposed? Directors Monteith, Fedrigo, Roberts, Gettins, Coyne. Motion would be defeated. Anybody prepared to make another motion to deal with this? Well, I think you just want to, maybe staff, I think there was an alternative recommendation in there that would probably be appropriate, but I'll ask Ben his thoughts here.
So the alternative motion is that first and second reading of the amendment bylaws be rescinded and the bylaws abandoned. Abandoned is a technical term, so if further direction is provided to staff, then alternative draft amendment bylaws could be brought forward at a future date.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Coyne.
We have to meet a certain threshold here. So is there a timeline from the province as to when we have to meet that threshold? That's
come and gone.
Okay, so,
June 30th.
so would it not be prudent to bring a bylaw forward like ASAP to have just the basics and then we can discuss the rest of this at a later time, just so we're in compliance with the legislation?
I believe so, but go ahead, Ben.
So it's difficult to separate as you say, the basics due to the second component that I identified that the province has made mandatory, which is consideration of that provincial policy manual. So if there is a lower threshold for those size, siting, dimension standards for buildings that the board would like to see, it would be of benefit to staff if direction could be provided as to what are some of those metrics that would be favorable.
My suspicion is the status quo in terms of our setbacks and that, but go ahead, Director Coyne.
So can I make a suggestion then that, I don't know whether you want to do it through each individual area. I know you have the Okanagan zoning bylaw, which I think complicates this. But I think you need to sit down with just the rural directors here and figure out what you guys want, because otherwise this is just going to keep going around in circles, right? So I don't know if I don't think I can make that motion, but I think you guys need to sit down and deal with that.
But there needs to be a motion to rescind it, and we can give direction to bring it back for discussion at a later date or something, but we've only defeated third reading is the only thing we've done. You're moving to rescind and abandon the bylaws? Seconded? Okay, so the motion is on the floor. No, this is the motion. If this was rescinded and abandoned, then we can give direction to staff as to what you want them to come back with, but that could be a separate motion. Go ahead.
Sorry, lots of questions there. Because we've just defeated third reading, we're sitting at second reading. Would it be too big of a change? Okay, that's all.
That's all I need to know.
Too big, yeah. Director Bloomfield.
Through the chair, and I appreciate the concerns of the rural directors, and I know the challenges that they have and they're up against, with their residents. However, I would strongly urge that we pass some kind of bylaw that brings us into compliance with the provincial requirements on our zoning as soon as possible. Otherwise, the entire regional district will, I think, be dealing with the provincial government and who have seemed to be taking strong action against areas that do not fall into compliance of their new regulations. So I don't have a vote in this, but I would strongly urge the rural directors to make it known as to what their wishes are before they vote on this.
Yeah. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, which areas do not allow the secondary suites? Like, pretty much,
Yeah. But I think they're exempt from that, so it's not really affected. As far as the secondary suites go, I don't think that's the issue. It's the more than that's in OK Falls, is my understanding, is the ones that need to be changed reasonably soon. But go ahead, Director. Go ahead, Ben.
Okay, so I believe there was an extension request submitted for West Bench, there's an exemption for West Bench and there's an extension for Okanagan Falls. There is, I believe, an open question in relation to Falder as to whether that would qualify for some of the listed exemptions in the legislation. I believe all the other areas allow for the permitted density. There may have been some changes in relation to the form of that density, i.e. secondary suites versus carriage houses. All of the other changes are pertaining to setbacks, height, siting standards.
Okay. And just so everybody's aware, there has been, well, I think it was actually a municipality, but the province in essence said you have 30 days to make the changes or we'll make them for you. That's if and when we're so close, they're probably not going to be knocking at our door first, but they will be knocking at the door eventually. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
So as far as the Cs, we're just saying that in principle, we'd like them to bring back what's the bare minimum. And then in regards to all those building roof heights, setbacks, we want to be able to have our own control on that and keep that out of there.
My suspicion is the status quo for those.
Yeah.
We've considered them, leave them alone is kind of what they're saying.
So what's our next step?
It would be bring back the required changes as it sits, but we need to rescind this first still. And then it will go back. Staff would have to come back. It's already moved and seconded. Seeing no more hands, rural vote, I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? The motion is carried. So do you need further direction? No? Okay. B5, bylaw enforcement notice, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So staff have determined that it's time to update the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw. I think primarily these are housekeeping items, but they reflect the recent adoption of the electoral area H zoning bylaw, as well as to address a recent change to the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw number 2800 in relation to campground regulations. So the recommendation is that the regional district bylaw enforcement notice amendment bylaw number 2507.21 be read a first, second, and third time and be adopted. Staff are here to speak to the matter.
Okay. Direction from the board on this? Anyone prepared to move this? Moved, seconded, thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Can you do a brief recap on what these changes are for us? Go ahead.
Yes, through the chair. So primarily, this is just getting us up to date on our bylaw notice enforcement bylaw with the recent amendments that we've made to some of our existing bylaws. So the one of which being that we just recently adopted the electoral area H zoning bylaw. The bylaw notice enforcement bylaw currently only speaks to the previous iteration of that zoning bylaw. So this is basically just replacing the schedule that refers to the previous zoning bylaw to the current. And as a part of the subdivision and development servicing bylaw review project, we did introduce or transfer really provisions relating to campgrounds into the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw. So we didn't add those related contraventions into the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw at that time. So we're just kind of catching up.
Okay. Any further discussion? Oh, go ahead.
Chair, I'd just like to bring it to your attention, it should actually be a corporate vote, not a rural vote, due to the nature of the bylaw
Yeah,
itself.
makes sense. It is on here as rural, but makes sense to be corporate. So everybody gets to vote. Any other discussion? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And the next item will be the one that we removed off the consent agenda, which was A2. I'm going to go to first to the CAO and then over to Director Taylor. Or should I do that the other way around? Go to
Just take it right over to Director Taylor.
Director Taylor.
I'm going to move the administrative recommendation. I just wanted to make the point that I think we're all looking for compliance on this file with due process from here on in. And just to clarify that this is not a TUP for living accommodation, temporary or otherwise.
Okay.
So I'll make the motion.
So you're moving, seconded, it's on the floor. Any discussion on it? Don't believe I'm seeing any hands. This will be a rural vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to finance. Item C1, Community Works in Area B, CAO.
So electoral area B, wishes to fund a flood inundation study to the amount of $2,500 for the Headley Creek and Nickel Plate Lake area. And so they are wishing to use funding out of their Area B Community Works Fund for this and require an expenditure bylaw.
I'll go to Director Bush. Moving it, seconded, thank you. Any discussion? Not seeing anything. This is a corporate vote, so we'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And it looks like a repeat for Area G. I'll go to the CAO.
Yes, Area G is looking to do exactly the same thing, to fund that same study as well in the same amount using their Community Works Fund.
Okay, Director Roberts is moving it, and I'm sure Bush will second. It's on the floor. Any discussion? None. Corporate vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to Legislative Services. Headley Park Maintenance Cost Contributions, CAO.
Thank you, Chair. So there is a bylaw in place currently which enables the elected official for Headley to determine a contribution for maintenance of parks in that area. The bylaw currently reads that funds can be attributed to a specific group. However, this amendment would propose to open that reference to a specified third party, which enables a little more flexibility. Doesn't just nail it down to one party.
Okay. Director Roberts. Moving, seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Are you waving a hand there, Director Knodel, or just no? All right, this is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. CAO reports. Over to Ms. Mulden to start.
Thanks very much. I'm just actually going to move this over to Deborah Jones Middleton, our Protective Services Manager, to provide an update for the board.
Sure.
Sorry. Thank you.
You're
through
ready
the
to
chair.
go.
Yes, so this was actually quite a busy week here in the area for fire starts. We did have 2 fire starts in the Manning Park area. Both are on modified response and are not extremely active at this time. The lower Blue Mountain fire that primarily impacted the Penticton Indian Band area, although an alert was issued for a portion of the regional district in that area, which has been rescinded now. And that fire is considered under control by BC Wildfire Service. And then there was also the West Bench fire that was actually initially a response by Penticton, the City of Penticton Fire Department. And there was some unfortunate communication issues with that situation, and there were people tactically evacuated, and the regional district was not made aware of that for quite some time. However, once we did stand up a small reception center for people to come to because it was a temporary situation. And most people were back in their homes that evening, and the people that weren't were given ESS for, I believe it was 2 days at that point. I do have a meeting set up with the City of Penticton Fire Department and their new emergency management person, and to talk about how to proceed in the future with communications with the EOC or with the regional district, period, just when situations like this arise. And had a good conversation with the Deputy CEO, Christy Malden, with regards to putting out some community education on where to look for information based on what is happening in the situation, because unless our emergency operations center is activated, we're not actually putting out information. It's based on the responders. So for example, BC Wildfire Service has multiple fires going. They're putting out information on that. We have been working really diligently to at least prioritize updating the board on when we are aware of fires that are started, and just give you that heads up that there's something happening, but that no action is required at this time. When it does come to structural fire protection departments, we're typically not engaged at this in the initial action, and if there is no if their capacity is not overseen, then they don't need help from an emergency operations standpoint, and they run the scene, and they are the incident commanders. So that I just wanted to sort of give a sense of that understanding, but I do want to also help the public understand where to get information. And so I'll be working with the city of Penticton and other fire departments to sort of try and get a better sense of how they want that to run.
Okay.
And, oh, sorry, and then there's the Kelsey Creek wildfire, sorry, that is continuing to be out of control. The current size of that fire is just over 7,000 hectares. However, the weather in that area, particularly right now, is forecast to have rain over the next few days. So we're really hoping that there's going to be rain on that fire and tamp it down. It will be with us probably right through September, just based on the size of the fire and the activity we've seen on it. At this time, we have not had any structures impacted, although it did take a run in that direction one day last week. So,
okay. Thanks for the update. Any questions? Director Gettins.
Yeah, thanks. I actually think this is a good time to bring this up. I met with Ms. Melvin this week, so that's probably part of the conversation you had. And I just wanted to relay that I really think it was an unfortunate communications. It was a failure of communication. And I've been advocating for Voyant Alert since day one. And I will tell you about that fire in West Bench. It came onto our property, so I was in it, and but it was fine, like it got turned back on itself. So as a citizen who's in the middle of it, and as a neighbor of people who've been evacuated, and as the director, it was a failure all around. The only void alert we got that day, and the first I saw that fire was just after 1 o'clock, the only voyant alert that we got from the regional district was about a water showcase cancellation event for that night. So we had active fires happening from about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then they all got diverted to the PIB fire. And it was an intense situation for West Bench. It's our third fire. We didn't have a voyant alert in the first fire in July either. And there was an EOS, our Emergency Operations Center. My understanding, nobody let me know that any citizens were evacuated. I found out when a citizen was wondering how to get home. It was a friend of mine. I didn't even know they were evacuated. I got information by calling the ESS here in Penticton. When I called the number that was provided here for the regional district, it went to a voicemail. Like, there were gaps everywhere. And when I talked to staff here, I was told it's Penticton's fire. They're taking care of it. It's Penticton's fire. But I don't care about that, and neither do the citizens. The regional district citizens are looking to their local government to keep them informed. It was just very disappointing all around. And when the alert for the evacuations went out, which was upper part of West Bench and like quite a few houses, probably at least half the houses in Greater West Bench, I guess what happened is only those on the alert or who got the alert was on the voyant alert, but none of the neighbors knew. But we all saw the fire, and it was big, and it's scary to see the fire. And it's scary to see fire trucks go from one scene to the other scene and no communication. So I'm embarrassed because I've been asking citizens in West Bench to sign up, and the ad says you're going to get notifications for critical events, wildfires, and flooding, and that's not true. And so I feel like for Greater West Bench, it's don't sign up, because you're not going to get the information that you're seeking when you want it. Even if it said, you know, city's on it, here's some information, we're going to keep, like, there's ways you could have made that day better. Not you specifically, this organization could have made that better for a lot of people. What did work was the volunteer citizen one. Between I think like about 1:20 in the afternoon and 8 o'clock at night, we had 7 alerts from that volunteers. It's $5 a year as a donation. That worked. This was not. And the feedback from citizens who I have been saying, sign up for Void Alert, sign up for Void Alert. You're going to stay notified about everything. Nothing. So I can't ask citizens to do that. And I think they deserve better. And I think they deserve recognition. And it doesn't matter who's on the fire. The citizens want to hear from us, but not a single update went out. And it was upsetting to people. And now they're like, well, what happens next time? So I think it was a real failure on our part. And asking citizens to go and understand the technology or the hierarchy of EOCs that are right beside each other doesn't matter. Like somebody just should have said something, and that didn't happen.
Okay. Do you want to respond?
Yes, I would like to.
Please.
So, and this is why I've set up a meeting with the fire chief and the EOC representative from the city of Penticton, so that we have better communications when these things are happening. Because it was very late in the game before we even had any inkling of what was going on in that fire. So that was my.
And I appreciate that. But I mean, this is not new. This is not a new circumstance of having 2 EOCs. We've been paying the city for years for doing our fire. And this gap is, like when you had late in the game information, somebody still could have just said, hey, we see you, citizens. Like you can count on us for communicating. And that didn't happen. I don't know. Nobody even contacted me except on email, but I wasn't on email because I was packing up my car. So somebody could have called me and said, hey, heads up, citizens in your neighborhood are evacuated tactically. He just said, heads up, we've sent out this alert, but the people down the road don't know. So people are in the city working and they're getting this alert that their house might be evacuated, but there's no communication from us. Like it was a really tense time. And I think we failed our citizens in Greater Westminster. And it's not a new situation. We've been there. We're going to be there again. So it needs to get tightened up.
Okay. First, Director Roberts, and then Coyne.
Thank you to the chair. I'm wondering whether or not could have talked to communications in regards. I know that in our previous budget discussions, they'd asked for additional communications per people. And I'm wondering whether or not that's something that would have helped in this situation. No,
I don't think so. Dr. Coyne?
So I think Director Gettins might have just made the entire argument as to why, this regional approach to things needs to actually happen. Because when somebody does a tactical evacuation of an area and it's a different jurisdiction that's doing it and they're not communicating with the jurisdiction that it's in, we don't have communications. That's the problem that just happened. When the RCMP or the Penticton Fire or whoever come in and say, you're going, and that wasn't relayed to our EOC, there's the communications breakdown. And that's why we did the review. That's why we've done all these changes and everything, is to try to bring ourselves so we have these communication lines between each other. And I think you have just made the very argument that we've been trying to make, is that if we're not all working together, we're not working. So we need better communications, and I'm hoping that this meeting will help with that, and I'm hoping that we can break down some of those barriers, because we've seen this over and over again, not just here, but across the district.
Director Bloomfield?
Thank you, and through the chair, and I think if we have a deep dive into exactly what happened with the communications between the EOCs and have a report come back to the board, then that might work. That might be a good piece of information for us. And we can, I think that the Penticton municipal directors here, we can probably ask the same questions of the Penticton EOC. We can ask those same questions and ask if the two EOCs get together and figure out what went wrong on that communication piece, and then we can decide what we're going to do about it.
Okay, Director Gettins.
And I appreciate those comments, and I think that the city of Penticton, they're not my team. So when there's information here at the regional district, you are all my team. and you're the ones that have the information. If I don't get the information, then I'm left out of the loop. So there was times when I was calling and asking staff what's happening, and the staff had the information, but it wasn't relayed to me. So there's more breakdown here than what was happening. And there's just no way that I should have had that day on Tuesday that I had. There's no way. And I know there's all these processes, and I know there's all these different layers. But at the end of the day, if it's a citizen first approach, and that void alert, it can be anything. Like it can be anything to the citizen. It's just as simple, we see you, here you go. But that didn't happen. And I wasn't looked into anything by anybody.
Director, Ms. Mulden.
Director Malden. Thanks, Chair. So yes, I did meet with Director Gettins, got a lot of really great information. We did speak with Deborah as well on what that could look like, and Deborah's next step, as she said, is to meet with the fire chief and such. That was on the West Bench fire. I will say, as a person who was on evacuation alert for the other fire, that's the PIB fire, my temptation was to phone in to Eric and find out what was going on, but I acted like a regular citizen, and I tapped into and I received 4 void alerts. Our website was active and the BC wildfire site was active. So that was excellent for those in the alert area. Director Gettins brought up a point. People outside of that area should or should not be notified. There's ramifications to notifying people in an area where the fire doesn't immediately impact them. I know this discussion has happened at the board before as to how far out do we go. And I believe that Deborah is going to be bringing that sort of information forward. Maybe it could come at the same time as the report that Director Bloomfield was talking about as well, because there are implications for notifying too broadly. But I can only say that from somebody who was in the alert area, it worked beautifully for me. And I do feel bad about the other area. I think there's lots of room for improvement, like you said.
Okay, so it sounds like there's some discussion to happen in the future on this and where we want to go exactly with that. So we'll leave it at that. Anything further from the CAO or in regards to your report? No? Okay. CAO?
So we, as the board knows, every time we call a state of local emergency, the board is required to ratify that. So staff in protective services have brought forward that standard report to the board for ratification of the state of local emergency period, which is expected to expire soon, and then an extension as well. I don't know whether anybody did receive that information in a timely fashion. I do believe I sent it out, but I'm not sure. So maybe Ms. Cram could read that out to everybody.
I did get your email. I'm assuming it went out to everybody else. I never looked to see who was on there, but Ms. Cram, go ahead.
So you're asked to vote on that the board ratify the declaration of state of local emergency for electoral area H that was issued on August 3rd in response to the Calcite Creek wildfire K61067 event, and that the board ratify the extension request for the declaration of state of local emergency for electoral area H that was submitted to the Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness.
Okay, so we need a motion moved and seconded. Thank you. I don't think this needs to be discussed unless someone has something they're urgently dying to say. This is a corporate vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Anything further, CAO? No. Down to verbal updates. Anything to report from your communities? I do believe Director Johansson wanted to report something from the hospital district. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick update. I attended a meeting with IH and all the chairs within the hospital authority, discussed the MOU and the expectations of the MOU being a new document. One of the big deliverables is the 5-year capital plan, which is being finalized and will come to the board in November for discussion well ahead of any budget discussions we have. The other topic that got discussed at length was the RHD 40% funding formula. All the chairs spoke to the challenges of funding future capital plans at this level. So far, the pushback has mainly been with regards to large capital projects in the $50 to $80 million range, so one in Cord and one in the Thompson-Nicola Regional District. There was acknowledgement, however, that RHDs with smaller tax bases, smaller capital requests such as ours are also challenged as well. Overall, I expect the funding pushbacks will continue with the RHDs. The ministry so far has chosen to deal with these funding pushbacks on a one-of basis, providing interim funding or additional funding on behalf of the province to make up for the shortfall that the regional hospital district, whatever regional hospital district that may be, has chosen not to fund. The ministry is still reviewing our decision to only fund at 30%, and there is still the possibility they may actually make up that shortfall to Interior Health. Interior Health was happy the way we did it, in that we gave them 30% and said, you figure it out. So that's going to be the strategy going forward. I will continue to update as I hear more, but I believe our best strategy moving forward is for the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District to provide funding based on what we can afford or what we think we can afford, and not just agree to the 40% ask. This is getting louder and louder with the ministry. It's been going on, gosh, since 2016 at least. And sooner than later, they're going to have to deal with it and come up with some other way of determining what the funding ask should be, how they're going to do a means test to determine how much people should be, or how much regional hospital districts should be funding. More information on that, but it is getting louder and louder, and it dominated the majority of the meeting I had in Kelowna. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the update on that. I'm not seeing any, oh, there is a hand, Director Knodel.
Just a heads up, with the closure of BC Tree Fruits, we did get permission to access the site and recover any archival material that equated out to a pickup truck load. So we've got that in storage. It's being sorted through right now by our archivist, but I would strongly advise to Summerland and Karamias, that both have sites too, that they may want to contact BC Tree Fruits and see what materials are there. Once it's gone, it's not recoverable, and it doesn't look like anything's ever going to come now. BC Tree Fruits is done. Thank you.
Okay, good heads up. Anything else to report from anybody's areas or municipalities? Director Bloomfield.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that we had a fantastic Peach Fest last weekend, and she just left the room, but I was going to do a big shout out to Director Monteith in her role as the head of all the volunteers, and she played a big part in that success. So just wanted to let everybody know that. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. Even though she didn't hear it firsthand, she'll hear about it. Yeah. Anything else from anybody? Seeing none, we'll move on. Chair's report. Not a whole lot to report. I think most of it's been discussed, other than next meeting, you'll see something coming to the board in regards to the collaborative leadership table. And there's some stuff we'll be dealing with in that regard coming up. And the September 5th meeting, director's motions. Anything there? Director Bush?
Yeah, I'd like to bring back lunch.
I won't say that's a motion. I will say that the request has kind of been made already, and I believe Ms. Molden is planning on bringing us some options in September.
We will be bringing options in September for that.
Good.
Just to veer off slightly, today we're running quite far behind. If the board would like, because we do have delegations that we're bound to, we could order pizza today and bring it in for everybody, so nobody has to sit to 4:30 without lunch.
I think that
Marty's going to get grumpy.
I know.
I just want to talk about this because the public is listening, and I don't want it to sound like it's a flippant request. And I think that's part of the benefit of having lunch delivered on site, Director Bush, is that this meeting isn't consistent, right? Like, we don't have this planned, and so we didn't get a break today, and that's not good for anybody. So in the agenda, we're supposed to have 45 minutes. That's nearly impossible to make sure we happen because we just have too many discussions and things to say. It doesn't have to be an extravagant thing, but yeah, people can't work and then we're all going to make decisions till 4 o'clock today. And I just think that's fair. So I don't want it to be seen as dismissive or 4:30. I hear what you're saying. This is a long day without a break. And that's not the intention that we set when we decided to not have those lunches. And I think that's an important piece of this.
And that's kind of why it's coming back in September. It does need to be revisited. Where we go, that's totally up to us, but it's being looked at. Director Federico.
Yes, thank you to the chair, and I'm terribly sorry this is coming in last minute. But I'd like to make a director's motion to apply to the Rural Economic Development Infrastructure Program to hire an economic development programmer to assist with the implementation of the economic development strategy plan that is in process for Area E, and then any additional areas that see value in having an economic development coordinator assist with regional items.
Okay, and is that urgent or is that just a notice of motion?
Notice of motion, it can come to next meeting.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I'll send that to you. Yeah.
Director Van Elfen, and then.
Thank you through the chair. So clarity, are pizzas coming? Okay, thank you.
He's fading away over there. Director Taylor.
We've got our priorities. I would like to ask staff if you are doing any action on some kind of electoral areas committee. There was some discussion about that.
I'm not sure where we're at on that. Ms. Mullen?
The board did provide direction for staff to investigate that. We do have a report that's coming in September 5th.
Okay, so then I won't.
Okay. So those will be discussed in the future. Any other director's motions? Seeing none, brings us down to board members' verbal updates. That was already kind of discussed. Unless there's something else that somebody just thought of. Board representations, Finance Authority, that one is at UBCM, same with insurance. OBWB, anything there?
We had a meeting, nothing super extensive to report out, just general reports in from staff, and all was good.
Okay, and they always send us out that report to email, via email anyway. Film Commission, Director Coyne?
We haven't had a meeting in a while. We were supposed to have our AGM, but there was a medical emergency and we've postponed it till a later date.
Okay, so to be dealt with in the future. Regional Library, Director Monteith isn't here. Do you know anything, Director Federico? Sterile insect release, Director Bush, anything there? I believe that's correct. Simia, anything there, Director Knodel?
No meetings.
Starling Control, Director Bush? Nothing there. Etsy BC, anything there, Director Johansson?
No, just that the second round of funding intake is happening and the next joint regional advisory committee meeting is scheduled for November 29th.
Okay.
I could also add something to that through the chair. The funding will be open for ETSI September 10th to October 10th. So I encourage you all to go back to your council and make that comment or talk to your nonprofits that they apply for some funding.
Okay, good to get that out there. Looks like it. So that brings us to the closed session. I got to read this portion out, that in accordance with section 91C I and K of the Community Charter, the board closed the meeting to the public on the basis of labor relations or other employee relations, the receipt of advice that is subject to the solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at the preliminary stages and that are in the view of the council could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. We're just got a quorum. I'm counting in the back of my eyes here. So a move, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? All right. Any opposed? We just make it. We're in camera, so we'll give Adam a moment, if you don't mind. Motion carries. First item up is a delegation, and I'm going to go to the CAO, if she would, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So today with us, we have Naomi Woodland and Annika Kirk from United Way giving a presentation on multi-sectoral collaboration in the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen. So please go ahead.
Thank you, CAO. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. Is my slide deck? Perfect. Sorry. Awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to say, first of all, how excited I am to be here today. I've worked in the area for 4 years, and it's really amazing to be able to share some of the work that's been happening in communities across the regional district, Okanagan-Similkameen. We've really seen connections go from strength to strength through multi-sectoral collaboration, from partnerships in the city of Penticton to community preparedness in Osoyoos and Oliver, to seeing community resilience redeveloping in Princeton. A variety of events have forged seemingly unconnected organizations together to be able to deliver better and more effective services, and in the process deliver significant impact to community members across the region. So what are we here to talk about? There are 3 main things that I would like to focus on over the next, hour, but for the first 20 minutes for sure. The first piece is around the current landscape. So there are marginalized and vulnerable people in the region struggling to access services and advocate for their own needs. There are local subject matter experts in the nonprofit sector and social service sector who are helping those people. And multi-sectoral collaboration, so partnerships and relationships between social service sector and government agencies, is the difference between people accessing services or not accessing services. So today's presentation is going to be a mixture of presenting what we are already seeing and doing, along with some framing of the most pressing issues the region is witnessing. So here's a bit of an agenda of how we're going to get to all of that. First of all, we're going to focus on 2 projects that are strengthening vital connections in the region. Then we're going to talk a bit about multi-sectoral collaboration, where it's already happening and some potential expansion of that. And then we're going to have quite a bit of time for discussion, question and answers at the end. United Way BC, which used to be United Way Central South Okanagan, has been working with community partners across the region for years now to support people with things like housing, food security, seniors supports, mental health and wellness, and emergency response. This presentation will focus on housing and emergency response, given the impact we, the community collaboratives, are already having in the region, and seeing our government partners stepping up to collaborate on those 2 areas. It's no secret that our communities have been facing the same issues year over year. Part of the reason for that is that we have been working in silos of some description. We are recognizing today that through multi-sectoral collaboration and work across sectors and departments, we have started to make an impact on those issues with local government partners and regional government. I know we only have an hour, so that's why we're focusing on what we have done and how it can be expanded with some investment and resources to support the work. I'd also like to just recognize that I'm supported today by a number of partners from the 100 More Homes Collective in the audience. So just if you're wondering who all the extra people were, I'm very grateful for their support today. So the first area to focus on is housing. The 2021 Regional District Housing Needs Assessment did identify that there's an acute shortage of affordable housing in the region. And to put some context in that, the United Way report in 2023 showed that a 70-year-old senior who is dependent on government benefits would spend 78% of their income to rent a 1-bedroom apartment. And that's a BC average. So the value of that is $1,432. In Oliver and Osoyoos, 1 in 5 households are in core housing need. And the difference between renter households and owner households is stark. So 65% of people in a rented accommodation are in core housing need. So they're spending a significant amount of their income on housing. Redevelopment of low-income buildings without alternatives for people to move to is causing some housing insecurity across the region. And I've included some statistics from the Penticton point in time count. So data and research has been a core part of guiding the work of multi-sectoral collaborations. The other priority area to focus on today is emergency response. Over the last 4 years, we've seen hundreds of residents on evacuation order or alert every year. With drought conditions getting worse for the last 4 years, and then an increase in extreme weather conditions, preparedness for communities is very important, and particularly for people on low incomes who are vulnerable and marginalized. Those drought conditions really also are exacerbating the potential for large-scale wildfires, flooding, and those heat events, as I mentioned. So what have we been doing about that? What have we been doing to address some of those issues? So outcomes of collaboration include being able to produce reports and research to really focus in on what are the priority needs for the community. In Penticton, the 100 More Homes initiative has worked together to create over 230 new shelter or housing spaces since 2021. We identified a need for alternative emergency weather response shelters, and in 2022, with partners with Interior Health and the Seventh-day Adventist Church, created an additional weather response in Oliver. And then most recently, through fully staffed resourcing in the city of Penticton, we've been able to work with a planning team to develop a social housing plan and to also incorporate the social service sector voice in the official community plan, which has been amazing. So we are working together to support community members in times of need. We know these challenges are real, and these are some of the ways we've started to address them in the region. So looking at the same thing with emergency response, following some large-scale events in 2021, 2023, we created what's called a social response task force, and I'll explain a bit more about that later on. But essentially what it means is there are 25 nonprofit and government partners ready to support each other. It means that community members are prepared to deal with emergencies, and there are additional supports potentially with social service sector agencies. In Princeton, we were really grateful to our donors, but also to the Ministry of Emergency Management Climate Readiness to be able to provide full-time staffing to support that community with resiliency support. And then in 2020 and 2021, through community collaboration, we were able to support the social service sector with COVID-19 response needs. So to zoom in a little bit on what that looks like for what an example of multi-sectoral collaboration looks like, 100 More Homes has been operating for the last 8 years, and United Way has always provided the administrative infrastructure to support that group. That means that we've been able to support with continuous communication, meeting every month for the last 8 years to make sure those community partners are connected, talking to one another and understanding needs in the community. We have a shared common agenda. So our vision, mission and strategic goals have been community developed and are continually reassessed. Our vision is a community where residents have a reasonable path to housing that is stable, safe, permanent and appropriate for their respective needs. And then again, with additional resources through funding, we've been able to support the direct engagement of people with lived and living experience. So what does that look like? This slide provides a bit of a visual outline of the interconnections that happen within the collective, and it's all driven by community need. This model is known as a constellation model, and it really kind of focuses on having a leadership group of which is where the steering committee sits, with representatives from provincial government, the health authority, municipal government, and the non-profit sector, and then a series of associated tables. So that's where some of our frontline workers sit, lived and living experience, but also subject matter experts. So a most recent addition is the Housing Action Table, where we have planners, developers, non-profit partners sitting together to determine how we're going to address the housing needs in the community and how best to work together. All of that information is brought back through the strategy coordinator, so the full-time resource that it really is the conduit between community need, the tables, and the steering committee. And all of that information drives the output. So what are our next steps? What's the container that we're working within in order to make an impact in the community? So I'm going to zoom in a bit more. So this is the emergency weather response coordination. So a micro level of what that constellation model looks like. This is the 2023-24 winter was the third year of 100 More Homes really leading that conversation, where there are a number of individuals unhoused despite the shelter provision in the community. So we had twice weekly pre-planning meetings for 3 months where Interior Health, BC Housing, the city were connected to develop a co-created operations plan. So how are we going to work together? How are we going to identify a location and how are we going to make sure the resources are available? That led into weekly coordination meetings, really supporting cross-sector communication. So whether a partner is directly involved in the operations of the shelter or whether they are working on the sidelines to support that shelter, the coordination from 100 More Homes really helped to support that communication across the initiative. Just to give a list of some of the partners involved, School District 67, One Sky, Brain Injury Society, Penticton and District Society for Community Living, Ask Wellness, Bylaw, CSO, the list goes on. And what did we learn from running the emergency weather response this year? Penticton Overdose Prevention Society, and Desiree's with us today, who's the executive director of that organisation. They've been the operator for the last 2 years. This slide shows the impact of what the EWR delivered. In addition to everything that's outlined here, the staff from POPs also housed 4 people, and 1 person was entered into treatment. All of the clients had access to health services thanks to the partnership with Interior Health. And again, that comes back to that coordination meeting. So a need was identified, Interior Health was identified as the partner that could support, and then that service was provided. We've learned that partnerships are essential in delivering effective programs like this, as well as the ability to have open and honest conversations, which are not always comfortable. So now switching gears a little bit to emergency response. You might be wondering what has United Way BC, who's a funder, got to do with emergency response. And it really started back in 2017 with the Elephant Hill fire near Kamloops. We saw a huge need with people in the communities who were struggling to access services and advocate for their own needs. Emergency support services are an amazing resource that BC has access to. But through that experience with Elephant Hill, we identified that some people needed extra help and needed someone to stand in their corner whilst they got support with mental health or accommodation needs. The following 2 items with the atmospheric river flooding and then the wildfires in 2021-23 helped us on our learning journey as an organisation, and we created a playbook to help guide that work. So we work with local nonprofit partners to identify needs quickly, and we can respond with funding, volunteers, or advocacy. One of the outcomes from West Kelowna was that we received, I think, in the region of 1,000 air purifiers, and then through another workplace partner, we were able to deliver them across the whole southern interior, which was pretty amazing. In this area specifically, we have used those networks of known partners to establish those additional supports and funded community partners to develop emergency preparedness plans. So any of you know Desert Sun Community Resources in Oliver and Osoyoos. They were funded through United Way to help prepare a mutual aid plan between the 2 communities so that they were better prepared to help those seniors that are in their services. In the central Okanagan, through the West Kelowna wildfire or McDougall Creek complex, we developed an unmet needs table and created a safety net for 60 to 80 people that needed additional wraparound supports. And then after that event, we were grateful to receive funding for a dedicated full-time staff person to continue that recovery work. And those funding pieces post-event are usually for 1 to 3 years. So it's not just a one and done, it's sustainable funding. This slide outlines the framework that we're using for that multi-sectoral collaboration. It was designed after the 2017 event in Kamloops, and it really is there to enhance local social service sector coordination. And this is how it works, 3 steps. So the first part is about relationships. The second part is understanding those roles and responsibilities. Who can do what? Who can't do what? Who's at capacity but needs to stay informed to support their clients? And then this is designed to support the Emergency Operations Centre if there's a level 3 or above event. Actually, I think level 3 is the highest, but really about bringing those community partners together to support vulnerable and marginalised people. I just want to make a note that the Social Response Task Force is in no way a replacement or in competition with ESS or EOC. It's designed to augment and offer additional support for people in need. And the way that it works is in partnership with the Emergency Preparedness Department here at the Regional District, so through Deborah, Shane and Gilbert, and then through United Way Lead, which is me or one of my colleagues, we would work with the nonprofit sector to address those needs. So that was a lot of information, but I think really the piece that I'd like to leave with you is that things have changed. So now what? We know that climate disaster is part of our reality. Housing crisis is part of our reality. So how do we address these issues in our communities? This type of collaboration has been evidence to move the dial and support folks in a more holistic way, using resources already in our communities and building capacity of our communities to address these needs collectively. This collaboration is most effective with sustainable resources, such as with the 100 More Homes Collective and the Strategy Coordinator. And so this just gives an outline of what that funding looks like. Sustainability of the collective. You might hear from nonprofit partners in your community that sustainable funding is a big challenge. And if you're part of any boards of nonprofits, you'll understand that as well. But through data and reports, it was identified that funding to support a central administrative infrastructure is really the difference in the speed of change and progress that can be made. So what do we think is needed? We've heard from our community partners across the region that having fully resourced staff roles that can support housing and homelessness needs and emergency response will make a huge impact in this space. Support from the regional district to strengthen multi-sectoral collaboration, such as with having a rent bank in the community. So when people do have that unexpected bill, there is a safety net available for them to lean on. Working together to redevelop unused or underused sites, such as in Kerameus, where there are some old treatment sites that might be available for redevelopment. What projects are in the pipeline? So in your own communities, what projects are you working on that maybe nonprofit partners are also talking to Crown corporations or health partners about, and how can we work together to strengthen those relationships? Using that collaborative approach to really leverage relationships and funding, making ideas come to fruition more quickly. I mentioned a couple of times about research and data collection. I think one of the strengths over the last 3 years in Penticton specifically has been around the number of reports we've seen come through, whether that's been funded by the province, through private funders and foundations, but the data is really helpful in providing some guidance in the space. And one of those things might be a point-in-time count for the regional district. The BC Nonprofit Housing Association delivers the funding for that. So, nice picture of the region. Thought I'd pause there. That was a lot of information, and we have some time with you this afternoon, and we really want to hear from you what resonates from what we've shared. And what would you say are the challenges being faced by community members in your regions and communities?
Okay, well, thank you for the presentation. I do have some hands up here. I'll start with Director Gilbert and then Director Roberts.
Thank you, through the chair. And this is in regards to the research and data and the point in time contact. One, I guess my first question is, what would be the timeline for you to do that throughout the whole region of RDOS to look at that point in time contact for people who are unhoused? And then the second part of that question is, what will be the scope of that, of what you're looking at? Is it of people who are unhoused? Is this going to include people who are living in cars, on couches, or in RVs in the regional district, or is it just going to focus on people like we more or less see that are tenting or camping within the cities?
Thanks for the questions. So the timeline for a point in time count would be based on a conversation with BC Nonprofit Housing Association. It's 1 day a year, so the coordination and the logistics involved would be around coordinating the nonprofit partners, municipal partners to deliver that point in time count on the 1 day. So last year, Linda from Brain Injury Society coordinated that here in Penticton with a number of partners from 100 More Homes. And so I think it would be a case of, and this is just me kind of thinking right now, but it would be a case of which communities want to partake in that, and then how do we coordinate with those partners for that 1 day of counting. In terms of the scope of what this project could, so what 100 More Homes could do regionally, I think that probably would be a phased approach, but visible and invisible homelessness really is the same in terms of precarity of homelessness. So whether you're living in a car or living on the street corner, which is much more visible, the impact of that on an individual and a community is very similar in terms of the health outcomes. So I think, you don't want to bite off more than you can chew. So starting with a phased approach of what's the priority, maybe people that are more visible is a priority, but people who are living in more precarious situations is still important. So how do we also work with those people as well? And coming back to data, at least having those conversations in community would start to gather that anecdotal information for us to create a bit of a plan of action.
Okay, thank you. Director Roberts.
Thank you through the chair. And to follow up on that, I'm the director of Area G, which is around Karamias, Olalla, and Headley. And I'm also a paramedic, and I spend a lot of time dealing with the unseen homeless. We've got in our rural areas, as it was stated there, about people living in RVs, whether or not they're on forest service roads, on agricultural land, and a lot of people that don't fit or can't get access to housing because, let's say, they smoke or they have pets. And I remember Director Bob Coyne and I brought up in strategic planning a few times about different housing strategies. And I've been wanting to look at kind of like having our own camp or a site, an RV area that has showers and facilities and is open to be able to, because we can't remove people. And at the same time, the crossing, the old facility, the Ashenola, is in Area G. And I used to be the administrator of that from the 80s through the 90s, and very interested. I took it to UBCM last year, just stating that, most places you run into is a problem with NIMBYs. Nobody wants things in their backyard. We want it in our backyard. We've had treatment. We have a facility that the government has put $6 million into it, and it's sitting vacant. It's, of course, run by City Central Foundation now. The Provincial Health Authority gave it back to them, or they were taken back because it's been not used. So I'm looking forward to further discussions on what are options in rural areas. How do we deal with, those people that don't fit into your usual housing, which is quite a few, because I remember trying to house somebody that their rental had burned down, but nobody would accept them with their pet and the fact that they smoked. So, looking at these different options. So I'm excited for what you're saying in regards to connection. I'd love to talk with you further, but I think there's a lot of things that we can do together. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Coyne?
Hi. Yeah, Director Roberts just brings up a really good point there. I mean, we've been practically begging for a treatment center to be reopened in our area. We're sick and tired of our community members having to go somewhere else for help. And I mean, we've had these conversations, and Tim and I have these conversations on a regular basis and whatnot. And we've been hounding the province for funding. And we've also been trying to get the funding in Princeton for, the point in time counts and all those things. We had those meetings, and we can't seem to get any traction anywhere on how to deal with these things because we're not a big center. If you know, you brought up a good point, like maybe we need to look at this as a regional approach. I mean, we've had meetings in Oliver and other places where we've talked about this in our homeless population, underhoused, whatever, you know, we're gonna use. We've noticed they're mobile and they're popping up in all of our communities, and you know, there's a segment of them that are moving around, and they wear out their welcome and they go off to the next community until they wear out their welcome and off they go, and it's this cycle. And I don't know, like, is this something that United Way thinks that they could help us with? Is this something that maybe we should be having a bigger conversation on? Because I mean, 6 years almost I've been at this, and 6 years I've been fighting this fight, and I'm exhausted. And you know, and we come to this table, and you know, poor city of Penticton. I mean, all of our resources are now here, and you know, and we hear all the time from our fellow directors, we need help, and we're trying. I mean, it's not for lack of trying. I mean, I've gone to the Ministry of Health, our mental health and addictions, every single year I've been elected to help us. So is this something we could do as a regional approach? Like, because I'm out of ideas, and I know, you know, like Tim and I have practically begged for this assistance, and we're not getting anywhere.
Thank you for the comment, Director Coyne. I think that, you know, talking about Princeton specifically, after the floods in Princeton, and then with the recent evacuation alerts, we were able to bring that group of community partners together quite quickly because of those relationships that were established post-flooding, and United Way staff were involved in helping to coordinate that and bring those partners together. I would say that the partners at the 100 More Homes table have definitely felt that over the last 6 years, in terms of we've asked for help, we've asked for housing, we've asked for support, and then we discovered that through that, the collective voice and really all being on the same page with that administrative support from United Way, that's where the difference was started to be made. I definitely agree that it's a regional response that would make the most impact. What Penticton is seeing is some people from the community that are becoming unhoused. There are other people that are coming to the community to access health services who are then becoming unhoused. So in terms of interjurisdictional kind of exiting from service, should we say, whether that's a hospital, whether that's another establishment, some of those folks end up becoming unhoused. And you mentioned about a house fire and someone couldn't then get another rental. That's really common. A lot of people are struggling with that and living in those RVs up Forest Service Road. So the 100 More Homes jurisdiction is currently just the city of Penticton, which is kind of limiting a little bit. I wanted to share, recently we were invited to some conversations with the Ministry of Housing here in the province. We've been working on something called the Built for Zero concept through the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness for a number of years. But it's been and the main part around that is a by name list. So basically, as a community, you have a list of people that are currently unhoused, and you can see the inflow and outflow of homelessness. So to your point around people moving between communities or in and out of services, getting housing for a short period of time, losing it, becoming unhoused in another community, that whole concept is kind of encapsulated with the Built for Zero model. The Ministry of Housing, BC Housing, and then federal partners are finally working on a concept for BC because we have different privacy laws. So it's very challenging to share data between those community partners. But that's one of the examples where 100 More Homes is through partnership with the City of Penticton, social development, the planning department, and leadership. We've been invited to some of these tables to have those conversations on, okay, how do we make this system change? And how do we ensure that partners can work together collaboratively without stepping on toes, acknowledging some of the things that have happened in the past, but how can we get together on a shared goal and how can we move forward on that? So one of your questions was, how can United Way help? We have that administrative infrastructure to house an employee. We have the ability to accept funding, we can apply for funding, and we can definitely work with government partners in advocating for needs in community. One of the other things that we've found, I think, through 100 More Homes, and we also run a Reaching Home initiative in Nanaimo, is working with community partners to demonstrate that it's not just one part of the community that's identifying this as a need. It's everyone. Everyone has this same opinion, and we all would like to see the same thing as an answer. And I think that that really helps to bring provincial government and other funders alongside. So I hope that answers some of what you shared.
Director Bloomfield.
Thank you, and through the chair, and really as much a reply to Director Coyne's comment as well. And at the city, and we're going to hear another presentation shortly from our CAO, Anthony Haddad, regarding some initiatives within Penticton. We're really feeling some traction, and we've had some results where we've worked in collaboration with various provincial agencies, where we've shown that we're willing to be part of the solution by providing the real estate for some of the housing answers. And so I'll let Mr. Haddad talk about that a little later. But where we've now got a motion on the table, and we're working through staff actions from that motion at the city, where we're willing to use city-owned, municipal-owned land or consider it for affordable housing, social housing projects, etc. That has caught the attention of the Minister of Housing and the staff, and we're getting some real traction in those conversations. So, but I'll let Mr. Haddad talk about that some more in the next presentation.
Okay, Director Conans.
Yes, thanks so much for the presentation. Really appreciative, and appreciative of everyone around this table who I think everyone has the same goal all around here. We sometimes debate pretty hard about things, but this we know we all need and we all want a solution to as a group. I think one of the toughest things for Penticton, of course, is that we're a central location for a lot of the services, social services and social needs and issues. And yet we're probably one of the smallest communities in the province that has that responsibility. So we don't have a lot of the services that the people who you can see walking by here at times need, and throughout the RDOS that they actually need. For example, well, again, we don't have any treatment beds. But one of the things I wanted to ask is that in our last meeting, we had a presentation where it was brought to our attention that if someone wanted to have help with addiction and needed to go to a detox or treatment bed, that it would take 1 to 2 years from that moment for them to get a bed. That's somewhere else in the province that they would get a bed. So the reason why I'm bringing that up, it was a shock to our council that when we heard that. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because we have been working with the province, as Director Coyne has, trying to get some treatment in our own city here. But that doesn't mean that our population will be using those beds, right? If we were to get treatment beds here, it wouldn't be for the regional district. It would be for the province as a whole, correct? It's similar to how we send our house people here go to Kelowna if there's a bed becomes available after 1 or 2 years. So is this something we should be fighting for, or do we need to change within the province a system of the fact that if Princeton were to get some treatment beds, would their own population be able to use them? That's what I'm saying.
Thank you for the question. I'm looking around at my colleagues through the chair, sorry. Desiree, do you want to speak to that, or Bobby?
Okay, thanks. So my agency has been really pushing to support people to get into treatment, and we recognize that there is like this giant gap. I think 1 to 2 years might be a little extreme from what we're seeing anecdotally for you guys, but adequate treatment is very hard to find. It's very easy to get someone into a detox center and then, but then there's nothing lined up after. I'm not 100% sure on the rules surrounding treatment, but I do know that one of our new housing builds in Penticton was allowed, it's a recovery center, was allowed to prioritize local patients. And so using that as kind of a mold you want to build off of, I think it would be great. I think about Portage all the time, and how it's an underutilized resource and how this South Okanagan region could really utilize a treatment center that because I see it all the time in my work, and I might cry when I say this, is when someone says they're ready for treatment, they need to go to treatment immediately because, dead people don't recover, and a lot of people will die waiting for treatment. So having the ability to look at our resources and say, if we had this and if we could get funding for this to create this great service in town, I don't think it would be unusual to specify that locals get first dibs. But again, from a provincial level and a funding level, I've seen it happen with St. Penticton. Working that closely with the health authority, I wouldn't really know the answer to that, but that's what I can share on the matter anecdotally.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, and just to add a little bit to that, I think it depends on whether the resource, so the crossing was funded through the Provincial Health Services Authority. So as a provincially funded, it was for the province. I think there are other treatment programs, maybe of different sizes and scope, that are funded by local health authorities, and they're more serve a geographic region. So I think that does play a part in how the beds are designated for the resource.
Another one's coming up, just a second.
Sorry, I can't also resist. So just back to the question about regional access to services, specifically around treatment. I can't answer the question about treatment, but I can say an example. Out of the housing that the collaborative has been able to arrange for Penticton, we have a situation table that selects people for placement that were previously homeless. And local people who've been here for a designated amount of time get preference for access to housing services and supports. So I think that we created that standard ourselves because we made it here in Penticton, and we wanted to help the people in Penticton before we help people that were coming here from outside of our immediate municipal boundaries. So I think that treatment piece would also be able to play into that same scenario.
Lots of different perspectives here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bobby Klecki. I'm a community health facilitator with Interior Health, actually. I work on the public and population side of Interior Health. But part of my role as a community health facilitator is to put you in touch with our clinical operations teams when questions like this arise. I'd be more than happy to do that. I know that conversations are already being had with many of your communities already, and our clinical operations teams. Happy to pass along that question, though, for further response back.
Good news. Director Gilbert and then Director Roberts.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. So in with this presentation and looking at a regional thing, the 3-year memorandum of understanding with the city of Penticton's coming up soon. Do you see that within the scope of the United Way of making that memorandum, instead of just with Penticton, moving that memorandum of understanding with the whole regional district instead?
Thank you for the question, through the chair. I think that the coordinator in Penticton is already at capacity in terms of the support that's being offered in that specific municipality. But yes, the MOU could be expanded to cover the regional district. And from early estimations, I would say at least one person for housing and homelessness and one person for emergency response would really deliver an amazing collaborative and addressing all of these moving parts, right? I mean, we just heard about treatment, but that is also connected to situation tables, it's connected to outreach, it's connected to multiple sections of the work that happens. But United Way could certainly expand the MOU if there are additional resources available. Meaning funding.
All right. On this specifically, go ahead, Director Klein.
The situation tables, is that the same as the one that we just started in Princeton and Penticton has? Is that the same situation tables you're talking about?
Yeah, this was another really amazing result of some collaborative advocacy. So there's been a situation table in Penticton for a number of years, and the Ministry of the Public Safety and Solicitor General reached out to the City of Penticton and 100 More Homes to kind of refresh that table. And so as a result of that conversation, there's $30,000 of funding to renew that table. And what we'd like to do as part from speaking with partners across Princeton, Oliver, Soyuz, we've identified that it would be really helpful to have a regional part of that table. So renewing the Penticton situation table, but also expanding that to the region so that there is that network of partners working with individuals.
So that's separate from the one that we're doing right now. Okay.
Separate, yeah.
Okay, I've got Director Roberts, Fedrigo, and then Van Elfen.
Thank you, through the chair. Going back in regards to dealing with, you mentioned, a few people have mentioned the facility that's in my neck of the woods. I got 25 years working as a nonprofit and through education as well. And then dealing with and working with the portage when I was working through the school system, and then later with the crossing in regards to working alongside with Karamias, creating a relationship and part of the RFP, RFQ process. Now, one of my frustrations that I have is a lot of times they say we cannot do things that will not work in the Karamias area because this, that, and the other thing, and we can't get staff. And what I find more often than not, whether or not it's our own things in regards to health at our clinic, it's a lot of times not staffing problems, it's a staff model problem. For instance, it's the appropriate use of trained lay workers and augmenting with professionals. Understanding where there's a need for post-detox, having a facility that is set in a rural setting that still has access. But it seems like we keep on bouncing against the wall. It just says, no, we want to have, you have to have on-site 24/7 psychologists. You're going to have so many psych nurses. You're going to have, and it's like, wait a minute, like this is not sustainable. It works in downtown Vancouver. It does not work in rural BC. So do you find through the United Way and part of the collaboration that you've been looking at different models that make things work? For instance, we've had multiple people hired in our area that just loved working with these different agencies and took and got training, and we're involved and we're providing that care and compassion that is needed, and the community grew from it. Within the school system, we were able to blend and have the youth that were out at the crossing or before portage connect with the school, and it was beneficial on both sides in regards to what we learned as a community and how we were able to support the individuals there, but also our own youth. So again, I stood up and spoke towards this at the UBCM in regards to what we had, because I'm just so passionate about it, and it just bugs me that there's this wonderful facility just sitting there and everybody says, oh, there's no facilities. And it's like, hello, right? So again, the issue around staffing models versus staffing. Thank you.
I can speak to that a little bit, but I'm pretty sure others in the collective would like to speak to that. I'm going to talk about the Simpaltonton, the housing initiative here in Penticton. When I had the original site visit with that, they changed everything on that supportive housing model based on feedback from the community. So I think that there is a lot more appetite for creating innovative models of both staffing and also the structure of a building, down to the basics of there's no plastic screen when you go into that building. It's open plan, it's welcoming, it's a supportive space. And that was a definite work safe kind of rule that was in place, right? So there's certain things that we have been able to advocate for, both the partners with the support of the collective, or the collectives advocated and then partners have come alongside and supported as well. So I would say that again, going back to this is a number of people in the community, from government partners, law enforcement, like health authority, we're all saying the same thing, and then we're advocating with that message. So I think there is opportunity to present different alternative ideas for staffing models. For example, I don't know all the ins and outs, but I'm just wondering, do any of my colleagues want to share? Go for it, yes.
And I realized I didn't introduce myself last time. So I'm Desiree Sorowski, and I'm the ED of Penticton and Area Overdose Prevention Society. And so I always tell people there isn't a labor shortage, there's an accommodation shortage. Because I have more staff than I have hours for, because we have a staffing model that's primarily people with lived and living experience of substance use. For part of our roles, we don't even actually require abstinence, we require wellness. And so by creating accommodations for our staff, which at the very basic level is we have a wellness checklist every staff is required to do when they come into work. Are you physically, emotionally, and mentally ready to perform your duties today? And we also don't, the other piece of that is you do not get disciplined if you come to work and decide that, you know what, I've acknowledged it and I can't be here today. So it can be a time-consuming model, but that's just a small example of realizing that there are a lot of people who want to work, but they recognize typical structures don't suit them for longevity in their employment. And so depending on the kind of model you're creating, it's about thinking creative and outside the box and figuring out how do we tap into a pool of people who want to work, maybe on PWD, who maybe have some limitations, in order to create a role that not only benefits the organization, but the individual who's going to do the work. Because as someone who's newly an employer, but has been in many employments throughout my life, I know that retention saves you money. I do not want to pick people who say they can do the job, expect them, have this checklist of things they need to do, and then recognize they can't do that job and then have to let them go. To me, that is more expensive, it's more time consuming, and it's discouraging for people re-entering the workforce. So we have been really successful in hiring some people, and when I present to City Council next week, I'm going to have one of my staff speak to how much she did not think she could ever sustain employment until she was employed by us. And so it really means a lot that that's a piece of our organization that we hope other organizations can take on as well.
All right, I've got a list of folks to go through here. Director Federico, Van Alphen, and then over to Bloomfield.
Thank you to the chair. So it kind of leads into where I'm kind of going with mine in terms of housing. Are we considering those to be housed that are going to be moving into sort of a brick and mortar, or is there any work from 100 More Homes to realize alternative types of housing? So not providing like a tiny homestead village that you're going to put them in. That seems to be the common model for housing villages, but more looking at how you can work with municipalities to encourage diversity in either being able to put manufactured homes in backyards or as accessory dwellings, or maybe looking at how bunkies can become viable, or working even with the, I have it written down here, Canadian Recreational Vehicle Association about RVs as dwellings and their potential push to the Canadian Standard Association, so the CSA, to make changes within their standards to allow this. Because realistically, from the attainable housing perspective in our market, a lot of people can't afford that. And so you're going to look at downsizing to smaller spaces that can be attainable. Maybe they can then move around if they see fit for jobs in other places. So where are we lying with being housed? Is that considered just even having a roof over your head, regardless of what that looks like, but you're in a physical space that's not a tent on the street? While still respecting that there are spaces that are safe, that are healthy, and can help these people with a mental capacity to know that they have some kind of home or space that is theirs.
Thank you, Director Federico, through the chair. I think that's one of the beauties of 100 More Homes, is that we've created this housing action table, and that actually came from Linda. Good timing, being on the OCP task force for housing development. My understanding of planning laws, bylaws, zoning, is that it's really up to the municipality and the regional district as to what those look like and what they allow for. And again, going back to data and research, you know, it's about whether there's a feasibility study or somebody somewhere has done some research on what those housing types could look like and the safety of them. So I think, you know, the collective has really been able to develop that relationship with the City of Penticton to look at what housing needs we can create now. And they've already made significant changes to some zoning.
Yeah, I don't think I introduced myself the last time either. I'm Linda, and I'm the Executive Director at the Brain Injury Society. My organization is really interested in the issue of housing and homelessness because more than half of the people that are experiencing homelessness either have a brain injury before they become homeless or they acquire one after becoming homeless. And then they need a range of services that my organization can support them with. But in response to the question about housing types and the needs of people, this is one of the things that I feel very passionately about because solutions for every one of us here alone would be very different for what you want for housing for yourself. And each one of us has a budget that we would be working within, and the people that we're talking about have budgets as well, which are probably a lot smaller than ours. But they also have a set of complex needs, their mental health needs, their recovery needs from any kind of physical health, but also mental health, possibly from substance use. And what people need for housing is safety and protection from the elements and a housing model that's going to allow them to be continuously housed and a continuum of housing options that allow them to meet their needs as they grow and change once they connect to community resources that they do need. So initially somebody needs a place that's warm and dry, and then after connecting, they may be ready for other kinds of housing. So we need a whole range of housing solutions. So I love your ideas, and I wish I could chat with you more afterwards.
I suspect that will be a possibility. Director Van Elfen?
I hope so.
Thank you. In Summerland, there's one recovery house that's privately owned. And I recall when they came to council a bunch of years ago, there was quite a bunch of noise in the community years and years before they even got there. Like, oh my God, I hear this is going to be this thing coming to Summerland. Oh, you know, that's going to be horrible. They're going to have all these people wandering our streets. We've never had a bylaw complaint, not a one. And it's just a wonderful facility. They help lots of people. But again, they're folks from everywhere, right? And it's great, but that's one of the pushbacks all communities are going to get. You know, anytime there's a facility that's looked at, you're going to get pushback from the public. There is room for more private facilities if the government's not stepping up, and the one in Karamia is an absolute crying shame. Like, that facility not open today is absolutely ludicrous. I just want to comment because you talked about retirees, 70-something% of their income is going to just pay rent. That's not going to stop. Not in this region where our real estate prices are so high. What's our ability to lobby the feds to start paying these people a living retirement income? You know, the sad part of this is, oh, I'm one of them. No, well, I qualify. But the sad part of this is these are the people that came before all of us, who built this country, who, you know, blood, sweat, and tears, and raised their kids to be, you know, good citizens of this country. And this is the way we treat them. It's a real crying shame to me. But, you know, and the other quick question I have, is Summerland have a seat at the table, at that round table you were talking about a few minutes ago? And if not, how do we get one? Please, because I'll volunteer our director trainer. Or myself. I'll be, yeah.
There was a lot there, through the chair.
I tend to ramble.
Oh, that's okay. Me too. That's why I have notes. So about the seniors piece, I think that there's definitely no golden answer to that. It's certainly an income issue. The concept of basic income has been around for a long time. I think Linda and Desiree both mentioned about the housing continuum. So, you know, we look at different countries around the world. Across North America, there are a certain percentage of housing units within a community that are affordable, below market, subsidized, you know, all of those pieces. And I think that that's one aspect of helping seniors who are spending 78% of their income on rent. That's one solution, is to have that subsidized option. And I know that the Ministry of Housing, through BC Builds, and then also through the Rental Protection Fund and a number of other things, are starting to make some movement on that side of it. Again, as a collective voice, working with the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness, working with Built for Zero, they are national advocacy groups. And so being part of that conversation means that the local voices here get represented on that stage. And so I'm not saying that we can answer all of that, but we can certainly present that this is, you know, across the communities. And then the second part, voice at the table. Do you mean the situation table or 100 more homes situation table? We can, yeah, for sure. We can certainly look into that. I mean, we're designing it, so.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. And Director Bloomfield, did you want to say something, or I'm going to someone else?
I'll cover a couple of things here, and you know, great discussion, and I'm really happy that we're having this discussion around this board table finally, and some of the answers are here in the room. Some of the answers to the questions that we've been asking. You know, we had Director Roberts asking about alternate staffing models. You know, we've got Desiree Sarowski with POPs providing alternate staffing models where, you know, the staff that are involved are not necessarily qualified nurses. They don't have to go through nurse training to get the qualifications to do the work that they're doing. And that, I know that message has to go to the very top, to the ministerial levels. And I've had conversations with both the federal and the provincial ministers of mental health and addictions in that regard. We hear about, you know, housing models and, you know, and what's most effective. And here we just heard in Summerland that there's a smaller private facility there that has been excellent. And we know that their Discovery House in Penticton has been excellent. And the dispersed housing model, where you've got smaller groups of housing scattered around the communities, is far more effective than having one collective facility in a community. And so, you know, some of the answers are coming right at us out of this conversation. So I think if as a region, if we can think regionally and collaboratively and to answer the question, how do you get to a table? How do you get a situation table? You have to be willing to be part of the financial solution. And so, yeah, I look forward to more discussion.
Okay. Do you want to comment, or should I go to the next?
I was just going to ask, in terms of next steps was my kind of point. Okay. So we've heard a lot about, there seems to be appetite for this board to be involved in like a regional conversation. And that's really exciting. I'm very grateful for that, and I'm so pleased we're able to speak here today. I guess I'm thinking maybe an invitation for one or two of you to attend 100 More Homes and be part of the conversation to start things off, but also a second meeting with partners here at the table or with staff to look at what some tangible next steps might be. So I just kind of wanted to float that.
Okay. Director Coyne?
Yeah, it's funny you asked what the next steps were. I was just gonna say we have some strategic planning coming up and whatnot, and I'd really like to make a suggestion that we put this on our strategic planning. I think you know, we've been having these conversations for years, not as in depth as today at this table, but I mean, in our valley, we've been having these conversations for decades and whatnot. So yeah, I don't know, do you need a motion, or do we just ask that this goes on to our strategic planning for, get put down as a priority, or what do you want us to do?
I would say a motion would be appropriate.
So I'll make a motion that we bring up that strategic planning.
Okay, so on the floor, I see lots of seconders. We'll discuss it if you want. Go ahead, Director
I'd like
Collins.
to. Just specifically what it is we're bringing, because I was originally going to bring forward a motion that simple, that was that the board directs staff to bring back options for a regional approach to social planning and homelessness. That was originally going to be my motion for our future board meeting to vote on, but is that what you're bringing forward here? I'm not sure.
I think we need to have a discussion as to what level we want to work at before we start jumping into other things right now. This is the first time I think we've all been on the same page on being on the same page. So, I mean, I would right now like to take this to strategic planning. Let's have a conversation as to what level we see as a regional approach, what things we're going to be comfortable with dealing with as a regional approach, because I'm going to be honest, as much as, you know, we've found these regional issues, we've got totally different issues than anybody over here that you guys aren't going to want to be part of. And you guys are probably going to have some issues over here that we're not going to want to be part of. So I think we need to get that all flushed out before we jump in fully with everything and see, do we need a social planner? Do we need a service bylaw? Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff to get into before we start committing to things.
Okay, Director Federico and then Gilbert.
Thank you through the chair. And that was going to be my point. We don't have a social development coordinator and we don't have a social development department right now to even help provide us with any strategic direction. A food security meeting has just popped up and I've learned that the protective services department is eager to get in there. So perhaps through strategic planning, we find out that we do actually have a department and some staff that are willing to take this on and look at it in deeper detail. So I do think adding it to strategic planning so we can flesh out some of these further discussions would be great. And I'd be happy to sit on a housing board. That'd be amazing.
A volunteer coming forward. Director Gilbert, Van Elfen, and Monteith.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I just want to kind of comment on what Director Coyne said about, not being a part of the problems of or the challenges that are facing this milk. I mean, I think as a director in the South Okanagan, I want to be a part of that. We're one region and your challenges are going to be our challenges. We want to make sure that we're looking after every community inside this region. So I understand that you might want to go to, definitely to a strategic priority to look at that. But if you're having issues, we should be as a region supporting that no matter what. And
it's great hearing that from Penticton.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess what I'm saying is I will support going into a strategic planning with this, but I'm also would like to give more direction to staff of being, let's bring in the options of what we have. I'd even go further to the point where I'd be willing to what does the MOU look like with 100 more homes and the United Way to address all the issues that we have? We should be taking care of every single community that we are here, and 100%, I think having that direction to staff be what are all the options? Because we want to help out everyone in the region.
Okay, Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I definitely learned a lot as well. I guess to the chair, I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to maybe recommend a regional grant and aid application from the committee, because that might be a way for them to continue the conversation while we go through strategic planning, because our process might take longer than them getting started with sort of process.
Something they can explore if they're into that. Director Collins.
Yes, just going back to what I originally said about the board directing staff to bring back options for a regional approach to social planning and homelessness. I think it's great that we'll go to strategic planning, but I think that staff bringing forward options at that strategic planning meeting, options such as a social director, a housing strategy, whatever it is that we need to work to help with Princeton's issues, Penticton's, throughout the whole region. So I think that we can direct staff to bring options to our strategic priority meetings that are happening very soon.
Okay, Director Bloomfield?
Thank you. And a quick question, when's our strategic planning?
I'll have to go to Ms. Molden for the date.
So I think everybody's got a doodle poll out right now with some
Okay.
proposed dates, and I believe they're early October.
Okay.
Yes.
So early October, so that the strategic planning is done before the budget deliberations, right? Yeah. So if we're going to go into a strategic plan, we already know a lot more than we did 2 hours ago. And before we say, okay, let's just go to a strategic plan, I think we need to let staff know what further information we need to go into that strategic plan so that we can discuss it more fully during the strategic planning, because we don't have a lot of time between that and budget if we're going to take any actions. And so I think it would be useful to see what a draft MOU would look like with 100 more homes. And that's a start, but also to see some staff spend some time on putting together some options as to other options that we've discussed around this table today, just so we've got more information than we do right now when we're going into strategic planning.
Okay, Director Coyne?
Okay, so I get what you guys are all saying, but I need to go home and I need to talk to, what do I got, like 6 or 7 different organizations or more that sit on this, the committees that we already have, see what we do need to see where we're lacking, see what things overlap. And then I'd be more than happy to present that to staff at a later date. But right now, I'm not willing to put anything on the table until I have a conversation. And United Way is one of those partners that are involved in everything we do. So, you know, there's a whole bunch of other work that I think we can do before that. And so why don't we just ask staff to put it out to us so we can bring that back at a later date right now? Because I do have, and I'm not putting anything off, I need to make sure that I have the right things that I want to bring to this table to have discussed at a regional approach. And I know, I'm pretty sure, you know, Amy's probably going to have some input into that, and with what she's been working on over there. And there's a whole bunch of other people that are not at this table that I think we need to have a conversation with on this before we start setting all the priorities today for later.
Okay, Director Graham?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Absolutely wicked conversation so far. Big proponent of this being regional. I'd be completely remiss. I didn't get Interior Health's lady's name, but I do have a specific question through Director Roberts. Through Desiree's presentation, and obviously has the staff, I'm baffled and I'm very confused. So I'm hoping you have the answer why an asset has been built. There are employees prepared, ready to go that could facilitate that facility, but it's still vacant. So we're, again, here regionally talking about things, but there's already assets built and they're vacant. So I've never had an opportunity to speak to anyone in Interior Health, so it's great to finally meet you. So I'd love to get a little clarification why we have assets that we needed 2 years ago that are still sitting vacant. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Again, I work on the public and population health side of Interior Health. I don't work on the clinical operations side, but I'm, again, very happy to bring back your question to my colleagues there.
Follow up?
Yeah, if I may, I would absolutely love you to facilitate that. Been a counselor for close to almost 2 years, and I've yet to have the ability to speak to anyone from Interior Health. So you can't actually build relationships when you don't have the discussions. So I'm really excited to hopefully have discussions soon, because I really like having those conversations. Thank you.
Okay. Director Federico, and then I'm going to call the question on this.
Perfect.
Motion.
Thank you to the chair. So there is talk of staff bringing information forward. I just want to ask what staff would be doing this, and given that our Gantt charts are off the wall and we're still trying to work through them, this wasn't put on the Gantt charts for activities for this year. So again, what staff would be dedicated to this, not having a social development department? Who would be looking at this before coming forward for strategic planning?
Ms. Molden? The difficult question.
That's accurate. We do not have staff who work in social development. We do not have a service. We do not have any funding put aside for it in 2024. However, it certainly is something that needs to be discussed at strategic planning and budget meetings. It is something that would have to go to the Gantt chart and something would probably have to come off. We do have several individuals who have past experience in social development in exactly these sorts of roles. So, but again, you know, there is resource aspects to that. There's funding to that. Something would have to come off.
May I, Chair?
Sure, by all means.
Offering a potential solution. We could bring this conversation to the 100 More Homes Steering Committee table or have a special meeting of that table in order to facilitate the conversation in terms of regional needs from non-profit partners and that side of things, if that's helpful. And to Director Montier's suggestion about grant and aid, that would probably support some of that work as well as an immediate solution.
Yeah, it's a good option. Probably be worth it. I thought I seen a hand over here. Seeing nobody jumping up and down here, let's call a question. Oh, Director Coyne, Senior?
No,
Yeah,
I just, what I was very concerned about, I think it just got the answer, was we don't have anybody in the organization that can actually deal with this at this time. So that would have to be something that would come out of strategic planning, that we would have to agree to budget for that position and or whatever facilities that they would need to operate out of. So I think we got to slow down a little tiny bit here and make sure we get this through strategic planning. And then possibly at that strategic planning, we could have one of these other folks today do a shorter condensed version of what we've gone through today, so that everybody kind of gets back on the, keep us all on the same table. But this could cost a heck of a pile of money, and we need to be able to have a funding source for that money. So we got to it's great to see everybody excited about this, but we
lots to consider.
Bill too.
Yeah. You had a thought, Ms. Cram, or a comment?
Sorry, with respect to the question, you were indicating you were about to call the question.
Yeah.
I have the motion as that this be brought back at strategic planning, and I'm looking for clarification with respect to this and wondering if regional approach to homelessness is the this.
Whatever you're calling this. I don't know,
Yeah.
whatever, I don't know, what do you want to call this?
So is regional approach to homelessness, is that an accurate?
Yes,
Well,
I think that would be a start.
I think it's more than just homelessness. I think it's a regional approach to social.
What would be the proper word?
I don't.
I'll go to our.
It's mental health. It's
many
homelessness.
things,
It's drug
I'd say
abuse. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
social planning would be an appropriate term, and then based on the strategic conversations that you're having in the fall, maybe you can determine some priorities. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, social planning.
Okay, are we comfortable with that? Sure, okay. Director Monteith, and then question.
Through the chair, question maybe for staff. If the board deems this is part of our strategic priority and we want to move forward, how long does it take to create a service, all that sort of stuff for funding?
Ms. Mullen.
It could take anywhere from 2 to 4 months.
Okay, follow up?
Yeah, so, sorry, in reality then, if we did proceed, we could budget for it this year. It would be funded this year, or would we miss the cutoff and it wouldn't be funded till 2026?
Ms. Mullen.
So typically with our services, again, we put them in place mid-year. It seems always to be about mid-year. We're not in a position to fund through that service until the following year. However, there are other options to look at for funding in a part year. Okay. And that would be discussed at budget.
Yeah, that's something we'd discuss at a later date. Director Gilbert, and then we got to make it.
Thank you, through Chair. Just one comment too. It doesn't have to be in-house too, right? This could be, an MOU or out to
Without a service, we can't do anything.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the bottom line. So everybody knows what we're voting on. Strategic planning coming soon. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? It's carried. Anything further from the delegation? Other?
Thank you so much for everyone's time. It's been such a pleasure to hear from all of you and this awesome conversation. So appreciate all of you. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for coming and presenting. It's much appreciated. And thanks for bringing the entourage and support. Next, Ms. Molden, I believe we have the City of Penticton.
That's correct, we do. We have
It always.
we have CAO Anthony Haddad here, and I'll just turn it over to him.
Welcome, Anthony, and floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And just like to introduce Jamie Lloyd-Smith, our Social Development Specialist, to present with myself today. We've got a few slides. We'll get them up and get things underway. But pleased to join you here today. And really excited about the discussion, obviously, the board just had, but really want to focus a little bit more around the upcoming winter season and share with you some of the work that's been done over the last couple of years and some of the important work and critical work that's coming up in the immediate future. I know our City Council have had many discussions around this over the years, and I think being here today aligns very well with the presentation you just received. We're dealing with obviously regionally important issues. Our community has certainly changed significantly over the last 5 to 6 years. And I know your communities are changing as well. And these are issues that are similar to regions well across BC and beyond. We've got homelessness, mental health, addictions, public safety, provincial downloading, all contributing to a greater need, we believe. I know our council believe to look at pushing back to the province, but also working together to find some regionally innovative, regionally unique solutions that to these issues that we know our communities are facing. So I'll sort of hand it over to Ms. Lloyd-Smith just to run through our winter shelter program, what's been done over the last little while, and then we've got some questions to sort of have as a discussion point at the end of the slide deck. Jamie, over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Great to be here. This is admittedly my first RDOS board meeting, so it's very nice to see some familiar faces, of course, and also see some new ones. So as Mr. Haddad mentioned, my name is Jamie Lloyd-Smith. I have the privilege of leading the Social Development Department at the City of Penticton. That department will be coming up on 4 years old next year, so still in its infancy to some extent, but we're really guided by our social development framework that we developed in consensus with partners in Penticton. And to the conversations we've been having, it's a framework that looks at childcare, supports for people who use substances, mental health and wellness, housing and homelessness. And as we have these discussions, in my role, as we talk about childcare, can't talk about childcare without talking about housing and talking about mental health and all these things that start to connect. So we certainly want to talk a little bit about just winter shelter. Oops, hopefully that's working okay. And just give a little bit of context, both to what Penticton's done, but just how some of these funding models work and get into a little bit of the specifics and just how this has evolved in our community. Of course, today we're talking about homelessness. When you look here at the housing continuum, the focus of the conversation will be emergency shelter, and in particular, the provision of emergency shelter during the winter months. And we think about a winter shelter, we're really thinking about providing the most rudimentary basic needs to provide people support and a roof over their head during the cold elements. So I'll start with a little bit of context, and some of this was presented in the last presentation, but our point in time count in Penticton showed that we had about 166 people experiencing homelessness. I'll preface that to say that actually includes those who are currently in shelter, because if you're in shelter, you're not actually housed. So once you get into housing, you're not counted in that anymore. And our approximate numbers of those who are street entrenched, so visibly on the street, would be about 60. In Penticton, we have 73 permanent shelter beds. So those aren't winter shelter beds, those aren't temperature activated, 73, 365 days a year.
if you look at that continuum, you'll see supportive housing also on that list, again, separate from shelter, but we do have 214 homes. And so ideally, what we like to see is people, getting off the street into shelter and then doing that housing assessment to get them on that list for housing, get them connected to the supports they need. So when we think about winter shelter or shelter broadly, there's really three models that I'm going to touch on today. All of this is provided by BC Housing. We have the extreme weather response model, so I'll refer to that as the EWR. We have the temporary winter shelter response. I shouldn't say response model. Temporary winter shelter model, which is the TWS, and then we have the permanent year-round shelter. So again, I alluded to that, which is Compass. So I want to take some time just to go over these differences. They appear somewhat similar when you talk about an EWR or TWS, but when you actually sort of get into the program specifics, they're quite different. I want to just briefly touch on, I think, as a community, as a province, the changes in what used to be the winter response. Just for a little bit of background, prior to my role in local government, I spent about a decade in the nonprofit sector, running shelters, running supportive housing. And I can remember a time in my career, even a decade ago, winter shelter would come around and you might roll out, 10 extra mats for those who are out in the community. Now I think we're seeing an increase in numbers. And so when I go back to that number of about 60 people on the street, it's not just a few extra mats in our current shelter. It's really looking at what do we need to provide supports for everybody who's currently unhoused. So the first model we have is the emergency winter response model. This was a model that was developed some time ago to really support organizations who wanted to operate that MAP program. It doesn't provide any capital funding. So right away, when you start looking at leases or things that are going to cost capital money, there's no funding for it. So this was often the model that you see where churches will step up, they'll provide a space at no cost, and BC Housing will come and provide some extra funds for staffing or food. This is also the model that is temperature dependent. So within the guidelines for accessing these funds, it's up to the community to decide what the threshold is. So that can vary from community to community. The second model that we have is the temporary winter shelter model, the TWS. This in comparison to the last model is a temporary shelter that operates for 6 months from usually November 1st to March 31st, and it's open 24/7. So where in EWR you would open it, let's say maybe it's -5, people leave in the daytime. This is something that's continually open in the nighttime and the daytime. So I just want to recap, now that you have an understanding of those models, what Penticton's done the last couple of years. So for the 2022-23 season, we established an EWR, which ended up happening at 2 different locations. I'll note the challenges we've experienced as a community and in collaboration with 100 More Homes, finding a space, because again, this model doesn't provide those capital costs. So you're really looking at the goodwill of the community or faith-based groups to step up and provide a space. We did have 2 locations, and this was operated by Desiree's team at Penticton Overdose Prevention Society. 100 More Homes created a plan for this. We set a temperature threshold of -5, and I think we saw about an average of 40 people per night. I will note, we certainly saw some challenges just in community impact. Moving the shelter mid-season, because there were some challenges, certainly was disruptive, I think, for the residents and the community, which really led us to this last season and what we did. So I sometimes say this was a bit of a hybrid between an EWR and a TWS, and I'll explain why that is. Our role here from the City of Penticton is we stepped up to provide funding for a lease. So recognizing that those capital costs aren't available for an EWR, Council did give staff direction to fund a lease at a private facility to operate under an EWR model. Again, this was operated by Desiree and her team at POPs, and the community did set a threshold of 0 degrees, and that was determined because throughout the season, we did get recommendation from the medical health officer that 0 degrees in our region is when you might see health impacts for people being outside in the elements. Again, this wasn't 24/7, so it operated at that temperature threshold, and then people would go back out in community during the day. I put this up here just to speak to the many partners involved in this process, and I think you probably heard that message loud and clear from our last presentation. Having gone through this process now with the City of Penticton, with 100 more homes, it's been fundamental to have all the partners at the table to see this happen. I think the city, certainly from a land use perspective and a planning perspective, Interior Health, who came to the table last year to do wound care and provide medical supports on site, BC Housing to operationalize, to get all the necessary elements to stand up a winter shelter. And then 100 more homes. I think there was many partners who in the background supported to do extra security around the neighborhood or to support people getting to the sheltering community and different things like that. I think conferring with these partners on these conversations were really, really set us up for success. So I'll pause there. I'll hand it over to Mr. Haddad to finish us off.
Thank you. So as you've seen, the increased demand for these facilities is increasing every year. You can see just a couple of photos up on the screen. During the early part of this summer, we've observed obviously a significant increase in individual sheltering across our community and within the region. A couple of photos up there. I know the board's well aware of these in terms of the regional impact of the encampments and the sheltering that is occurring in the region adjacent to West Bench, for example, underneath Ellis Creek Bridge. However, the majority of sheltering, as you can imagine, over the past year has been dealt with by the City of Penticton, our City of Penticton bylaw staff and RCMP. So a significant cost. We had some of that discussion around the council table a couple of weeks back. In terms of dealing with these issues, while the courts have clarified homelessness is not illegal and individuals certainly have the right to stay overnight in public parks when a community does not have adequate shelter space, our bylaws team and the RCMP are obviously dealing with these individuals on a daily basis, moving them on through the community, waking them up at 7 o'clock in the morning, ensuring they're moving through the community and not established in certain areas. So there's some bigger discussions we need to have as a community and obviously as a region as we get into some of these discussions. Just another couple of photos, even over the last couple of weeks, significant work within our bylaw services team related to sheltering both public and privately owned land. So we work very closely with private owners in terms of us being first to the scene, working with the private property owners to move along individuals from private property and then where required, bringing in the RCMP. So a significant process, significant partnership with the private sector on a lot of these properties. Again, sharing these images just in recognition of the upcoming winter months. As Ms. Lloyd-Smith mentioned, we got planning underway for the temporary winter shelter, and the demand we see is certainly in our experience going to exceed what we saw last year. So just to finish off, there's a number of reasons, obviously, that staff have worked with council to get some direction to look at this temporary winter shelter. We've got had conversations through a number of different partners. There's limited interest in the resourcing of the emergency winter model, which is why we're looking at this longer term model specific to the winter months. From a health and safety perspective, the benefit of the temporary winter model or shelter model is that it really lessens the impact on the community. For example, fires that otherwise might be set to stay warm in the outdoors during the winter may be mitigated additionally indoors and in a centralized location with dedicated services. Also improves the effectiveness of interior health services, wound care, for example, and that allows for a planning-based approach for protective services rather than reacting every evening or every day, for example, when these facilities are closed. So there's some of the challenges, there's some of the discussions that I know our council have had. And we also recognize that having a facility 24/7 in the winter does have its challenges, or will have its challenges in terms of being open to the community, to the region, and bringing in additional residents from the region into Penticton. Where do they go once the end of the season happens? So these are the discussions. They're really difficult discussions that I know we've had as a council, our council has had around our table. And certainly looking at bringing these discussions to the region, as we know this is not a local issue. So we put these questions forward. We know there's lots of work. We're in the process right now of looking for a location and finalizing those details over the next couple of weeks in terms of that temporary winter shelter, and looking forward to coming back to the board with more information once we have that information in the next couple of weeks. So some questions sort of bringing forward for discussion and happy to answer questions. Does each community provide warming facilities for their residents? Is it expected that the City of Penticton cover all of these costs for the region, as has been done over the last couple of years? And should a winter shelter rotate through communities in the region, for example? So these are the interesting discussions. I think that it's great to have this around the table today. And just some other questions, like how do we look at, as I said earlier, better working together as a region, as a staff, as a board, on solutions as we plan for 2024 and 2025. And I say beyond because we know this is not going to be the end of the conversation at the end of this winter. We know these issues not going anywhere anytime soon. And just before I finish up, I know Mayor and Council, our directors here, have more to add on the issue, I'm sure. And I just want to, through the chair, Your Worship, offer if there's any opportunity, if there's anything I missed from our City of Penticton perspective, offer our council an opportunity to add where I may have missed. So I'll end there. Some questions for discussion, and happy to have Jamie and myself answer anything as well. So thank you.
Okay, no, thank you for the presentation. There's a quick hand over here from Director Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Might be cheeky, but I don't know, recently, do we not throughout all our areas now have large vacancies in BC tree fruits in regards to large buildings? And I had a question. I go all the time regularly, of course, with the ambulance up around Maine and then up Carmi. Is it city property behind the bus stop between that and the superstore, that big lot where usually there's a Sunday flea market? It's private? Okay. But anyways, I was just thinking that BC Tree Fruits is now large facilities in almost all our communities that are going to be vacant.
There's potential there, but Director Bloomfield, do you?
Yeah,
wanted to
just
speak?
a couple
Go ahead.
And I think the search for facilities for temporary winter shelters is ongoing, and part of the reason for the presentation here, I think, is that we look at the places that we use for temporary winter shelters are temporary themselves. They're temporary locations at present. And is there an appetite for the regional district to have those winter shelters move around the region, or or if it's centered in Penticton, really, if we're doing a regional approach and a regional service for regional people, then can we expect some regional money to help with the city's costs, and what might that formula look like? And to talk about a little bit about the costs, I know that there's an enormous amount of staff time that gets spent on this issue with the city, but I'm not sure if the CEO, Anthony Haddad, has got any sort of guidance as to what the cost of the actual real estate is involved for a winter shelter. I don't know. Can you share that?
Yeah, through the chair. The last year and the city paid the lease rate for the privately owned property on over the road from the hospital where the facility was last year. That was approximately $35,000 that was the cost there. This year, we're looking at a couple of different alternative sites. That cost we fully expect to increase and should have that information. You're looking at, depending if it's in an industrial area, $10 to $12 a square foot. Again, they're the things we're looking at right now and should have more details. But $35,000 was the approximate cost for last year for holding the lease.
Okay, follow up?
Just as a follow-up to that, and as I alluded to earlier on today, the very fact that the city was willing to cover that cost meant that the other services kicked into play quite readily, quite quickly. And I think that, if that happens again, and if that's done regionally, I think that would be, looked upon really favorably by the provincial government and other applications for other forms of housing as well, because then they know that we're willing to be part of really part of the solution. And I think that changes the tenor of the discussions with the provincial government greatly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Director King.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. I'm just curious, you had a cleanup this morning along Canal Walkway with the police and city staff moving the people on. Were you able to help them, provide them with some of the services sitting behind you, like to play some of these people, or you just moved them on?
Through the chair, Your worship, if that's, don't know if that's a City of Penticton example. I know there was a cleanup underneath Ellis Creek Bridge. That was led by the Ministry of Transportation, and they had their facilities. Unfortunately, there was a lack of a housing plan for a lot of the individuals under there, and same as the West Bench example. But in Penticton, the role that our bylaw department plays, obviously meeting the individuals in the morning, they've got access to the services, obviously through 100 Homes, through a range of nonprofits in the community. And where able, they do link them up with the appropriate services.
Okay. Director Conans and then Director Federico.
Well, just a little bit of a follow-up on that. For an example, what happened on the West Bench. And that was a very serious situation. I think everybody here would agree to. It was basically a disaster that was happening and that was about to happen there. And and nobody knew whose responsibility that was, even though it was located in the regional district. We, as a board, I think, didn't take on a responsibility to actually talk about it seriously. Eventually what happened, and I know that Director Geddens wanted to talk about it more and more, but I think we didn't have a space for it to really talk about seriously at this table what needed to happen. And so what happened was eventually the province cleared it out, but the people that were vulnerable, people that were living there, either walked up the West Bench, I'm not sure, but most walked into Penticton with that, so they had no plan. So I think what can happen in the future, and on top of talking about the winter shelter, but also what with the winter shelters, what can happen in the future is, as a board here, we can talk about what are we going to do about future sites that pop up like that throughout our region that we all need to take responsibility for before basically the province comes and just wipes it out and leaves those vulnerable people to fend for themselves.
Director Federico, Trainer, and Gettens.
Thank you to the chair. I think this is a great conversation to continue in our strategic planning when we sit down and look at what the social programming is going to look like for the region. This is a great piece that will fit into that overall, so we can look at what budget, if there is an appetite to fund this from outside of the Penticton boundary, then that's where this kind of fits. But can I ask, when patrons come into the warming center, do you guys collect any information on them, like where they originated from? And then is there conversations and sit downs with them to kind of understand their background, how they got there, things like that, just to be able then to report some of that back to us?
Yeah, through the chair, it's a great question. And maybe Desiree wants to come up, I'll let you speak. But we did collect some data last week, last year, not the least of which included where is your home community? Sometimes it's a tough question to know exactly where they come from. You might get answers of, oh, I'm from somewhere, right? Or I'm from not Penticton, right? So it's hard to really know exactly what area. Is it from RDOS region? Is it from Alberta? It could be a mix of both, I might suggest. But certainly, I think part of last year was really sitting down to say, what are your needs? Have you had a VAT assessment? A VAT assessment, for those of you who don't know, is the housing assessment to get on the registry list. What are your needs? Do you need to see a nurse or a physician? What can we support you with? Desiree, maybe I'll invite you up if you want to add a couple bit. I think one of the pieces that stood out as well is, I know last year we had many people access the shelter who had never accessed shelter before for a variety of reasons. And so that was some of the first time they're having those conversations and trying to get supported.
I'll use this one. Yeah, so I think that goes back to the different models too as well. So like Jamie said earlier, we did kind of a hybrid model. Typically EWR models are no barrier, meaning they can give us whatever name they want. We ask for a few demographic questions, but that's it, because we don't get them to sign consent forms. So that was our first year we ran it 2 years ago. This last year, because we were doing a little bit of a hybrid model and we had cameras in the building, we did get them to sign consent forms. So we were able to pull a little bit more information. However, people can be untrustworthy. People don't really want to share their information, especially if they think it's going to negate them from being able to use the service. Anecdotally, because I've been doing this work for a number of years. I can say that approximately 70% of people were local to Penticton, meaning I had worked with them for a number of years. We had probably about 10% of people that were just passing through, would stay 1 or 2 nights and move on to a different community. And then the rest were people from outlying communities that didn't have access to services. So primarily, I would say mostly Oliver and Summerland. I know Oliver does do an overnight shelter there, EWR. However, our threshold was lower than theirs, so we were open more often than them. And also, we ran our shelter with OPS services. So overdose prevention services. So typical EWRs do not do that. It's a specialty of ours to do that, and it was really important because our entrenched population is very entrenched with their substance use. And by not offering those safe spaces to use, they would use risky, and we could have had more fatalities. We didn't have any fatalities at our OPSs, and we had over 1,000 individual uses, and I believe around 27 interventions. And 4 to treatment, which again is not typical of an EWR model. Usually EWR models, they come in at night, they eat, they go to bed, and they're kicked out first thing in the morning. We tried to expand our hours a little bit so we could offer them supports in the morning before they left, and that included wound care and health services. But again, that is not typical of an EWR. EWRs are not funded for that. So the TWS model is really going to give those wraparound services to people, and especially in more urban areas like us, where the substance use is a lot more prevalent in the unhoused population. Having that wraparound services are really vital.
Okay, follow up.
Yes, thank you, through it, Chair. So if we were to move the warming shelter around the region, would that service move around the region with that? And then do you anticipate that those 70% from Penticton, which is the majority of users of this facility, would then move around the region to access this warming center? Or is it really just because they're here and this is that central location that it's within their ability to get here that it might be more challenging if they had to move around the region for those services?
In my opinion, and I know like this is not my presentation, and I was just stuck around. So what I think would be an ideal situation is to have a TWS in the larger urban communities, and then have smaller shelters in the neighboring communities that could support your communities, keeping people in your community where they're from, and not whelm the services in Penticton. And in my opinion, something like that would probably be more suitable because the services I offer, your community might not need. You might not need full service OPS services in your community. And that would be kind of a community decision. Like, I think taking the burden off of, not burden, I don't want to say burden, but the intensity off Penticton in the winter sheltering months would be very helpful in order to be able to move people along the continuum easier. And because I don't see I'm sorry, if this was part of it, I don't see moving the whole shelter from community to community as would be super beneficial, because I think people would, we want people to grow roots. And I think having smaller shelters in every individual community would be able to have people grow roots in your community and not have to be shuffled around either, personally. But that's just my opinion. And I'm sorry if I overstepped your presentation.
Okay, I had Hans, Director Trainer, and then Gettings.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Anthony and Jamie, thank you so much for your presentation. I honestly didn't know all of the details about how you handle emergency shelters in the winter, so I really appreciate you coming to the board and sharing all that with us. I guess I just wanted to say that I can appreciate why Penticton is looking for help from neighboring communities. The issue that we have in Summerland is that we do have a small component of homeless people, and we are seeing more each year. And the issue is that they're the ones that don't want to go to Penticton, and they don't want to go to Kelowna for help. And so even if we were to help contribute to a regional facility in Penticton where all of the services are, we would still have to come up with a solution for this group of people that we have in Summerland. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. And Director Van Elfen can correct me if I'm wrong. I think Summerland is a little bit behind in this, and I do think it's something that we will need to deal with as well. So yeah, that's just kind of where we're at, is that we do have a group of homeless people, and we don't have any services in Summerland, so that's our issue. But I do think that we should continue the discussion with you, because I certainly understand the challenges that you face and the amount of money and resources that you're putting out. So thank you for sharing your story with us.
Okay, Director Gettins.
Thanks to the chair. Just really quick, I just wanted to clarify with the conversation around the encampment. It wasn't in West Bench. It is on Moti land. It wasn't in the regional district, and that was part of the complexity. But we did ask our staff here to get together with a group of stakeholders, and they did do that. And there was a lot of conversation around that. And around the same time, the province put forward that Bill 45 that really kind of stalled things in a really slow way. So I just wanted to correct some of that misconception, because I think there was a lot of work here, and the communication between the RDOS, the RCMP, Modi, and also the city on that particular encampment was really good. It just wasn't really public because there was concerns for the people who were in that encampment. So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit, that it just shows the complexity of what we're trying to deal with. And yeah, it's not one community's problem. We've all seen it in different ways, but I just wanted to correct a few of those things.
Okay, Director Gilbert, and then Van Elfen.
Thank you through the chair, and I just want to make sure that staff can correct me if I'm wrong on this. I think too at our shelters, we also had a program there to help reconnect people with their families through the sheltering or sheltering system, to ensure that when people were coming in, that we'd also help maybe reconnect them with their families so they can get those supports as well, if they were not from Penticton. So it was another good benefit of that program.
Okay, Director Van Elfen, and then Coyne.
Thank you through the chair. Yes, just going on what Director Trainer was saying. Yes, we have a few homeless people in Summerland, and more every day. There are a few little services that are offered through our food bank, but nothing drastic. But some of the issues I've heard from one long-term homeless person, that he's been offered beds in Penticton and then like the warming center stuff, but they don't feel safe. I don't know how true that is, but I think there's situations out there where a lot of people won't go because they've had some bad experiences or whatever in the past. Some of their belongings have been stolen, what have you. But, I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I appreciate what the city of Penticton's looking at. This is huge for the region, and it's absolutely needed so badly. And to hear Director Bloomfield's mentioned 4 people went to treatment, that's fantastic. But, I think there's those opportunities to, catch people when they're at their most vulnerable, when they're hurting that bad, where they're asking for help. And we got to be able to take them at that point and get the help they need, instead of punting them back out in the street a day later. But thanks for everything you guys do. Thank you.
Okay, Director Coyne and Bloomfield.
Yeah, this is going to be a great discussion at our strategic planning. I can see it already. It's going to be a long one too. Yeah. No, we have to approach this really delicately. We have a homeless population in Princeton that's growing. We have 2 different types of homeless population in Princeton. We have the transit that comes in the summertime because it warms up and they can stay there. And then we have the people that stay all winter, and those are our residents. And we're not trying to push those off on Penticton or anybody else. We're trying to find solutions to keep them in our home community, keep them safe, and make them feel like they're still part of their community, because they are. We have to be very careful how we discuss these things too, because these are our neighbors. And so I understand where you guys are coming from. And I appreciate the comment that if we start moving the center, it's not really the right plan. If we want to look at a regional approach to how we collaborate on, warming shelters or long-term shelters or whatever, I'm more than happy to have those conversations. My community isn't as blessed as Penticton. I don't have a whole bunch of ready available land to build houses on. It's not what we have. What we have has already been rejected by the province. So because it's a really expensive proposition because it's a brownfield, and that's all I have. So, you know, I really do look forward to our conversation at strategic planning. I think today has been a bit of a change in direction around the table around how some of these things we discuss, and I'm happy for it, because as Penticton feels like you guys have been fighting this fight alone, you haven't been. We've all been working on it, and we've all been working on it in our own ways and whatnot. So thank you for your presentation, and thanks for everybody's conversation today, because it's been a good conversation.
Absolutely. Director Bloomfield.
Yeah, and I'd just like to, again, be thankful for all of the discussion around the table here. And you know, when I hear about, you know, the potential for other communities to have their own shelters, that would be absolutely marvelous, because then it helps take the pressure off Penticton. And, you know, and I think ultimately that's a great goal. That's probably the goal to have, because it keeps the people that are homeless or they're houseless in their community. They're still members of your community. They're just houseless, and it keeps them there so that they can rebuild their roots in those communities rather than move them to another community. So when I hear talk about, you know, dealing with the shelter situation in your own smaller communities or surrounding communities, then that's really great to hear, because like I say, it does take the pressure off Penticton. But in the meantime, you know, I'd ask you to consider this idea, and I think that it's a strategic planning idea. The problem with that is that if that's in October, we have to commit to the real estate in Penticton now or very soon, and we're way before then. And so, because the temporary winter shelter is set up from November through to March, and so, you know, if we're going to plan it accordingly and properly, then what I would ask is that we have a report come back to us for the board's consideration at a future meeting, but it would be prior to strategic planning, and it would lay out the groundwork for a formula as to what it might look like. And that's all, just for your consideration. It's not for your approval, it's just your consideration.
Okay.
So I'd like to make that motion.
Moved and seconded. All right. You got a question for staff?
I have a question for staff. So if this, where would the money come from? Because we've already established that we don't have a service for this. Grant aids are already come and gone. Where would the funding for this come from?
Ms. Mulden.
So at the point, there is no funding. There is no budget allocated for this. The board would have to take a look with the help of finance to see if there was anywhere that could be identified for it. Again, there's no service, so there's no authority to provide an ongoing funding opportunity. So that is something that probably finance would have to come back with and see if there was any options available. I don't believe there are just at the moment for 2024, but again, that's where it needs to feed into 2025 strategic planning and budget.
Okay. So there is the motion on the floor, though. And I'm going to call a question on it, or do you have a question, discussion point? Go ahead, Director Taylor.
Yeah, I appreciate where you're coming from. You got decisions to make now, but this problem's been going on for a few years to get to where we are, and I'm not sure that we're ready to get to the money yet. Yeah. So.
Okay, Director Coyne, Senior.
I'm kind of missing the boat here on the motion. Can you explain the motion? Because I kind of missed the gist of it there.
Okay, I'll go to Director Bloomfield.
So the motion is that we agree to receive a report at an upcoming meeting with an update as to the costs of a temporary winter shelter and a formula whereby the regional district might participate in the costs for the board's consideration.
Follow up, go ahead, Director Coyne.
So would that, because we have no staff that can do that, other than finance that can tell you we have no money. So would this have to be I'm just trying to figure this out in my mind, but this would have to be a joint venture between the RDOS and the city of Penticton, because the city of Penticton is the only one that knows what the costs could be or would be. So I don't know how we could get a report from whom. I don't know who would be that person that would give that report. So I don't know that we're there. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't quite understand how we can do it if we don't have any money to generate the report.
Follow up, go ahead.
To answer that in the motion, I didn't ask regional district staff to prepare the report. I said to receive the report from the city staff.
Okay, so it would be a report from the city that we would just take a look at and consider?
For your consideration. And, whether it goes in the 2025 budget or whether it's,
Yeah, I'm not sure that needs a motion. I would just present it to us, but just create a report, hand it to staff and put it on an agenda, and we can go from there.
I think we need to, before we commit to city staff preparing the report, we need to know if the board's going to receive it at least.
Oh, we'll have to receive it if it's on the agenda, but no, yes, we'll have to consider it. We can't commit to it. No, he's asking us to consider the report.
I'm asking you to consider the report when it comes back. It was. Yeah, I didn't ask regional district staff to.
Yeah, I think there was some misunderstanding on who was doing the report, so. Ms. Molden, can you clarify anything on this? Like, do we need that? I'm not sure we do.
Yeah, we don't actually need anything on that as it's presented just at that last iteration there. But, if the goal is to have City of Penticton staff produce a report and send it over and staff here to do a financial calling on that to see whether there is actually any funds available and how that may be allocated throughout the region, that's a reasonable part of that as well. I don't know that that's what you've captured, and I don't know that we really do need a motion ultimately in the end for that. Depends on what the board is, the direction the board would like to go.
I think generally we're receptive to considering it. It's just a matter of, in the end, where do we and how do we pay? And I'm not sure we're there yet. Ms. Traynor, Director Traynor.
I understand where Director Bloomfield's coming from. It makes sense to me. And I think that this is kind of, obviously I'm not at all these meetings, but this is kind of the first, big discussion that we've had around this kind of stuff. And I think it's not going to happen overnight, but I understand what the city of Penticton's asking for. And so I think that if they can give us a bit more information in terms of like numbers and like how this might look, then that's a really good starting point. And I think Ms. Malden captured it in what she said too. So I think it's a good starting point, and then it'll give us something to discuss. And it'll also give us, back in Summerland, it'll give them Director Holmes and Van Elfen something, and myself, that we can bring back to our council to look at as well. So I think it's a good starting point.
Yeah, that what she raises is a good point. Even if we consider it here, some of the councils are going to have to, or members are going to have to go back to their councils too, so to get final approval. But I don't know what now to do with the motion that was made. I'm not sure. It was moved and seconded, but I think the understanding of it was, yeah, I don't see a problem with supporting consideration though. But so I'll call a question on supporting, considering it. Everybody's okay with that? All in favor? Opposed? Just considering the motion as it's, or a report when it comes from Penticton. So get it done, put it on the agenda, or to staff, and we'll get it on the agenda. That's all we can ask. All right, any further questions? Otherwise, I'm going to thank, and please go ahead, Director Conant.
Just one of the questions that was on the slide deck that was asked was how many communities around this table have shelter for their, who have a church, who have anything? Do people that go into when it's cold? That's the question. And
I think majority do, except maybe in the rural areas. That we don't know.
so
But
is
the
there a hand, can we
municipalities-
do a hand raise of people who have it in their community? I think that was just one of the questions.
Penticton, Oliver, Osuyas has it.
And I think I also want to say that, sounds like a few do, but as a city, I don't want to speak for my entire council, but as a director, we and as members of this board, we'll go to UBCM and fight for every one of you to have a shelter, to advocate for it, if that's something the board here wants in their communities. So something also we can talk about in our strategic planning.
Absolutely. Director Taylor.
Yeah, I just kind of feel a conflict between supporting a Penticton, don't have the right word, but social temporary thing, which I do totally support. And I support the region supporting that to some extent. But what I'm interested in is ensuring that we've got that dealt as a region, because I know we don't.
So it's getting, to me, the point is it was raised today. We've got a lot to think about and find out from our areas. Director Van Elfen?
Thank you through the chair, but all we're really voting on is for a report to come back.
Yeah, and that's it.
So that's what I want to see, the report come back, then we'll know numbers and locations and something that directors can bring back to their own communities, discuss with their own councils and make some decisions and talk more about it during strategic planning, but it's supper time almost, so thanks, bye.
We're done there. Well, thank you both for presenting. It's been a lot of interesting topics and food for thought, to put it mildly. Thanks again. Moving on the agenda. D&E. I'm not sure, is there a rationale for it?
I'm gonna have to go and I don't need to sit through all the budget stuff.
Go ahead, Director Getton's question.
Thank you. I know that we paused our in-camera session with the board meeting, and I'm just, and I think that's time sensitive, and I'm just looking at the time. So I would like to look, maybe we can go back in camera and have that discussion, and so it doesn't get bumped. I think it's important.
What time are we here? 3:40? How, can I ask you a question as to how long you're expecting this?
I know you guys have been super busy today. I can do it in probably 10 minutes or less.
10 minutes, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, if we can manage that.
A budget talk in 10 minutes. You're on.
But that's a two-way street, right?
Yeah.
He's only 50%. We're the other 50%.
Well, okay, I'm going to try to hold you to that.
100%.
Go ahead.
Okay, Adam, is the presentation ready?
There's part of your 10 minutes.
He's
All
going.
right. So here we go. So this budget isn't a workshop. It's just more of an information meeting for the directors who are not electoral area directors, because I've met with the majority of the electoral area people already. So we're just going to start going through it. So the budget guidelines package was distributed to all the directors on June 7th. I hope you all received the email with it. And so just going to touch on some highlights. So we have 162 services, and each service budget is controlled by a department manager. That manager is the only one who can amend the budget. The directors must make their change requests through the manager, and then that manager directs finance to make the changes. Department managers are expected to keep the tax requisition increases under 5%. That's unless it's authorized by the area director if they're going to authorize more money for a tax requisition. In the case of the regional or shared services, the increases have to be agreed on by all directors who are affected by that service. So an example is the Karamias Fire Department requires area directors for B, G, and Karamias to all agree on the increases. Or regional trails requires this whole board to agree on how much is going in because it's a shared service by everybody. There's a deadline of October 3rd that's set for the managers. They're feverishly working on getting their first drafts to us. I don't anticipate anybody being late, but if they are, the numbers from the 2004 budget that were approved are what will go into the first reading. After the board receives the first reading of the budget, only material changes will be accepted, and they have to be requested by the department manager. Those changes will be brought forward to the board for approval at the second reading. And when I say material changes, that's something that will affect the tax requisition by a lot of money. It won't be like a $5 adjustment or something like that. It'll have to be substantial. And same with user fees if it's going to change user fees. Inside the package, there was examples of the forms that all the managers must supply to finance. And there was also a listing of all the reserve balances for each service. So you guys have all those with you. And that was as of the 2023 year end is where the reserve balances came from. So it's the most recent ones. Okay.
Question.
So
Question over here from Director Bush. Jump in quick.
Yeah, so if we use our gas tax or community funding, that wouldn't be included in the 5% increase, would it?
No.
Okay.
Another
sorry.
question? Director Roberts?
Yeah, just that package, like, I've talked with you, we sat down, but I look at, on the 7th, I didn't receive any package.
On June 7th, it went to all the directors.
June 7th? Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay. You were all CC'd on it, and it came with a PDF version of the budget guideline documents.
Was that to all directors or
Yeah.
just rural?
Nope, should have been all directors.
Okay. All right, continue.
So of note this year, just wanted to touch on that we're continuing to refine the wage allocation. This is to make sure that they're budgeted to the right employees or to the right services. The other one we're going to look at is the operational reserves to make sure that they are not exceeding the revenue policy. Operational reserves are different than the capital. They're more for emergencies that pop up that we can't plan for. So I just wanted to touch really quick on how services are funded. So first of all, there's an establishment bylaw, and part of this document dictates how the service is paid for and the geographic boundaries of the service, which dictates who pays for the service. Services are usually paid through tax requisition or user fees. For those that pay through tax requisition, the establishment bylaw states the maximum amount that can be requested and what's used to calculate it. So there's usually a maximum and then a per thousand of assessed value. Some services are land and improvements for assessed value, and others are just land. So I'm just going to show you an example of services that everybody pays in so you can see what that looks like. So this first one is emergency planning 410. So this service is done by land and improvements. So you can see the total requisition was for $782,000 at the bottom there. The assessed value of the whole area was, what's that, 3.8 trillion. And then the percentage on the side is how much of your area's requisition is of that total number. So another service is service 400. So you can see the percentage is changed because now this service is only on improvements only, not improvements and land. So in Schedule F of the budget that you receive, each municipality has their own section in Section F, municipal and electoral area. In that, it shows you which services you are contributing to, and that's where these come from. Yeah, so that's that. The other thing to note is that when not all services hit every single municipality and electoral area. So for instance, let's say Okanagan Falls water system has a substantial increase. It doesn't affect Summerland. It only affects those people in Okanagan Falls. And it would only affect the people in Okanagan Falls who are hooked up on the water system. So it would be most likely a user fee in that case. So when increases are brought to the board, you keep that in mind, that even though it's an increase for a designated area, it might not affect your constituents. So I just wanted to point out two services that are most likely going to be over the 5% in the regional area that you guys will need to know about. We don't know what the impact's going to be. It's just putting it in the back of your mind so you know that something's coming. And that's for regional trails and regional transit. Justin is going to do a presentation on September 5th explaining the regional trails plan and why it may be over 5%. And I have Matt Weller here who will talk really briefly on why the regional transit will be over the 5%.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Wayne, and through the chair. Regional transit will have an increase in tax requisition in 2025, and this increase is due to several factors. There's a forecast increase in operational costs from BC Transit by just over 5%. Previous grant funding from the provincial Safe Start has been exhausted, which previously offset requisition. There's also been an adjustment to reflect a reduction in funding from the District of Peachland, who have been contributing to the Route 70 service, which also previously offset requisition, and an adjustment to rectify a misallocation of wages from the 2024 budget will have an impact on the increase. Offsetting that there will be an increase in fare income from the service. In addition to this, a board report and a proposed memorandum of understanding with BC Transit will be presented at the next meeting concerning expanding service hours for the Route 70 regional service in 2026 for consideration and review by the board, but this will have no impact on the 2025 budget.
Okay, can I ask a quick question in regards to the Peachland contribution? Are they then, there's no longer a stop there, or?
No, there's been, in the budget, there's been an allocation there, and it seems there's been a reduction there, and Peachland has indicated that they may withdraw from the service, therefore withdraw the stop. So that is to be confirmed.
Okay.
Yep.
So they were never part of the service area. It was just kind of a voluntary contribution. As the bus goes by, they could stop and become part of it, but they're not part of our regional district. So, okay, go ahead.
Did you factor in Route 50 for this year?
Through the chair,
take that as a
through
no.
the chair, we'll be presenting a bylaw to the board on September 5th. That's being drawn up, and you'll get more information on that. So.
Okay. All right, another question, Director Monteith, quick.
Through the chair, so you mentioned that there's some increases, but you haven't said how much.
So right now, the managers are working on their budget, so we don't have finalized numbers yet. So we won't know till first reading come October 3rd.
We just know it's quite a
And
bit
it
more
may
than
be
5%.
offset. It may be offset by other services, so the global regional services might still be under the 5%, but that specific service may be over.
Go ahead, Director Gilbert.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. And with the regional transit, is there maybe an appetite to increase the service of the 70 to 2025 instead of 2026?
Through the chair, through the constraints there are buses, so that's why they pushed it to 2026 for that expansion of service. There simply isn't enough buses in BC to do that service. So this memorandum of understanding will allow BC Transit to go to the province and request more funding to allow that expansion of service. I've just been finishing the board report for that, and so I have some numbers fresh in my head, but I'll let that come through on next board.
All right. Anything further from you, Wayne? No?
That's it. Did I make it under 10?
I think pretty close if you didn't, but with our questions in there, thanks for that.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you again. Oh, quick question?
Yes,
Director
quick question.
Federico?
So with the change in structures for managers, will we be needing to go to the managing director, or are we going directly to our current structure of managers for any changes that need to be made? And then for budgets that don't have staff or managers, so like I have my tourism and community SBS that isn't attached to a manager, do I need to go through Jim, Noel, or yourself to make changes there?
So the managers right now are the ones that we'll use in place until the new ones come on board. So Matt, Justin, and Andy will be taking over what would be usually under Mark. As far as your own services, yes, you would come through me, and then we can make the changes that way.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands. Thank you, both. And if you didn't have to speak, but thanks for being here, Justin. Next, regional collaboration sign. CAO.
So Chair, Eric was going to present this in the absence of Jim. However, I think due to the shortage of time, it certainly can wait till next meeting.
Okay.
If the board would
So
like.
move to adjourn. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? We are adjourned, and we will recess go back into session on the close. So I need Adam to put us into closed, please. The last item. And as long as